It is rumored that a contestant became a black bear's lunch during filming, which kept the show's content shelved. Is this really true? Let's set out with 10 pieces of equipment. The challenge takes place on Vancouver Island in the Eastern Pacific. 10 survival experts from around the world will be dropped off at different locations on the island. With only 10 designated tools in hand, they will engage in a wilderness survival showdown. The last one standing will win a cash prize of $500,000. As the dinghy slowly departs, the 10 are dropped at their respective starting points. The first contestant, Josh, watches the crew leave. Too nervous to put his feelings into words, he just hopes to safely return home. After a quick inventory check, Josh plans to set up his shelter first. He ties a rope between 2 large trees and covers it with a tarp. This creates a simple, drafty wilderness shelter. Afterward, he finds a piece of pine wood with resin, a great fire starter. He plans to build a campfire before dark. Back in Jackson's hometown, what was once a happy family of 5 faces a new challenge as his wife is pregnant again. To earn money for his unborn son's milk, he signs up for the competition. The fire tinder simply won't catch, no doubt due to the damp environment. Josh decides to familiarize himself with the terrain and look for dry tinder. Shortly after, he finds a half-eaten salmon, a bad sign indicating the presence of many predators. Just then, he spots a cave on the mountain, clearly a black bear's den. Thinking of his nearby shelter, Josh becomes extremely uneasy. Just as he decides to return to camp, a noise from above startles him. The camera zooms in to see a black bear eyeing him. This frightens Josh immensely. Unexpectedly, another bear is spotted on a different tree. The start of the game is thrilling, and Josh runs back to camp without looking back. Joe, the season's second contestant, lands in a swampy area. His primary task is to quickly find dry ground to set up shelter. Back in Ontario, Joe is a dedicated father who joined the competition to provide for his daughter's education and improve his family's life. After searching in the woods for most of the day, he finds a small clearing. The bad news is that it's next to an animal trail frequently used by large animals. With no better options, Joe builds a simple A-frame shelter using ropes and a tarp, hoping it will keep him safe through the night. The chubby man chopping wood is named Chris. He just arrived here and set a survival goal of 90 days, nearly losing his life in the process. Back in Florida, Chris runs a farm, but has never encountered real predators in the wild. He joined this competition primarily to test his mental toughness. After great effort, he chopped down a log and urgently needed to start a fire, as neither jackals nor bears could harm him then. However, when he tried to light the fire, he discovered the tinder wouldn't catch. Without a fire, he was at risk of danger at any moment. The fourth contestant, Mickey, collected a handful of small sea snails on his first day here. Although not enough to fill him, they provided more protein than a pound of beef. With the tide still low, he hurried to find some relatively dry firewood. On the way back to camp, encountering this fellow in the wilderness could be dangerous, so Mickey quickly returned to camp with the firewood, shaved some dry wood shavings with a knife, and started a fire using dry grass. Back in Massachusetts, Mickey often went camping with his family. Each time he made a campfire in front of his daughter, he felt unprecedented pride. He joined the competition mainly to provide a better life for his daughter. After rubbing the flint several times, the tinder ignited effortlessly. He then enjoyed a meal of collected mussels, which were perfectly seasoned and provided substantial energy. However, just as he was full and ready to rest, he heard wolves howling outside the camp. Back to Josh, he nearly wet himself at noon when he encountered 2 black bears and has since been too scared to enter the forest again. After wandering by the lake for half an hour, he unsurprisingly found more bear tracks. As dusk fell, Josh hadn't even had any hot water to drink. To safely make it through the night, he bravely entered his shelter. The creature's large, bright eyes suggested it was large, scaring Josh immensely. He immediately grabbed an axe in self-defense. The black bear, realizing the threat, carefully scoped out the tent with its brother. The wild bears, unaccustomed to such a situation, turned and ran, terrified. It was a truly horrifying experience, ensuring a sleepless, fearful night for Josh. By the next morning, Josh immediately called the show's producers. His speed of quitting was unmatched. Facing questions from the search and rescue team, Josh felt no regret. After all, last night's experience was unforgettable for a lifetime. At this point, he didn't care about others' opinions. He blamed the bear dens all around his starting point, a challenge anyone would struggle with. As Josh was packing to leave, even the black bear came out to see him off, seemingly sad about his departure. That same night, Chris also couldn't sleep. The howling wolves outside heightened his anxiety. Already fearful of large predators, facing this situation on his first day was tough. Barely making it to the third day, Chris called the producers right after getting up. Facing skepticism from the rescue team, he shared his childhood trauma and fear of wolves and grizzly bears. He hadn't expected to quit so soon. After all, his family depended on him back home, and he didn't want to risk his life. He quickly packed his bags and took a boat home. Now, 8 contestants remained. Lucas, the man wearing a red cap, had sewn eyes on the back of his hat to prevent mountain lion attacks from behind, hoping to confuse them and delay his demise. From Iowa, Lucas was an outdoor survival instructor and studied survival skills with friends. His family had high hopes for him in this competition, aiming to win $500,000 to get married. Entering a small grove, he decided to build a luxurious shelter. He collected a lot of logs, secured them with ropes, built the basic frame, and covered it with a waterproof tarp to complete his makeshift wilderness villa. To avoid getting cold at night, he made a mattress from spruce branches. After setting everything up, he hoped to survive the night. Over to Sam, who was making a simple water storage container by chiseling a large hole in the middle of a log and covering it with a waterproof tarp, ready to collect rainwater. From Las Vegas, an error had made him a father at 22. To earn money for his unborn child's formula, he joined the competition at his wife's repeated suggestion. Sam planned to build his shelter by the lake, a location with a broad view to keep an eye on the surroundings. After building the basic frame, he covered it with the usual waterproof tarp, hoping the strong winds wouldn't blow it away. The 7th contestant to appear is named Vinny. He is trying to start a fire in this desolate place by scraping some dry tinder with a small knife, and he experiments with it using some collected dry grass. Despite rubbing the fire stick dozens of times, the tinder just won't ignite. In St. John's, Vinny has his own weapons collection room. He often enjoys crafting primitive stone tools and has made many beautifully shaped daggers. His craftsmanship far surpasses that of his neighbor, Desi. After 49 minutes of friction, the tinder finally emits blue smoke. With a fire source now available, Vinny immediately goes to the river to boil a pot of water. Whether or not it can replenish protein, he starts with a few sips of boiled water to warm his stomach. Arriving at Alan's place, in search of a suitable campsite, he runs around the mountain several times. Not only is he completely soaked, but he also burns hundreds of calories unnecessarily. At a small stream, he fills a large pot with water. Without a fire source, he risks drinking the raw water to quench his thirst. Alan lives with his wife in the suburbs, leading an ordinary life together. Considering the $500,000 prize for winning the competition, he entered to buy a farm near his hometown. After wandering around a small forest, Alan finds an unusually large slug, a rare delicacy in the wild. Without a second thought, he cooks it in a pot. Just minutes later, he eagerly enjoys the taste, despite its bitterness, knowing it provides more protein than beef. On Mickey's end, it's already the 3rd day. He has been relying on collected rainwater for drinking. His campsite, surrounded by no sign of water, leaves him worried about dehydration. Thus, today's task is to explore the surroundings. After walking several hundred meters along the ridge, the dry ground resembles a desert, and he can't find water anywhere. Just as Mickey is about to give up in the afternoon, he suddenly hears the sound of water from across the lake. Drawing on years of wilderness experience, he concludes there must be fresh water there, but getting across becomes a major problem. He sits and thinks for half an hour, collects a bunch of tender branches, and wraps them tightly in a waterproof cloth, creating a makeshift floating device. Stripping down, he pulls the small boat into the water. Fortunately, the buoyancy is effective, eliminating the risk of falling into the water. Carefully, he finally reaches the opposite shore of the lake, and as expected, there is a wild stream with fresh water. Mickey decides to move his campsite there. It takes about 2.5 hours to move everything before dark. While there's still a little light, he hurries to set up shelter. He constructs a simple triangular frame and covers it with waterproof cloth to prevent getting wet from heavy rain. After a busy day, Mickey boils himself some water, and the day's fatigue seems to vanish. Now, he can finally rest. The camera shifts to Joe. Due to continuous rain in recent days, the moist environment has prevented him from starting a fire. He went to the riverbank hoping to find some protein, but was almost scared out of his wits when he turned around and saw a huge bear, weighing hundreds of pounds, foraging on the opposite bank. It hadn't noticed him yet. Surprisingly, Joe greeted the bear, which quickly became alert. Unthreatened, the bear continued towards Joe's camp. Frightened, Joe rushed back to his camp, not wanting a midnight visit from the bear. Considering this, Joe packed up and walked along the river for half an hour. He found a flat area by the sea, rich with seafood, solving his protein concerns. Exhausted from the day, he planned to treat himself well. By the fourth day, Joe woke up to find his flint missing, likely lost while making fire the day before. After searching for 2.5 hours, he still couldn't find it. Despite the previous day's campfire still burning, Joe impulsively called the show's crew. As the helicopter arrived, the rescue team was incredulous. On camera, Joe disregarded others' opinions. Perhaps unprepared, a small mistake led him to quit. He packed his belongings and contentedly boarded the helicopter home. Over to Vinny, he found a seabird lying breathless by the lake early in the morning. While others might have considered it food, eating an animal with an unknown cause of death was risky. Not feeling hungry, Vinny thought it too risky and threw it back into the lake. By the fourth day, he still hadn't found a suitable place to build a shelter. The area where he stayed the previous days was now uninhabitable due to high tide, forcing Vinny to search for a new living place. After circling the mountain, he finally found a good spot. However, the animal trails suggested it was frequented by black bears. Most people would have left, but Vinny thought differently. He believed that building a shelter there would make the bear give up its territory. But was this really the case? While the other contestants were preparing to rest, Vinny was alone, scouting the camp. Suddenly, he came face to face with a black bear, which terrified him. He ran back to camp without looking back, thinking he'd be safe once inside his shelter. However, it wasn't long before sounds of branches breaking surrounded him, and a pair of shiny eyes appeared outside the camp. Vinny immediately called the show's crew. Since helicopters and boats couldn't reach at night, the rescue team had to drive through the night, ensuring Vinny's safety via walkie-talkie while speeding towards the forest. Meanwhile, the bear had found Vinny's shelter and was cautiously exploring this foreign intruder. Terrified, Vinny was cowering and trembling inside the shelter. As the rescue team approached on foot, armed with bear spray, they lost contact with Vinny for over an hour, fearing the worst. But as they reached the shore, they saw a bright flare in the distance, Vinny's signal. It was a close call, and both parties felt much relieved. Winning the competition no longer mattered. Vinny just wanted to go home and leave this dreadful place. Finally, under the guidance of the rescue team, he successfully withdrew from the challenge, leaving 6 contestants. The 9th contestant, Brent, has been disheveled since arriving in this desolate wilderness. Considering the time and effort needed to make fire and boil water, he has been using sphagnum moss to filter raw water, believing it effectively removed impurities. After gulping down a large mouthful, he felt immediately energized. Brent, a veteran, had undergone professional military training over decades. He joined this competition to prove himself in this environment. The last contestant to appear is named Das. He found a fresh seaweed on the beach, shaved it with a knife, and threw it directly into his mouth. The taste was neither salty nor bland, but crunchy. The calories were at least 10 times that of beef. Back in Pennsylvania, Das and his wife lived a happy life. Since they had no children yet, they decided to travel abroad immediately. Thus, Das wanted to sign up and give it a try. Seeing a cypress washed ashore, Das decided to move it back to camp first. It might come in handy. However, he underestimated the log's weight. Already lacking extra strength, he decided to leave it and reconsider later. Over at Alan's side, he hadn't replenished his protein for several days. His stomach was already starving. After a quick inspection around the lake, he found lots of wild seaweed. Perhaps out of sheer hunger, he picked it up and ate it without hesitation. How was the taste? Although low in calories, it was better than an empty stomach. Alan marked the days on a stick with his knife, each notch representing a day. He hoped to last 80 days and would be satisfied. Coming to Lucas, he had been chopping trees these days, wanting to build a wilderness mansion here. For him, as long as he lived well and enjoyed himself, the result of the competition didn't matter. But looking at his small frame, even chopping a log was a great effort. He feared he wouldn't survive the mansion law. After chopping more than a dozen trees, he was too tired. He could only sit down and rest for a while, recalling the clay he found by the river. He planned to use it to make a fireplace, which would provide good insulation even if the temperature dropped. But today's tasks ended here, and other matters would wait until tomorrow. Over at Mickey's, to get better shots, he had to carry 40 pounds of filming equipment back and forth by the river every day. The huge energy expenditure made him feel hungry from time to time. Seeing the eagles perched on the branches, Mickey concluded they often fished in this area. The remains of fish by the river also proved this. Without a doubt, the river in front of him definitely had delicious fish. So, he immediately took out his net and began setting it up around him, hoping to enjoy a feast by tomorrow night. Lucas also found something good on the other side. Out exploring with his gear, he stumbled upon a bunch of chicken of the woods mushrooms. This delicacy was a rare find in the wilderness. His meals for the next few days were temporarily secured. While others sought protein sources, Alan chewed seaweed right at his doorstep. As long as he wasn't hungry, that was enough for him. Mickey, anticipating extinguished fires at night, boiled a pot of water. Using a small knife, he shaved birch bark into fibers, placed them in an iron box with fish hooks, and roasted it in the fire. Once the organic fibers carbonized, he had a box of dry tinder. To test its effectiveness, Mickey quickly struck his flint, and the tinder easily ignited. This relieved his future fire-starting worries. Brant, possibly from drinking unboiled water in the morning, couldn't sleep at all at night due to continuous stomach cramps. The discomfort made it impossible to lie down, and he endured until daylight. Still feeling unwell, he dragged himself upstream to check the water, nearly vomiting at the sight of rotten fish surrounding the water. Realizing he had drunk such water days before, Brant felt like dying. Back at camp, calming himself, he suspected he had ingested parasites. Despite the playful nature of the competition, risking his life wasn't worth it. Without hesitation, he called the production team. Upon their arrival, they confirmed his request to quit the competition. He insisted he was ill, packed up, and quickly left the contest. Hungry Mickey decided to check the net he set up. Expecting a catch, he found seaweed tangled in the net, but moving forward, discovered a large white salmon weighing over 10 pounds. Lucky to have a feast that night, and to prevent a cougar attack, he swiftly returned to camp. He started a large fire, processed the fish, and wrapped the fatty meat in wood sticks and bark. He cooked it until golden and crispy. The fish, tender, sweet, and crunchy, was full of protein, far exceeding that of beef. However, as he enjoyed the meal, noise from the camp's outskirts startled him. Spotting an adult cougar just 3 meters from camp, it vanished into the jungle at the sound. Alarmed, Mickey quickly grabbed his dagger and bear spray, hoping to safely make it through the night. It was the morning of day 7. Thankfully, the cougar from last night did not follow. Otherwise, the outcome could have been bad. Realizing his shelter was too flimsy, Mickey planned to reinforce it today. Daz hadn't eaten anything nutritious here. He spent his days sitting by the shore, feeling the cold wind, and watching otters eat in the middle of the lake. Sadly, they were too far from the shore to reach. He continued to collect trash along the shore, taking everything usable and unusable back to camp. Along the way, he found some good items, like a pallet perfect for a bed base, which he decided to take immediately. Lucas, as usual, he spotted a small island across the lake and came up with a bold idea to build a sturdy boat. This would give him an additional way to hunt. As the storm grew fiercer, the terrible weather made hunting impossible. Most contestants hid in their shelters to rest. The continuous hurricane and heavy rain soaked half of Sam's shelter. He just hoped to get through the night. Das sat shivering in his shelter, experiencing such torment for the first time in his life. Surrounded only by cameras, the feeling of loneliness in the wilderness began to overwhelm him. By midnight, this feeling intensified. Das just wanted to return to the warmth and comfort of his bedroom. He managed to endure until the morning of the 8th day, when he saw a small yacht from the production team on the lake. Das finally called the production team. Rather than continue suffering here, he preferred to pack up and go home. By day 8, only 4 contestants remained. To replenish protein, Sam went to the shore early in the morning to catch crabs. He had seen many small crabs in this area in the previous days, which were crucial for his daily energy. After half an hour of hard work, he gathered 33 small crabs. With a daily need of 3, he wouldn't worry about food for the next 10 days. Eagerly, he quickly set up to cook them over the fire. Lucas has arrived. Starting today, he is officially building his small boat. The plan alone will take over 10 days. He first chops a small piece of wood for the bow, then selects straight logs for the keel. By securely tying these together, he has a fine bow. Despite the recent light rain, he fixes 2 flexible branches on top to form the hull. If tired, the tribe drinks plain hot water to warm their stomachs. After more than a week of hard work, the basic structure of the hull is finally completed. By the 15th day, Lucas is ready to test the boat on water. He wraps the hull in a sturdy waterproof fabric and quickly launches the boat. Surprisingly, its buoyancy is excellent. Though it tends to veer off course, there are no other issues. It seems time to take full control of the race. Alan is focusing on protein intake. Days ago, he set a spike net by the river, anticipating an abundance of fish. Planning for excess, he decides to build a separate kitchen outside the camp. After setting up the basic structure and neatly covering it with spruce branches to keep it dry, he works through heavy rain for over 3 hours, completing a simple wilderness kitchen. He then checks the spike net trap by the river, but finds it empty after the tide recedes. Alan concludes it's a matter of insufficient waiting time and hopes for a bigger catch in a few days. After mentally boosting himself, Alan gathers as many mussels as possible from the shore, filling a large pot to roast over the fire. Within minutes, he eagerly enjoys the tasty mussels, perfectly seasoned and richer in protein than beef. Mickey has had a rough week with continuous rainy weather causing all his clothes to mold. With today's slight weather improvement, he must air out all his garments. Mold on the skin can cause anything from swelling and allergies to severe skin ulcers. If he misses out on the prize money due to illness, it would not be worth it. As night falls, Mickey hesitates to sleep, having found mold on his quiver. Living in such conditions could lead to rheumatism. If the weather doesn't improve, the outcome is uncertain. Sam has been feasting on shoreline crabs these past days. With protein sources running low, he plans to collect giant kelp nearby. He brings it back to camp, slicing it into thin strips to heat on a stone slab. Tasting it, he finds it chewy like rubber bands, far from the delicious expectations set by recent crab meals. Reflecting on better days, the stark contrast brings tears to the eyes of this 22-year-old. Lucas has been confident in his boat since its successful maiden voyage. Today, he decides to try his luck across the river. After packing his gear and donning a life jacket, he quickly sets off. In just over 10 minutes, Lucas reaches a marshy area. Observing the bubbles emerging from the ground, he concludes there must be delicious protein beneath the water. He carefully drags his boat to shore, but as he prepares to dig, the seawater unexpectedly starts to rise rapidly, catching him off guard. Lucas immediately rushes back to shore with his boat. Not wanting to return empty-handed, he finds a new spot with abundant clam resources and successfully collects a full bag. He plans to return to this area often. Meanwhile, Alan checks the spike net he set up a few days ago and is surprised to find it caught a large crab and several unidentified small fish. Perhaps due to hunger, Alan tears down the net to unload his catch, wondering how to use it next time in its damaged state. He carefully places the crab in a pot, adding kelp and mussels for a nutritious soup. Alan carves a wooden spoon for himself and eagerly enjoys the seafood feast as it's ready. After several days of hunger, he catches a large and fatty mahi-mahi, which tries to resist at the end, quickly dispatches it with an axe, guts it by the river, and secures his meals for the coming week. Over at Mickey's side, there's a large piece of leftover fish from a few days ago. He cooks it with mussels in a pot, creating a nutritious seafood soup that is deeply satisfying and provides energy many times that of beef. On day 17, 4 contestants remain. Last night, Lucas woke up numerous times, completely drained by diarrhea. He still feels turmoil in his stomach this morning, taking the rainy day as a chance to rest properly. Taking advantage of the slight improvement in weather, Mickey hurried to the riverbank to check his spike net, hoping to catch a big meal over the past few days. Instead, he spotted a rainbow in the sky, which for him was more than just a pretty sight. It was a beacon of hope after the rain, signaling good hunting days ahead. His sleeping bag had already started to mildew, so he quickly took it out to dry in the sun on the shore. Nearby, Lucas stripped off his clothes and basked in the sunlight. Despite visibly losing weight, his determination remained unshaken. Over at Alan's spot, to rid himself of dirt, he stripped and jumped into the river, enjoying the clear weather to the fullest. On day 23, Sam woke up feeling exhausted. Mice in the camp had kept him awake all night. With no other food available, he decided to try catching some. Using sharpened sticks and fishing line, he set about making several sensitive trip devices. Gathering all the necessary parts, he started setting them up outside, a task requiring great patience and careful attention to avoid injuries. After 2.5 hours, he successfully set up several mouse traps just before dark, his hands bloodied but hopeful for a potential feast the next day. Lucas, meanwhile, had found some floats by the shore a few days earlier, a treasure for him. Considering the schools of wild fish in the area, he planned to use the floats to make a traditional trolling line. The idea was to use the floats to keep the lines with hooks afloat, allowing him to fish with 6 hooks simultaneously and increase his chances of a catch. He cut the floats into thick slices with his bush knife and threaded hemp rope through them. After tying the hooks, he immediately went into the water to set it up, now just waiting for the fish to come to him. Back to Alan, who, full of anticipation, went to the shore to check his spike net, only to find it had several large holes and no fish in sight. On his way back to camp, he found several plastic bottles by the shore. Planning to make simple fish traps, he cut the bottles in half and inserted the top inverted into the bottom to form a funnel-shaped trap. This simple device typically has a success rate over 80%, making it hard for trout to escape once inside. He set up a few of these small traps by a pond, though not expecting to catch anything large. Whether he catches any fish now depends on luck. At Mickey's place, after several days without protein, he arrived early at the lake to check his spike net trap. Before he even got close, he noticed some seaweed hanging on the net, suggesting there might be something underneath. However, when he pulled it up, he found an ugly, decomposed national treasure fish, dead for at least 2.5 days. He initially wanted to check if there was any edible fish meat left, but a sudden foul smell made Mickey instantly abandon the idea. It was a pity to watch the protein become inedible, more painful than being hurt, but he blamed himself for finding it too late. It looked like he would have to go to bed hungry at camp tonight. On day 25, Sam excitedly started checking his mouse traps, but found nothing. As expected, the last few traps were also empty. With no other food available, he had to reset the traps. Possibly due to his agitation, he hurt his hand several times with slabs of stone. After half an hour of work, he hadn't set up a single trap. Already frustrated by the lack of food, the light rain that began to fall made Sam lose all hope. He decided to just go back to camp and lie down. At Lucas's spot, today was the day to check the fishing gear. He quickly wrapped the boat in waterproof cloth and set off with his paddle. As he pulled up the trap, the increasing weight indicated something was caught. Indeed, he pulled up a wild carp weighing just under 10 kilograms. Thrilled, it seemed he wouldn't have to starve anymore. He returned to shore, set up a pot right there, and began cooking. Over at Alan's, after waiting 2.5 days and taking advantage of the low tide, he hurried to check his fishing trap. Surprisingly, it had caught some fish, enough small catfish to last him a few more days. Back to Mickey, possibly due to the high tide, the spike net he had set up a few days ago was now gone, clearly washed away by the current. His only reliable fishing tool was lost. After searching the shore for half an hour, he found nothing. Whether he can keep going is now uncertain. At Alan's spot, he officially began constructing his oversized fish trap today. He collected a bunch of soft but sturdy branches and bent them into the basic shape of a fish basket. Next, he used another branch to determine the overall size and length. He continued weaving along the basic shape until he had a solid frame. He then wrapped smaller branches around the gaps. Alan repeated this work every day, except for occasional breaks to eat, sleep, and use the bathroom. After a week, by day 30, Alan's large fish trap was finally complete. Once a trout entered, it would not be able to escape. He then took the trap to the lake, positioning it where wild fish often appeared, hoping his efforts would pay off. By day 31, Alan eagerly checked the trap first thing in the morning, but surprisingly, it was empty. After all his hard work, he couldn't end up empty-handed. Alan felt he hadn't waited long enough and the bait inside needed more time to decompose and attract fish. He speculated that in a few more days he might have a big catch. Over at Sam's, the temperature had dropped to -5 degrees Celsius, and the surrounding grass was covered in frost. Prepared for the possibility of not finding food, Sam began checking his mouse traps. Perhaps because he had become very thin, he finally caught a mouse. The unexpected catch was almost unbelievable to Sam. He immediately returned to camp to start processing it. By day 32, 4 contestants were still in the game. As the weather grew colder, Lucas's small shelter was no longer sufficient. Considering he often went fishing, he decided to build his shelter right by the lake, choosing a relatively good spot. This place became his new home. After 2.5 hours of busy work, he moved all his belongings there. To avoid branches overhead, he climbed up a tree and sawed them off, which significantly enlarged the space. Next, he prepared to set up a yurt. Possibly due to malnutrition, simple tasks became extremely difficult for Lucas. Each swing of the axe made him see stars, but he had to endure to survive in the wilderness. As it began to lightly snow, it meant that available protein was scarce. The first thing he did upon waking was to check the mouse traps he had set the day before. As expected, the first trap was not triggered. Excitedly checking the second, it too was empty. Just when he thought he'd go hungry again, the third trap successfully caught something. Overjoyed by this sudden gain, Sam hurried back to camp to start roasting over a large fire, thoroughly enjoying the meal. By day 33, the continuous low temperatures had numbed him to the point of unconsciousness. When he went out in the morning to check the spike net, he was completely numb from the cold. Ice had even formed inside the camp. Hunting in such weather was impossible. He quickly gathered more firewood and thawed his numb feet by the fire. As for protein, he decided to wait until tomorrow. On day 34, Lucas woke up feeling terrible. He almost froze sleeping outside the night before. He was determined to build his house today. He used a rope to encircle a waterproof cloth around some wooden stakes. He hammered a few crescent-shaped stakes into the ground and laid stone slabs on top. Then he gathered a large pile of sticks and arranged them into a conical shape on the roof, forming the basic structure of a yurt. Finally, he covered everything with the waterproof cloth, ensuring a small hole was left in the middle to let smoke escape. After over 3 hours of work, the warm and comfortable yurt was finally complete. Now, he no longer had to worry about freezing at night. Exhausted from hunger after a day and night, braving the bitter cold, he went to the lakeside to check the spike net. Surprisingly, he caught a bighead carp. He slid it open, removed the innards, and found more good stuff in the net, a rare wilderness delicacy. While processing the food on the ground, the previously clear weather suddenly turned to light snow. Luckily, today's meal was already arranged. Rainbow trout paired with prime duck meat, garnished with kelp strips. Meanwhile, Mickey was also searching for protein. Having carelessly lost his spike net earlier, he had to make a traditional trolling device with fishing line, using an endless supply of mussel meat from the shore as bait. He hoped to catch a big meal at high tide. While light snow fell at other camps, it poured rain at his location. Fearing the spike net might be swept away by the water, he checked it in the rain. Sure enough, the net had blown away. The consequences of losing it were unthinkable. As he went to retrieve it, he suddenly found a bird tangled in the net, stealing his fish. In such a situation, anyone would be upset. Holding the heavy bird, at least 10 pounds, he plucked its feathers and cleaned out its organs by the water. He didn't eat the tasty wings and neck, throwing them into the water to feed the fish. After processing, only a few breast meats remained. What could have lasted a week would now only last a day. He immediately started cooking a big fire back at the camp, enjoying a feast inside the yurt. A simple trip to collect firewood suddenly reminded him of his wife back home, who was pregnant. Leaving her alone at home made him feel a sudden and overwhelming guilt. Living here for so many days, he couldn't imagine anything more painful. He was ready to run away, but for the $500,000, Sam decided to stick it out for a few more days to see how things went. On day 35, Mickey excitedly went to check his fishing line at the lake. However, as he approached the shore, he was stunned. The tide had not receded, making it impossible to retrieve his carefully laid trolling line. It was risky to enter the water prematurely as hypothermia could ensue. He sat on the shore, pondering for half an hour. Memories of his family surged, pushing him to endure the hardships for the $500,000 prize. Alan, too, felt homesick. Every time he lay down at the campsite, images of his wife and son appeared vividly. Only those who have experienced it know this feeling. To pass the lonely time, he decided to make a guitar for singing. He planed a log flat, burned a large hole in the middle with charcoal, and covered it with a lid. Fishing line replaced the guitar strings, completing his mini guitar. By day 37, 4 contestants remained. Alan woke up dizzy, weak, and unable to eat a proper meal, driving him nearly insane. With no strength, even slight movement left him breathless. Hunting was out of the question. To stave off hunger, he resorted to eating spruce bark. Over at Lucas's side, the loneliness intensified with time. Thanks to the guitar he crafted, he could distract himself during lonely moments. The initial excitement had faded for Lucas, and even he was unsure if he could continue. Sam planned to take his bow and arrows up the mountain today. After walking several hundred meters along the ridge, he shot at a darting squirrel but missed due to poor archery skills, catching no protein. Returning to camp, he found a mouse in a trap but felt no interest. He awoke hungry before dawn. Unable to endure any longer, he decided to check the spike net, but the tide had not yet receded, and retrieving the net meant waiting 2 more days. Unable to wait, Alan turned his attention to the kelp on the shore. Despite being moldy, a simple rinse in water made it edible and a significant energy source. Not satisfied with just kelp, Alan also found some seaweed by the lake and started eating it directly. Arriving at Lucas's place, he hadn't had any proper food for days since his last wilderness feast. More than the pain of hunger, he longed to go home and reunite with his wife. After contemplating for 2.5 hours in the shelter, Lucas finally called the show's crew, packed his bags, and regretfully withdrew from the competition on day 39, leaving 3 contestants remaining. While out walking, Mickey found a dead otter that didn't seem fully decomposed. He brought it back to camp to dissect it. After 2.5 hours of work, he successfully obtained a complete fur, which he dried on a wooden frame to make a nice pillowcase. On day 42, Alan eagerly went to check his fishing nets and was lucky to catch 2 large catfish. Along with freshly picked seaweed, he enjoyed a feast that day. However, upon returning to camp, he found the campfire nearly out. Alan quickly revived it by blowing air and adding wood chunks. He roasted the gourmet ingredients directly over the fire without any seasonings. Within minutes, Alan was enjoying the tender and flavorful fish by the lake. Thinking of the upcoming Thanksgiving and his mother's illness, Mickey worried about her worsening condition. After half an hour of contemplation at the camp, he called the show's crew. With the arrival of a small boat, Mickey quickly packed his bags and exited the competition to see his mother one last time, preferring that over winning $500,000. Mickey's exit left only 2 contestants remaining. On day 45, Vancouver Island faced another hurricane. Watching his shaky shelter, Sam worried but prioritized his safety and took refuge in his camp, expecting the storm to last about 10 days. If his shelter were destroyed, he decided he would immediately quit the competition, tired of the harsh conditions. Now, he could only leave it to fate. Meanwhile, Alan, despite the weather's challenges, felt an overwhelming hunger and survived by merely exhausting his body. Remembering his initial excitement upon arriving, Alan realized his mindset was changing. To persevere, he constantly told himself to live like a wild man, free from emotions and desires, to survive as long as possible. By day 54, Sam couldn't take it anymore. The severe hurricane weather was intensifying and slowly eroding his will. He remembered the feasts he had when he first arrived, but now he could only lie in the camp, starving. At this point, winning the competition no longer mattered. By day 55, speedboats appeared on the lake, likely to pick up Sam. As a 22-year-old, surviving over 50 days in the wild was impressive. Thinking of his pregnant wife at home, he was eager to return and make amends. Eventually, Sam packed his bags and regretfully withdrew from the competition. By day 56, while out for a walk, he found several slugs, a great source of energy in the wild. Without hesitation, he returned to camp and cooked them over a big fire. The production team also sent Alan a medical examination notification. With the arrival of the medical team, Alan cooperated fully with all the examinations. When asked about his experience, he felt confident to continue as long as the other contestants were still competing. It was only when the director told him he didn't need to persist that Alan, in disbelief, repeatedly confirmed the news. Then his wife joyfully approached, and the couple embraced excitedly. The separation they endured was something the single viewers couldn't understand. Alan then showed his wife around his dwelling. She pulled out a $500,000 check from her pocket. Alan had already planned how to spend this life-changing prize. First, he would have his elderly father retire, then pay for treatments for his mother and son, and use the rest to pay off the mortgage. Finally, after packing all his belongings, Alan reluctantly said goodbye to his jungle cabin and boarded the helicopter home with his wife. This is undoubtedly the most realistic wilderness survival show to date. Only 10 items are allowed per participant. 10 individuals from different industries are dropped on Vancouver Island to fend for themselves. The last one standing wins a $500,000 prize. The first contestant, Desmond, is dropped near a river, which solves any freshwater concerns. His priority is to find a suitable campsite. Before coming here, he boasted to friends and family that he would fight a black bear if encountered. As a veteran with 7 years of service, he felt confident. However, reality struck quickly when he soon found fresh bear droppings. He found even fresher bear droppings and froze in place. The second contestant, Larry, lands with a steep slope behind him. Carrying his gear, he finds a stream on the mountain and quickly sets up a makeshift shelter with a tarp over some branches, worried about having nowhere to sleep at night. He continues deeper into the forest, battling through dense bushes and heavy rain, finally finding a decent spot. He chops down a tree, sets up a frame, covers it with a tarp, and secures the edges with stakes, deciding to make it his temporary home until he finds a better location. At 36, Mary, compared to the first two contestants, quickly finds a flat spot in the wilderness. She constructs a humanoid frame with some logs and covers it with a tarp, quickly finishing her shelter. Meanwhile, Desmond is terrified by the black bears. Everywhere he goes, he sees their tracks. Hearing low growls from a bush nearby, he becomes paranoid and unsure of what to do. So he heads back to the beach to reflect on life, and eventually decides to call and quit the show, forgetting his bold statements at the start. The fourth contestant, Tracy, aims to set up a good shelter on her first day. She uses the old method of building with trees and tarps in the forest. Tracy is lucky. The beach below is full of mussels, enough to last her 6 months. Unfortunately, due to a red tide, all shellfish are inedible, and the show's crew would not be responsible for any resulting fatalities. On the second day, after a night of heavy rain, Mary's shelter faces severe water accumulation. The collected firewood is soaked. She is forced to reinforce her shelter to make it more stable and adds an extra green tarp on the ground. This way, even if water pools at the sides, the green tarp keeps her and the water separated like a boat. She then cuts notches in 2 trees, ties a horizontal beam, covers it with a tarp, and props up a wooden stick at the front to create a kitchen specifically for cooking. This showcases her adeptness at managing daily life. The next contestant, Justin, is also a veteran. He plans to find a spot in the jungle where food is abundant, hoping to sustain himself until he wins the challenge. Mike, nearly 60 years old, is much more pragmatic. Having spent 8 years teaching pilot survival skills behind enemy lines, he is an expert in living off the land. On the beach, he finds plenty of edible seaweed, especially a type of kelp that can grow 2 feet a day. Cooked, it becomes crispy, providing an important food source for survival. After collecting the seaweed, he quickly runs to the river mouth and sets up his fishing net. On the second day, Mike starts expanding his food sources. Facing several fresh piles of bear dung by the shore, he just smiles at the camera. It's unknown how long Justin had been in the jungle before he found a small stream. Approaching, he sees a dead duck by the stream with no bite marks or blood, suspecting it died from disease. Concerned about potential infection, he struggles briefly, but decides to throw the duck into the sea to avoid attracting bears. On the 5th day, Randy, another survival instructor, enters. He has already built a shelter and started a fire, brewing a cup of hemlock tea for vitamins early in the morning. Since he often hunts in the mountains with his family, he decides to ignore the sea's resources and sets traps for rabbits and mice in the jungle, using logs as weights to create a Paiute deadfall trap, known for its sensitive trigger. The next morning, Mike sees from a distance that his fishing net has caught something. A rockfish, visible on the water's surface, can grow up to 6 inches as an adult. Pulling up the net, he also finds a flounder and a carp, marking a fruitful day. He decides to roast one to satisfy his hunger, noting it tastes dozens of times better than beef. The remaining 2 are cooked and buried in a pit 100 meters away, extending their preservation and preventing bears from stealing them. In contrast, Randy is less fortunate. His traps were triggered, but he caught nothing. However, he is relieved to know there are animals in the area. The scene shifts to Mary, who has been feeling chilly at night. She decides to construct a door for her shelter, tying a log between two support posts and weaving fern leaves into it. She also makes a wooden tripod for support. After finishing, she crawls into her shelter, feeling warmer and safer. The next contestant, David, has a forbidding face but is a pastor. He has solved all survival essentials except for food. Earlier on the beach, he found some ropes and decided to hang his 4 fishing hooks from them, tying one end to a tree on the shore and throwing a stone tied to the other end into the sea, wondering if it will bring him a big meal tomorrow. The next morning, he checks but is disappointed. His dream was beautiful, but reality is harsh. He caught a bunch of seaweed and lost a hook. Randy had worse luck than David as he discovered his fire starter was missing. By reviewing yesterday's footage, he saw it had rolled into the fire pit and was completely burned to ash. As a wilderness survival instructor, he felt embarrassed to go back without it. Determined, he decided to rely on starting a fire by friction. Even unluckier was Mary, who planned to chop some firewood to stoke the fire today. Unfortunately, she accidentally cut her hand with the axe, causing severe bleeding, and reluctantly chose to withdraw from the competition. The scene returns to Randy, who prepared a bow drill fire-starting kit and began his challenging journey to make fire. From 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, he finally managed to create a small spark and lit the fire. He thought about the constant need to maintain it, feeling very disheartened. The 9th contestant to appear was Nicole, who had worked with the Bushmen in Africa and had some basic survival skills. The last to appear was Joseph, who had learned many survival skills from Native Americans. He was preparing to make a bellows. He dug up some spruce roots, scraped off the bark, soaked them in water, split a log in half, hollowed it out, made a small outlet at the end to create pressure, and tied it up with spruce roots. His simple bellows worked quite well. Tracy was planning to use a net to catch fish at the beach. She had not caught anything by hand before, and remembered she had a net just as she was getting very hungry. To prevent the net from being damaged by sharp rocks on the ground, she rolled it around a branch and set it in shallow water before the tide came in. Meanwhile, Nicole, busy filling gaps in her shelter with branches, suddenly heard roaring from the beach. She walked over and saw a black bear on the opposite riverbank, very far away, so she wasn't too scared. Calmly eating sea asparagus she had gathered, she crunched it, rich in various trace elements and vitamins A, B, C, D, E, F, G. After a tide cycle, Tracy checked her net and found a crab and a fish, delighted after 7 days without meat. She cleaned them and cooked them by the fire. The fish was delicious, and the crab was incredibly fresh. Her body, starved of protein, was greatly satisfied. She thought her size could sustain her for at least 20 days. However, that evening, 2 black bears invaded Tracy's camp. She grabbed a bear deterrent whistle and blew it loudly, but the bears were undeterred. She then lit a flare and chased the mother and cub out of the camp. Safe at last, Tracy broke down in tears. As a police officer, she disliked showing her aggressive side, felt bad about using violence, and was guilty about how she had treated the bear cub. Not wanting to see her aggressive side again, she decided to call the show's producers to withdraw. 3 contestants had already withdrawn. On day 8, Mike woke up from a dream where he thought he was embracing his wife, only to find a slug on his lip, almost giving him a psychological scare. After complaining, he planned to build a drying rack at the camp using 4 branches to form a square base and 2 sticks as lock foot poles, arranging 3 different thicknesses of wood on top for drying effects when lighting a fire beneath. David hadn't had a decent meal in 7 days, with thoughts of fried chicken and burgers dominating his mind. The crab supply in the nearby rock piles was already depleted, and his set spike net had caught nothing, making him wonder how he would survive the days ahead. Meanwhile, retired veteran Justin, still in high spirits, managed to catch a ratfish with a spike net modified from a hammock, a surprising gain that could provide 30 to 40 grams of protein. Back to Mike, tired of making fires on the ground, he reinforced the 4 stakes, placed a wooden board as a platform, and covered it with pebbles to separate the fire, creating a stove perfect for boiling fish soup. Using the lever principle, he made a faucet from a plastic bottle and ropes found at the beach. Stepping on a pedal would make the bottle bend and pour out water, showcasing his knack for making things. Larry, having seen traces of bears in the forest and not wanting to face one unarmed, decided to make a spear. He cut several forks at one end, inserted a stick to widen the gap, and sharpened the tips, creating a tool that could serve as both a spear and a fish spear. Hungry David decided to make another spike net using ropes he found, breaking them into threads and making a net shuttle from cedar wood. Relying on skills taught by his fisherman father years ago, he spent 2.5 hours weaving half of a net, needing more rope to complete it. Back to Larry, who hadn't eaten meat for several days, couldn't wait for the tide to recede to check his net. He rushed to retrieve the fish for soup, but it escaped when lifted, frustrating him to the point of nearly cursing, and he struggled with whether to quit the competition. Another day passed, and female contestant Nicole, surviving on collected clams, seaweed, crabs, mushrooms, bananas, and slugs, today she finally remembered to set her spike net during the rising tide, placing the net as the water almost overflowed her rain boots, hoping for a good catch the next day. David, unable to catch any fish, relied on drinking boiled water when hungry. Cedar bark burns fast, but spruce resin burns slow and is less flammable. Mixing the two, he managed to make a fire for boiling water and accidentally drying his freshly washed socks. Just as the water was about to boil, David accidentally knocked over the pot, immediately losing his temper. Larry finally had some luck. His spike net caught a half-pound algae base. Fearing it might escape like last time, he immediately smashed the fish with 2 blows in the water. Today, his 2 spike nets brought in 4 fish in total, lifting his spirits immensely. That evening, he savored tender and flavorful fish fillets, which contained dozens of times more protein than beef. He planned to cook the leftover fish bones into a soup the next morning. Nicole, excited, went to check her spike net and suddenly saw 3 black bears across the river. Thinking a few shouts might keep them at bay, she was alarmed when the mother bear stood and looked her way, causing Nicole to run back in panic. Justin was the least focused on survival tasks. While others struggled to secure protein, he was leisurely swinging on a swing. David's bad luck continued. His spike net was empty due to a loose stake and ended up tangled. Feeling on the verge of a breakdown, he remembered his 3 children at home. Limited by his financial abilities, he had often denied their requests, feeling deeply indebted to them. Determined, he resolved to endure no matter how difficult the circumstances. After being scared by the bears, Nicole checked her spike nets again the next morning. Perhaps touched by her optimistic spirit, she caught a large 7 to 8 pound mahi-mahi. Delighted by such a protein-rich catch, she beheaded the fish right there. This catch would suffice for at least 2 days. To avoid attracting bears to her shelter, Nicole cleaned the fish by the river, gutting and filleting it efficiently. Back at camp, she fried it until golden on both sides, and after waiting 10 minutes, it was perfectly cooked. Enjoying the hot protein, she exclaimed, "Oh my God!" She also roasted the fish bones to save for dinner. Justin remained eccentric, either swinging or exercising with found trash, rarely having a full meal. David, seeing fish in the seaweed, decided to make his own fishing gear since the spike net was ineffective. Using sea snails as bait, he tried his luck at fishing. His patience paid off when he caught a rockfish after half an hour, instantly lifting his spirits. Unable to wait to catch more, David cleaned the fish and boiled it in a pot for 5 minutes, creating a delicious fish soup that he eagerly devoured. After losing his fire starter, Randy's mood finally improved. Not wanting to sit idle, he decided to renovate his shelter. Using 2 wooden stakes tied at the top and filling the gaps with chopped logs, he built an enlarged lean-to with a tarp roof. Nicole, well-fed and sensing an impending storm, used the frame to measure the door size and tied wooden boards to create a door. She filled the gaps around the shelter with branches to keep warm. Justin used a piece of split kelp to extend outside the door, allowing him to urinate from inside the cabin. When the winds calmed a bit in the afternoon, Joseph went to clean his spike net covered in seaweed, working from day to night. Eventually, he found a fish weighing about 2.5 pounds in the net, rewarding his hours of effort with a delicious stew. The next morning, after the storm had fully passed, Randy went out to check his traps. The bait in the first trap was gone, but the mechanism hadn't been triggered. The second trap, however, did not disappoint, crushing a month-old Jerry. He took it back, skinned it, cleaned the insides, and roasted it. It was his first bite of protein in over 10 days, small but significant. On day 15, Mike wandered near the camp and spotted a plastic box on the beach. Except for the removable top, the rest of the box was watertight. An ingenious idea formed in his mind. After expending energy, he brought the box back to camp, sawed 2 pieces of wood, and attached them as outriggers to the sides of the box. Once in the water, the buoyancy was enough to support Mike, and he could now cast nets in deeper waters. Meanwhile, Larry was troubled by a mouse that had gotten into his shelter, disturbing his sleep. Fortunately, his spike net still caught several fish each day, but the damp tinder was difficult to light until he dozed off around 2:30 a.m., cursing in frustration. Contestants Joseph and Mike figured that a large river in the opposite valley would have salmon spawning in large numbers. Building a boat to cross the river and cast nets there would likely lead to success. However, Joseph couldn't find a plastic box on the beach like Mike, so he had to build a boat by hand, a process full of ups and downs. Just as he was ready to install the first crossbeam, the bottom of the boat snapped. Larry, similarly troubled by the mouse, swore to level the place if it damaged his sleeping bag. The luckiest contestant was Nicole. The black bear family across the river never approached her, and her spike nets almost daily caught increasingly larger fish. She discarded the heads and cut the rest into slices that filled her frying pan, enough to sustain her for 2 days in the shelter. Larry, disturbed by a mouse in his cramped shelter, decided to pack up and relocate. He set off southward, into unexplored territory, following a creek he found in the mountains. After hours of trekking, the landscape opened up to a flat woodland bordered by a wide coast. The area, littered with plenty of dry tinder and scattered chicken of the woods mushrooms, seemed like paradise compared to before. Walking along the beach, he found a rope, perfect for building a shelter. He tied a crossbeam between 2 trees, supported the canvas with 2 mannequins, and struggled with the rope when securing the support beams due to repeatedly cutting the logs too short, which frustrated him greatly. Meanwhile, Randy, fishing with lines he set up, caught a silver shark, a species closely related to sharks millions of years ago. His luck continued with 2 successful catches, filling him but also deepening his sense of loneliness. Nicole, guarding a pot of fish stew and thinking of her late foster child, felt similarly. To combat the loneliness, Randy kept busy by reinforcing the shelter with additional support poles, improving his bed with fern leaves and a tarp, and finally, lying down in his sleeping bag, feeling extremely comfortable. By day 19 at 2:30 a.m., Justin discovered his shelter flooded, his sleeping bag soaked because he had set up in a swamp. The recent continuous rain had raised the groundwater level, turning his fire pit into a water pit, leaving him utterly distraught. He carried his sleeping bag to the kitchen at dawn, hoping to dry it with his body heat and the fire. Larry, having settled into his new home, was in high spirits surrounded by abundant chicken of the woods. However, he was uncertain about his net's catch. If he could catch some fish, the place would be perfect, but both his nets came up empty. Resigned, he cooked a meal with cap shells and mushrooms, managing a decent meal. The next morning, Larry was putting out a fire. He had made a fire under a large tree root, which had hollowed out the tree while he slept. Fortunately, the damp, rainy climate prevented a forest fire. Joseph's boat building progressed, with the gunnels and crossbeams in place. Next, he installed the ribs, choosing cedar wood, meticulously sanding it to the right dimensions. He sprinkled water on the areas needing bending and used the heat from a fire to bend them, installing over a dozen ribs in total. David had the worst luck of all. His gill net hadn't caught a single fish so far. Desperate with hunger, he relied solely on limpets for protein, though they contained very little meat. He had to eat a large quantity every day to satisfy his hunger. Eventually, David completed weaving his fishing net. To increase his chances of catching fish, he connected 2 nets together and hung lots of chunks of meat on them. He joked that if he still couldn't catch any fish, there must be something wrong with the feng shui at his home. Justin's net, initially a repurposed hammock, had also failed to catch any fish. He decided to revert it back to its original function, securing it with crossbeams and ropes at both ends. Despite the seaweed smell, sleeping on it was quite comfortable. Mike focused on his mental well-being. He crafted 2 dice from wood and used shells and stones as playing pieces, playing soccer games in his shelter and snacking on seaweed occasionally. Over the past few days, he made a bow and arrow, an alpaca trap, and used a found buoy as a bowling ball, entertaining himself on the beach. The days without worrying about food made him miss his wife at home even more, feeling that survival in the wild was just a repetition of the same tasks, which he found exceedingly dull. Consequently, Mike made a call to withdraw from the competition, proving that being lovesick is not conducive to making money. Randy, feeling a deep longing for his family, decided to build a sweat lodge to cleanse his mind and body. He arranged 8 saplings in a circle on the ground, tied the top branches together, covered it with a tarp, and placed hot stones inside. He poured water on the stones to create steam, followed by a dip in the sea after his sauna session. Eventually, he too made the call to withdraw from the competition, defeated by the loneliness. On the 22nd day of the competition, David's gill net still had caught nothing. Meanwhile, a huge spruce log washed up next to his net. Not wanting the log to damage the net, he used the tide to drag it ashore. When he returned, another log floated by, leaving him utterly speechless. Joseph's boat was almost complete, only needing its hull to be covered with a tarp. He had recently found a seal bone on the beach, which, after a long soak, became flexible enough to be fashioned into a needle, perfect for sewing the tarp onto the frame. He first broke off a piece of bone, then continuously sanded one end to make the eye of the needle, which was a quick task. Since the tarp was very thin and easily torn by rocks and barnacles, Joseph sewed several protective planks onto the bottom of the boat. Everything was ready for the trial run. On the 22nd day, to honor 22 veterans who had taken their own lives, Justin decided to climb the mountain behind his shelter. Despite several falls and knee pain, he wanted to convey a never-give-up attitude to his fellow soldiers. He braved the risks, navigated through dense, difficult bush, and conquered the steep slopes to reach the summit. After returning, feeling completely rejuvenated, he quickly dismantled his damp shelter, moved the timber to a new site, cleaned the area, set up a triangular sloped roof frame, and hung his hammock on the crossbeam, completing a deluxe watchman's hut. It was time for Nicole to check her gill net again. Undoubtedly, she caught a salmon weighing about 7 or 8 pounds. She used her hunting knife to chop off its head on the spot and cleaned the guts out. Back at camp, she cooked a full pot of it and delighted in the meal. Eating fish all day had made her a bit tired of it, so she planned to find some vegetables nearby to add vitamins to her diet. Unexpectedly, she saw a pile of freshly eaten salmon by black bears across the river. Judging by the still bright red gills, the fish was very fresh. Any other contestant would have taken it. But Nicole, seemingly unaware of how to store food, continued into the woods along the river usually occupied by those bears. She spotted several spawning fish in the river, enough to smoke and store for 10 days to half a month. However, she just looked and left, instead gathering herbs and plantain grass from the meadow to eat with her fish. Other contestants would have been envious of her resources. In stark contrast was David, whose gill net caught nothing and was tangled by the waves. Suppressing his frustration, it took him hours to untangle and restore the net. Compared to Nicole, who never worried about food, David was extremely unlucky. The next day, a yellow cedar log floated in and tore a big hole in his net. Nicole's luck continued to shine, as her gill net caught another fish, surprising everyone since she hadn't finished yesterday's fish. Confident in her net, she released the fish. On day 31, 5 contestants remained. Early in the morning, David saw a mink running past with an eel in its mouth. He tried to scare it into dropping the food, but the mink ignored him. Faced with no catch from his gill net, Larry moved into his new house a few days ago. Annoying rats began to appear nearby again. This time, he decided not to avoid them. Using conch meat as bait, he set a Paiute trap next to the camp. Killing even one rat would add some protein to his diet. Joseph spent over 10 days building a boat. Today, he finally launched his delicate lady. However, just a few meters out, the shaky boat nearly capsized. Realizing the danger, he turned back to shore. Planning to add an outrigger, he used a plastic bottle and a buoy he found earlier. Securing them to sticks, he fixed them at the stern as an outrigger. The boat was much more stable when launched again. Excited, Joseph headed toward the opposite valley, but before he could get far, the boat started leaking. Delicate Lady lived up to its name. He paddled back quickly, found a hole in the bottom, and faced the tough task of patching it up. His plan to catch migrating fish was delayed. The scene shifts to David. Waking up early, he saw a cedar log at the beach where his gill net usually was. With no fish caught in over 30 days, he had no hopes for the net. Now he planned to try using mussels as bait for crab fishing. Surprisingly, he caught one immediately. Several crabs were visible on the shallow reef. Sometimes, luck is unstoppable. One crab after another, David caught 6 within 20 minutes. He cleaned them on the spot and cooked a full pot back at camp. Finally, he enjoyed a proper feast of delicious, tender crab meat, with protein content many times that of beef. Justin, after repurposing his fishing net into a hammock, turned his attention to the conchies by the seaside. While big prey was scarce, these conchies were plentiful. In no time, he collected nearly half a basin full. Back at camp, he boiled them in water for 3 minutes. The conch meat was chewy and tasty. That evening, Larry also had a good catch. His gill net captured a half-pound rockfish. Passing by a kelp, he picked up a crab, enough to fill his stomach for the night. He was even more delighted when his Paiute trap was triggered for the first time. At that moment, his mood was incredibly joyful. Back to Justin, with plenty of conches, he was neither full nor starving. Doing the same tasks daily, he felt his wilderness survival had turned into a routine factory line. The adventure and novelty he sought were gone after surviving more than a month. Soon, the production crew's boat appeared. On day 35, Justin chose to withdraw. With his departure, only 4 contestants remained. After mastering fishing skills, David experienced a turnaround. Today, during low tide, he cast his line and caught a rockfish within 10 minutes, erasing any prior frustration. Now, full of confidence in his skills, David quickly hooked a second fish, larger than the first. He strung the fish on a rope and placed them on the rocks, planning to catch another for a hearty stew. However, when he turned to collect them, they were gone. Despite searching, there was no trace. Annoyed, David concluded a bald eagle must have stolen them. Nicole, the luckiest so far, didn't realize her misfortune was looming. A leopard seal lurked near her fishing net. When she checked the net hours later, she found only half a fish had left. She had seen a large mahi-mahi enter the net during high tide and expected a feast, only to find the seal had beaten her to it. The next day, David resumed fishing. As expected, he quickly caught 2 rockfish. Wanting to diversify his meals, he prepared 1 fish, leaving only the head and spine, planning to use it to catch crabs. However, he accidentally threw out his line coil. Attempting to retrieve it, David slipped into the cold water, soaking his lower body. At his age, he knew it wasn't worth risking hypothermia over a stable food supply. He hurried back, stripped off his pants, and warmed up in his sleeping bag. After 2 days of repairs, Joseph finally fixed the hole in his boat. On his 3rd outing with the delicate lady, he reached the opposite valley's riverside, seeing many seagulls and eagles, a good sign of fish presence. Walking upstream, he only found scattered salmon remains and no fish. Realizing he might have missed the salmon run, his mood plummeted. Larry, managing with just enough food and drink, considered how to pass the time. He picked a piece of wood and worked on it for 2.5 hours with his survival knife, crafting a decent wooden spoon. He tested it during dinner, stirring the pot of mussels and seaweed, and was pleased with the result. Since Nicole's encounter with the leopard seal, her quality of life has plummeted. Today, when checking her fishing net, she found not only that fish were stolen, but also a large hole in the net. Unsure what to do, she reluctantly moved the net upstream to avoid the seal. Although Joseph missed the salmon season, he could still go deep-sea fishing. Using methods he learned from the Inuit, he found a curved tree branch in the woods, brought it back, and worked on peeling, sanding, and polishing it. Later, he took the delicate lady out to deeper waters. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, he actually caught a large-headed fish. Despite its ugly appearance, it provided substantial energy. If fishing could always be this successful, then his efforts on the boat would not be in vain. Larry's situation now resembles Justin's before he withdrew from the competition. Every day, he does the same few things: chopping wood, starting a fire, boiling water, cooking, checking fishing nets and lines, handling the catch, drinking spruce tea at dusk while watching the sea, staring into the dark for 3 to 4 hours, and finally crawling into his sleeping bag to sleep. By the 50th day, Larry was nearly driven mad by the monotonous and isolated life. but he must continue to endure for the $500,000 prize. Nicole's luck has completely run out since the seal encounter, and her net has not caught any fish. Starving, she decides to venture into black bear territory to see if she can find any leftovers. The next day, the temperature drops suddenly, possibly indicating the approach of winter. Joseph makes a fishing reel. Once the line is set, one can just wait to collect the catch. As Joseph returns to the shore to set a second line, he spots a plastic bucket on the beach. That evening, he goes to move it to his shelter but turns it over and sees it covered in a large number of mussels. Although the crew warned that bivalves in this region might be infected due to red tide and are unsafe to eat, risking severe health issues, Joseph, driven by hunger, ignores the warnings. Today, with no catch on his lines, he gathers the mussels, cooks a full pot, and eats it all, enjoying the chewy, lip-smacking flavor, as delicious as any beef. Fortunately, the mussels were not infected, and after a night's sleep, he shows no adverse reactions. David, who suffered hunger for a month earlier, now finds a rock pool and uses his increasingly proficient fishing skills to effortlessly catch 4 crabs. He processes 2 on the spot, more than he can hold in his hands. Day 52 of the challenge. Today is Nicole's youngest son's birthday. For the first time in many years, she's missing her child's birthday. The survival days must go on. As expected, her fishing net caught nothing. Previously, she could find plantain and grass to eat nearby. Recently, due to the sudden drop in temperature, the plants have all frozen to death. She's reached the point where there is no grass to eat. Racking her brain, she thought of looking for mushrooms in the forest. Unfortunately, all she could find were either poisonous or inedible polypores. She found some horsetail, suitable only for cleaning teeth and scrubbing cookware. After searching the bushes for a long time, she found a single red berry. Without hesitation, she quickly picked and ate it. Generally, berries appear in clusters, so a single berry suggests that a black bear had been there. Nicole quickly returned to the shore and eventually resorted to cooking mussels. Boiling them in water, they could still be eaten a few times, though the energy they provided was pitifully little. At this stage of the challenge, the contestant's mental resilience is crucial. Whenever David has downtime, he misses his 3 children. To keep himself busy, he cuts some sap from a cedar tree and heats it in a shell until it melts. He then absorbs it into the soft tree bark fibers, creating a flammable tinder. This small amount is enough for David to use for half a month. Recently, Larry's condition has visibly deteriorated, not only due to the monotony and missing his family, but also due to the severe lack of food. After finally catching a rat in his trap, he says he will eat it as if licking an ice cream, due to concerns about potential parasites. Day 56 of the challenge. Even the usually stable Joseph felt sentimental. The champion of the first season, Alan, won on this day. But for Joseph, in his second season of isolation in the wilderness near the sheltered bay, he can sustain himself, but wonders how long he must endure before seeing his wife again. The next day at noon, the crew's speedboat appears again. Which contestant will withdraw this time? The camera focuses on Nicole. The reason is simple: food depletion and missing her family. She may not be an excellent survivalist, but she is certainly a kind woman. Day 57 of the challenge. 3 contestants remain. While beachcombing, David finds a nail, which he slightly modifies to create a weapon. Next time he sees a black bear, he won't have to flee in panic. Its main use is to pry mussels off rocks conveniently. Just aim at the edges and stab. With calm seas and good weather, David sits among the rocks and fishes. While he can't expect a catch within minutes, he never returns empty-handed when he casts his line. Today, he catches the largest rockfish since the challenge began. A real morale booster for him. After an unknown amount of time, another wild fish bites. It must be said that David has truly transformed. Previously starving, he used to eat kelp to stave off hunger, but now he manages to catch fish or crabs daily, stewing them in an iron pot by the fire. This method retains the nutrients in the fish far better than grilling. Larry, competing under the worst conditions, has set traps that haven't caught the 3 or 4 rats he hoped for in several days. Unbeknownst to him, rats avoid traps that smell of death from their own kind. His fishing net is even more disheartening, failing to catch fish and barely touching any seaweed. With winter approaching, the fish have moved to warmer, deeper waters, so his attempts at fishing day and night yield nothing. Disheartened, Larry decides to retrieve his fishing net, regretting not heeding his son's advice to exchange it for a compound bow, which could have made local seabirds and ducks a good food source. Now he must satisfy his hunger with just a few hatshell snails and periwinkles. Joseph, in better circumstances, occasionally watches the sea otters in the water to pass the time. Thanks to a pulley system he installed on his net, he can check his catch from the shore. This time, he has caught 2 Irish kings, which he cleans thoroughly and brings back to camp to stew with hatshells and seaweed, savoring every bit of the delicious meal, not wasting even the broth or bits. As a Spaniard currently unable to work in Canada, relying financially on his wife, he is eager to use the prize money to regain confidence and share his wife's burdens. Larry, from hunger, dreams of eating fried chicken even in his sleep. His mood suddenly becomes uncontrollable while chopping wood during the day. But just when you think he can't go on, he pulls himself together mentally. Despite cursing from start to finish, he refuses to quit. The scene returns to David, who, after a satisfying meal, dries his washed socks the next day, and then heads to the beach to fish. Undoubtedly, he catches another bass. He casts again, when suddenly the fish on the line escapes the hook. David dives to catch it, narrowly preventing its escape. However, whenever he has a moment to himself, he misses his children, a feeling no better than hunger. Since enjoying that pot of fish soup, Joseph's days have also become challenging. He planned to row to deeper waters to fish, but sudden strong winds and waves thwarted his plans. Forced to stay in his shelter, he eats the little remaining provisions. Once the storm passes, he plans to check his fishing net, but in his eagerness, he pulls out the stake that was anchoring the net. With the water levels high in recent days, it's impossible to go down and secure the stake again. After returning, Joseph wrapped a piece of plastic in a tarp to make a buoy. He tied the buoy and rocks to both sides of the fishing net so he could secure the net without entering the water. The next morning, aboard the Delicate, he decided to act immediately. As he narrated his determination to persevere for his wife while laying the net, the balance of the boat was disrupted by the weight of a rock and his shifting position, causing the Delicate to capsize and throw Joseph into the sea. Struggling to stand, his clothes were soaked by the icy water. To make matters worse, he wore all his warm clothes with no spare dry ones left, forcing him to press the withdrawal button. He was one of the most emotionally stable competitors, and could have rivaled the fishing expert David, if not for this mishap. Now, he exits the competition with regrets towards his wife. After suffering from hunger, Larry considered giving up, planning to burn all his firewood and eat the remaining hatshells and winkles before quitting. Perhaps a pot of stew restored some energy, reigniting his desire to win for himself and his family. He tied 4 fish hooks to his fishing line, connecting foam and rocks to both ends, and threw it into the sea to see the results. He also fixed a net on top of a rock pile, hanging some winkle meat on it to attract seabirds that might get tangled while eating. Larry felt that as long as he didn't contemplate the conditions for exit, he could last a few more weeks here. Meanwhile, David's mental defenses were weakening. The isolation was unbearable, and food was scarce. Any pause would lead to hunger. One evening, when a fish slipped off the hook, David tried to catch it but accidentally injured his knee. Such an injury might be minor for the young, but for a man over 50 and undernourished, it could lead to withdrawal. He had to rest again. Larry, having set traps in the sea, land, and air, just needed to wait at the camp for prey. Recalling his journey from initial excitement to overcoming environmental challenges and finally finding a perfect spot to survive, he was not ready to quit and waste all his efforts. On day 64, Larry was so hungry he felt nauseous. David, having stayed indoors for days, wasn't faring any better with unbearable pain in his shoulders and knees. Both clung to their last ounce of faith and reason, urging themselves to hold on a little longer. As the camera crew's speedboat entered the scene, it was clear someone had withdrawn from the competition. But who could it be? The camera shifted to Larry, who couldn't help but cry upon seeing other people again. He had exhausted his body's last reserves of energy and had no choice but to withdraw. Unaware of his victory, David continued to fish for food from the sea to feed his hungry stomach. The crew, pretending to conduct a routine medical check, questioned him. David expressed his determination to continue as long as he could rely on fish and crabs, and as long as his competitors stayed in the game. At that moment, David's daughter Erin was quietly brought in by the crew and approached him from behind. When he turned and saw her, tears immediately flowed. David's most memorable words were, "If I give up now on this chance to change my children's fate, I could never forgive myself. As long as I don't quit the competition, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." These few sentences encapsulated a father's profound love for his children. Let's congratulate David on becoming the champion of the competition. This issue will head to Patagonia, known as the end of the world. It is the most desolate area known to humanity and is located in South America. It is one of the least populated regions globally, with only 5 people per square kilometer. It is a land of pristine wilderness, home to numerous wild animals such as cougars and wild boars. On the first day, 10 contestants remain. As contestant number 1, Jim, makes his entrance, the show officially begins. Jim, 37, is lucky to find bamboo right after landing. Bamboo is excellent for building shelters and easy to use for starting fires. Jim is an outdoor survival instructor and has always dreamed of surviving in the wild. He plans to showcase all his skills here. After building a simple shelter, Jim starts a fire using fluffy bark scraped from dry tree bark. He successfully lights a fire, but after spending one night, the shelter seems inadequate. On the second day, he decides to build a Native American teepee to better prepare for the upcoming winter storms and ensure a comfortable stay outdoors. It's essential to have an elevated bed in the wild to retain body heat. On the third day, as it starts to rain, Jim, unable to work at the campsite, begins to think irrationally. Just 3 days in, he immensely misses his family, whether from hunger or a momentary lapse in judgment. Embarrassingly, he uses a satellite phone to quit the competition. Thousands covet this opportunity, but Jim withdraws just 3 days into the wilderness, wasting this rare chance. Contestant number 1, Jim, is eliminated. Contestant 2, Britt, 40, does not rush to build a shelter upon landing, but starts exploring the surrounding area to find the most suitable spot, which prevents the need to relocate later. Britt, an accountant, loves wilderness survival, a stark contrast to his profession. He is fully committed to this challenge, even though it's unrelated to his main job. While searching for a spot, Britt finds a cow skeleton, a testament to the cougar's ability to kill prey twice its size, including the largest local animals like moose and elk. Realizing the danger, Britt quickly moves away to avoid leaving his scent on this hunting path. He then finds fresh wild boar droppings. Adult wild boars in Patagonia can weigh up to 400 pounds, but they are not as dangerous as cougars. Britt set up traps near wild boar feces, hoping to catch one. If successful, he wouldn't have to worry about food for at least a month. As night fell, Britt heard noises that seemed to come from the direction of his traps. He decided to investigate, taking his machete with him. Knowing that not only he could hear the sounds, but possibly nearby pumas as well, he ensured to carry his weapon. However, his trap was not triggered, which alarmed him. It was risky to follow noises at night in the wilderness. Contestant 3, Kaioli, 27, a tough woman, started by stripping off her clothes for a swim, but the cold water quickly drove her ashore. She felt this helped her connect with the wilderness. She joined the competition with a clear aim to win the $500,000 prize to buy the house she lives in. Growing up in the countryside, Kaioli is skilled in crafts. After setting up a temporary shelter, she made a chair. She prefers to enjoy nature first before focusing on survival. Treating the competition like a leisurely trip might make her the champion. Even a simple chair feels different in the wilderness. Knowing she isn't a hunter and can't catch wild boar, she started fishing early. Despite using just one fishing line, she caught a rainbow trout by the second day. Not hungry yet, she decided to save the fish head and innards for future bait. While examining the innards, she found a complete snail, a beetle, and 2 twigs. She used the beetle as bait and returned to her hammock to think about how to cook the fish. But soon, her fishing line tugged again, a sign of another catch. Contestant 4, Fowler, 36, landed in a challenging terrain, mostly uphill. Rain would cause water to flow towards his camp, making it damp. He needed to find a better location to build his shelter. The area was steep, like climbing mid-mountain. Near the top, he discovered a hunting path and wild boar feces. Fowler's family practices frugality. They hand-pump their water and only use electricity at night. His wife encouraged him to persevere through hardships. Winning the competition could significantly improve his family's life. A large pile of bones was found at the top of the mountain, seemingly entering the territory of a mountain lion. As night fell, while setting up fishing lines, a mountain lion hunting nearby was spotted. Contestant 5, Dave, 49, started off by taking a swim. Swimming is his regular activity every Saturday, and he relishes the sensation of merging with nature in the water. Dave, with a strong desire for outdoor life, has survived in the wilderness for up to 44 days alone. He is an outdoor survival instructor with over 20 years of experience. In this competition, he aims to break his personal record of wilderness survival. In the morning, he brushed his teeth with charcoal, which has adsorption capabilities to remove some bacteria. Using a primitive lure he crafted, he caught a rainbow trout. Contestant 6, Zach, 22, known for his youthful energy and strong food cravings, constructed an M-shaped fishing trap. Once fish enter through the top V-shaped opening, it is difficult for them to escape. To prevent birds from stealing the fish, he covered the trap with branches. After setting the trap, Zach planned to explore around his shelter. Nearby, he found feces mixed with bones, likely from a mountain lion, which frightened him. He returned to his shelter to cut some bamboo to reinforce his makeshift shelter. While navigating the slippery, root-covered jungle floor, Zach fell, cutting his left hand with the axe he was holding. Despite his frustration and continuous bleeding, he reluctantly called for emergency help. The medical team informed him that the wound, worsened by embedded wood fragments, required surgery. Disappointed, Zach, hoping to make a mark at 22, had to withdraw from the competition. Contestant 2, Britt, had hastily built his shelter without considering rainy weather, which nearly collapsed under the weight of the accumulated rainwater. He realized the need for more practical experience, especially since he is an accountant by profession. Meanwhile, contestant 7, Megan, 41, recently got stuck in mud while exploring near a river. Megan is a biologist and also a forest ranger. His job has made him very independent. He has been working in forestry for nearly 20 years, in environments ranging from mountain peaks to swamps. His 2 decades of experience are the foundation of his confidence to compete in this contest. He possesses extensive knowledge of plants, knows which wild fruits are edible, and identifies toxic plants. Although in this season, his expertise allows him to easily gather wild fruits, protein is essential in the wild. Today, he plans to make a fishing trap. He will bend branches by the shore to create a trigger mechanism. Once a fish bites, the trap will be activated, and the springing branch will lift the fish out of the water. Contestant 8, Greg, 53, demonstrated a unique method of removing nose hair by inhaling sharply with a flame near his nostrils. Greg is a carpenter with 37 years of experience. Although 53 and divorced for 20 years, his daughter lives with him, contributing to their independence. Before he left, his daughter told him not to come back unless he wins, motivating him greatly to win the contest for unlimited financial security. While cooking his caught fish, noises near his shelter suggested a wild animal, likely attracted by the smell. However, for him, even a wild boar could be taken down with his bow and arrow. On day 9, 8 contestants remain. Contestant 3, Callie, starts her morning with fish soup. This lady, who made a strong impression by skinny dipping initially, plans to build a sturdy shelter today. In Patagonia, where fierce winds are common, a solid shelter is essential. She uses bamboo leaves and branches as the main materials for the 2 walls to effectively block the wind. While moving stones by the river, she notices snow accumulating on the mountain across, indicating the approach of winter. She needs to quickly build a fireplace in her shelter. Stones not only reflect, but also absorb and slowly release heat. In her hometown, wherever the fireplace is, that's where home is. After finishing her shelter, Callie enjoys her own dance performance, admiring the perfectly built fireplace, even making a clothes rack. Tonight, she will move into her new, warm little home. Contestant 2, Britt, caught a rainbow trout this morning. After processing the fish, its heart was still beating. He used the heart as bait, and the blood attracted more fish. He kept repeating the process, continuously catching fish, making him the envy of others. Indeed, the more remote the location, the richer the water resources. In less than half an hour, Britt caught 3 rainbow trout, and now needs to think of ways to preserve the food as meat spoils quickly in the wild. This puzzles me greatly. Why not dig a pit to channel water and keep the fish alive in it? Why must they be killed? If there's concern about birds eating the fish, covering it with branches would work. As night falls, the fish are frantically biting the hooks, non-stop. Britt still opts to process the fish and releases the processed fish back into the stream. I just don't understand why not keep them alive. Building a cage to trap the fish would preserve them longer. Contestant 7, Forest Ranger Megan, aged 41, found fresh wild boar feces 10 meters outside her shelter early in the morning. As a woman, she doesn't feel up to challenging a wild boar and decides to fortify her shelter for more reaction time. Contestant 9, Dan, 34, introduces himself as the laziest hunter, never moving unless necessary, always conserving his energy. His motto is to survive longer than anyone else, to the very end. As a professional hunter, he has more options for setting traps and gathering food. Today, he went to check his fishing line by the water, found a fish hooked but tangled with a stump underwater. To not waste hard-earned food, he decides to enter the water to retrieve the fish, quickly returning to shore to conserve heat, then cook and warm up back at his shelter. Content 4, Fowler, 36, lands in a steep and dangerous uphill terrain. Today, he plans to build a fence around his shelter to prevent slipping injuries, and also clears the ground leaves to reduce slipping during rain. To be wealthy, build roads first indeed proves wise. Contestant 10, Carleen, 28, has been building his shelter since landing. An architect by profession, he grew up fishing and learning survival skills. His shelter is filled with tree leaves and branches to prevent heat loss. However, the roof made of wet ground leaves, heavier than dry ones, fails and collapses. This represents Carleen's first mistake in the wilderness, requiring more physical effort to clear, adding to his challenge. On day 17, 8 contestants remain. Fowler, 36, brings a slingshot to the contest, hoping to catch small animals like birds and ducks, each providing about a pound of meat. Observing the water near his shelter, he notices many ducks, unreachable with a slingshot. He plans to build a duck trap today. Fowler is a shipbuilder skilled in handicrafts. He uses rubber bands for his launcher, builds a dock for his small boat, and pushes the trap into deep water. The boat's stern is rigged with fishing line for easy retrieval. On the boat, there are 2 stones tied with bait. Once a duck takes the bait, it drags the tied stones into the water, drowning the duck. Retrieving the fishing line then yields a wild drowned duck. That's the principle behind it, and Fowler hopes to demonstrate how effective this trap can be. However, in the afternoon, when he checks the shore, it's a rainbow trout, not a duck, triggered by the boat. This area's trout are desperately hungry. Trout head is also on his menu, so he sends the trap back into deep water. Contestant 5, Dave, 49, wakes up and eats his stored breakfast along with a fish. He spends the morning finishing the main gate of his perfect shelter, made of bamboo. Dave is very satisfied with his creation. Contestant 7, Megan, a 41-year-old biologist and forest ranger, shaves her legs today. It's worth mentioning that her expertise has kept her alive for 17 days. She won't give up and goes to check her fishing line. At the shore, the line tightens to her hook, indicating a fish bite. The line, however, is tangled around a stump underwater. Megan goes into the water to retrieve the hard-earned fish meat, but loses the fish due to inexperience and ends up completely wet. She spends the evening by the fire, struggling to warm up. As a female contestant, it feels particularly tough. After half a month without meat and the fish escaping while retrieving it underwater, it seems almost like fate when her trap catches a fresh fish the next day, which contains more protein than chicken. Megan finally enjoys her first meat meal in the competition. Contestant 8, Greg, 53, checks his wild boar trap today. The trap was triggered and the bait is gone, but no prey was captured. Reviewing the camera footage, he discovers a fox stole the bait at night, which infuriates him. He sets a new trap near the original, creating a path lined with branches leading to the bait placed at the end. Once an animal approaches to eat the bait, the thick stick set as a trap will fall. At night, the fox returns, but being extremely cautious, it steals the bait from the outside. Foxes are indeed clever. Contestant 2, Britt, aged 40, created a urinal inside his shelter to avoid going out at night. The biting cold during the seasons indeed makes one reluctant to venture outside. Possibly due to the recent drop in temperature, Britt hasn't caught any fish in a week. This morning, he will search the jungle for food and manages to find beefsteak mushrooms, his only decent food this week. By day 34, he still hasn't caught any fish, as if the previously abundant fish had vanished overnight. Today, he checks his traps laid along a rabbit path. To his surprise, the trap was triggered, but the rabbit had bitten through the fishing line and escaped. It seemed to mock him, suggesting all his efforts were in vain. Britt hadn't anticipated that rabbits could bite through the line, leaving him frustrated. Hungry and having wasted much energy on setting traps to no avail, he begins to question his suitability for the contest as an accountant. Hunger changes one's mindset, making one suspicious, irritable, and anxious. He misses home deeply and no longer wants to crawl into his dirty sleeping bag. He longs for home and a hearty dinner. Unable to endure the hunger, Britt decides to withdraw from the competition. Patagonia, for him, was a beautiful prison without a stable food supply. Contestant 2, the accountant Britt, is eliminated. In the wilderness, can you create your own paradise and face the challenges head-on? By day 35, only 7 contestants remain. Contestant 4, Fowler, enjoys the fish soup caught from his boat last night. He notices the snow slowly creeping down the opposite mountain and hurries to finish building his cabin to prepare for winter. His cabin, a week's masterpiece, is still half finished, with bamboo used on the exterior for better wind protection. While collecting bamboo, Fowler finds fresh wild boar tracks. He plans to set several traps, knowing that catching a wild boar would make his wilderness journey easier to win. The first trap, a primitive pitfall with spikes at the bottom filled with sharpened bamboo, is covered with branches and loose soil on top. He strategically places it on a path with a tricky visual layout, using sharpened bamboo sticks below and wrapped with rubber bands for a quick and forceful strike. Fish guts are placed underneath as bait. When the bait is pulled, the bamboo will spring up, aiming for the boar's head. The surrounding bamboo circle ensures the boar can only approach from one direction, increasing the trap's chance of success. After setting the trap, Fowler returns to building his cabin, exhausting most of his energy. Contestant 8, Greg, after a battle of wits with a fox on the mountain, came up short. He needed to find easier-to-obtain food. Greg set his sights on the river's mouth across the shore. He needed to build a boat to get there and try his luck at fishing. He found some wood on shore and constructed a simple raft. Although rudimentary, it successfully got him across. He began fishing and luckily caught a rainbow trout, justifying the energy spent on building the raft. Contestant 10, Carline, has completed her wooden cabin. Today, to prepare for the approaching winter, she began collecting dry wood. In the evening, near her shelter, either a mountain lion or a fox was closely watching her. Fortunately, it left after a short while. Contestant 5, Dave, woke up feeling depressed this morning. He was emaciated, having not caught any fish for a long time. As a 20-year outdoor instructor, he knew that the onset of ice meant fish would move to deeper waters, decreasing his chances of catching any. The hardest part was the lack of wildlife signs around his shelter, except for rats. In Patagonia, rats can carry the hantavirus, a respiratory disease with a 40% mortality rate. The production team had warned contestants not to eat rodents. This made gathering food even more challenging. Today, Dave decided to abandon his previous bait and made a fly fishing hook. After an afternoon of casting and retrieving, he finally caught a fish. He swallowed the roe directly, not wasting the hard-earned protein. Contestant 9, Dan, our dog brother Hunter, has been conserving energy lately by rarely leaving his shelter, doing nothing but fishing and sleeping. He believes he can last until the end. Contestant 3, Kaylee, planned to build a sweat lodge today. In his philosophy, it's crucial to do things that make one happy in the wilderness to avoid excessive emotional distress from missing family. He laid soft moss outside the sweat lodge. At night, he moved heated stones inside and began to enjoy the steaming. In the morning, refreshed, he jokingly made a satellite phone call, a tight moment for viewers, but clearly he was not easily defeated. Day 45.7 contestants remaining. Contestant 3, Kaylee, started the day by washing his socks and boiling them to disinfect after being bitten by a spider last night. Unsure if it was poisonous, he searched for herbs and found plantain and pine cones. He crushed these and applied the paste to the wound as an antibacterial salve to prevent further infection. In the wilderness, Callie relies on himself. The next day, his wound was still swollen, but he remained optimistic and didn't feel poisoned. Today, he decided to make a musical instrument, recalling Lucas from Season 1, who had crafted a small guitar but left the show shortly after completing it. By nightfall, Callie felt dizzy and nauseous as the spider's toxins seemed to spread. He chose to trust his body to fight it, staying awake all night, embracing nature, and hoping for recovery. Contestant 5, Dave, has been successful with the fly fishing hook he made and continues to catch rainbow trout, although unfortunately only male fish without roe. He doesn't waste the milt, known as shirako in Japan, a delicacy. With winter approaching and fish moving to deeper waters, he plans to build a fish drying rack and smoke the fish to prevent hunger in the coming months. Smoked fish can last up to 2 months. Contestant 8, Greg, spends a lot of energy collecting dry wood daily due to his shelter being near the water. He would have moved to a more wood-abundant area if not for the convenience of fishing. Today, while checking his net, he found a fish caught by its tail. Attempting to retrieve it, Greg slipped into the water, wetting his clothes. With winter approaching, he needs to warm up quickly and has decided to move to a better location for wood gathering. Realizing that fire is his salvation in the wilderness, he collects charcoal and moves to a new shelter where wood is plentiful. Contestant 9, Dan, calculates his calorie consumption daily, maintaining a routine of sleeping and fishing, which gives him too much idle time to miss his family. Without other plans, he struggles with the emotional conflict of activity versus energy conservation, finding it torturous as inactivity makes him homesick, but physical activity drains his strength. Finally, after several days, his rescue team arrived. With tears in his eyes, he could no longer contain his longing for his family. He was ready to leave this dreadful place and go home, as he felt unsatisfied in the wilderness. Contestant 9, Dan's journey has come to an end. Contestant 10, Carlene, tried fishing all day with a rod she made herself. She caught her first fish just as night was approaching, which brought her to tears. She wants to win the competition and be the first female winner on the show, aiming to be a role model for others. On day 51, Contestant 8, Greg, fell into the water the previous day. Even after moving to a new shelter with plenty of firewood, his body temperature did not recover, and he spent a sleepless night in wet clothes, experiencing nausea, dizziness, and even hallucinations. Greg developed hypothermia, and despite spending the entire night by the fire, his wet clothes did not dry. Afraid that removing his clothes would cause his body temperature to drop faster, he reluctantly called for rescue. Regretting not taking off his wet clothes earlier, he was disappointed in himself, but knew life was the most precious thing. Sadly, Greg withdrew from the competition. Now, there are 5 contestants left. Contestant 3, Kaylee, discovered a Chilean recluse spider near the camp, suspecting it was the source of his painful bite. This venomous spider not only leaves deep scars that are hard to heal, but Kaylee is dismayed as his physical condition gradually worsens, despite applying herbal remedies nightly. The infection persists. Contestant 4, Fowler, completed his shelter made primarily of bamboo, a material originally used in Chinese architecture. Today, he also constructed a bamboo bird trap in the shape of a pyramid, with bait tied at the top. Upon a bird touching the bait, the pyramid would collapse, trapping it. After returning to his shelter, Fowler made a 9-tooth rake to clear away dead leaves and prevent poisonous insects from reaching his bird trap. When he returned, the trap had been triggered, capturing a bird. After quickly killing the bird and plucking its feathers, Fowler prepared to make soup. Though the meat was scant, the broth was delicious and memorable. Contestant 7, Megan, 41, notices a fox wandering outside her shelter at night. As a forestry biologist, she is aware that food sources are dwindling due to the winter. Previously, she would never consider eating a carnivorous animal, but now, driven by hunger, she not only wants to eat the fox, but also skin it. Megan sets several traps, but the fox merely circles her shelter at night without approaching the traps. This worries Megan about potential bites, as foxes are common carriers of rabies, and those infected can be highly aggressive. On day 59, 5 contestants remain. Contestant 3, Callie, shows incredible resilience as her venomous spider bite from day 45 begins to heal after a fortnight of suffering. Despite the severe pain and the threat of 3 puncture wounds on her leg, she never considered quitting. Her improving condition further motivates her. Contestant 10, Carlene, spots a deer outside her shelter in the morning, but fails to seize the opportunity. The heavy snow raises questions of beauty versus desolation. By day 72, 5 contestants are still in the running. Contestant 4, Fowler, wakes to find snow outside his shelter and builds a snowman to mark the first snowfall. As the snow clears by afternoon, he prepares for winter by gathering more wood. Despite surviving over 2 months in the wild, he remains determined to win the prize money to improve his family's life. Contestant 5, Dave, also experiences the snow and shouts joyously, finding delight in the wintry scene. However, after 72 days, having lost 40 pounds, Dave craves fatty meats. His physical strength has waned to the point where he can no longer draw his traditional bow, which requires 60 pounds of force. Regretting not planning his diet better when he could still catch fish, Dave feels despondent. Unable to work and with winter making food scarce, his situation is dire. Contestant 7, Megan, finds fishing challenging due to the fish migrating to deeper waters with the onset of winter. Her fishing gear is less effective now. Since catching fish became difficult, she shifted her focus to catching birds. She crafted a bird trap using a small reed frame with berries as bait. As a biologist, her expertise is a significant advantage, proven by her consistent gathering of berries and wild vegetables since the start. Contestant 3, Kali, is overjoyed by today's heavy snow, feeling as if she's in a fairy tale and likening herself to a snow sprite. Known as the Lady of Luck, she is the only one who still catches fish by the shore in winter. At night, unable to contain her joy, Kaylee sings aloud. Each remaining contestant is striving for their dreams. After enduring an injury, Kaylee feels as if she has unblocked her energy channels. By morning, she announces her decision to withdraw from the competition. For Kaylee, this journey was initially about winning to buy land and build a house for herself. However, after recovering from her injury, she realized she was too focused on material goals, neglecting other aspects of life. She wants to break free from seeing herself merely as a money-making machine and live a life true to herself. This wilderness journey has been transformative, opening new doors for her future. On day 73, with Kaylee's exit, only 4 contestants remain. Contestant 4, Fowler, plans to go down to his former shelter by the foothill to fish before the water freezes, hoping to stock up on food. Today, Megan goes to the shore where her air trap, surprisingly, catches a fish. After handling a redfish, another fish bites almost immediately. It seems luck is on her side as she catches her 3rd fish of the day by the afternoon, marking a significant change since she hadn't caught any fish for a whole month. Today, the production crew will conduct a medical checkup. Megan, who has lost 20 pounds since arriving on the island, which is about 18 kilograms over 2.5 months, doesn't seem too troubled by it. As a biologist, she has had a steady supply of berries and wild vegetables. Despite her weight loss, Megan is happy and feels well enough to continue competing. To celebrate passing the medical checkup, she makes herself a hammock and enjoys gathering edible fungi and berries before sunset. Contestant 5, Dave, appears gaunt, with just skin and bones, and is in a low spirit. Weak and unable to engage in strenuous activity, he attempted fishing by the water today but had no luck due to the winter. After slipping and falling while preparing to return to his shelter, he realizes his physical condition is deteriorating. The smoked fish he had stored for emergencies now needs to be consumed more due to his condition. The afternoon's medical checkup alarmed the crew as Dave had lost 42 pounds, about 38 kilograms over the months, nearly 1/3 of his original weight. His blood pressure is below normal, and when informed that he needed to be evacuated for health reasons, Dave was devastated. Despite his careful planning and ample food supply, including 32 pieces of smoked fish, the crew explained that he was at risk of organ failure and could not be guaranteed safety if an incident occurred. His condition required more than just smoked fish, needing substantial carbohydrates and vitamins for recovery. Dave became the only contestant eliminated despite having plenty of food because he rationed too much, fearing difficulty in fishing during winter. Disheartened, he regretted hoarding food, unsure of how to explain to his family the reason behind his elimination. However, his determination and planning are commendable traits. Contestant number 10, Carlene, plans to make a wooden drum today. She found animal hide on the 2nd day of the competition, and with nothing else pressing today and to distract herself from missing her family, She finished constructing her first musical instrument in the wilderness by evening. Today marks day 76, with only 3 contestants remaining. Contestant number 4, Fowler, has not caught any fish in recent days as the water levels have risen since his last successful fishing. Hunger forces him to dig for roots near his shelter, a relentless challenge both mentally and physically. Despite the hardship, Fowler is determined to win the competition for his wife and children to improve their lives. By day 78, 3 contestants are left. The production crew's boat heads towards the Patagonian competition area, indicating another contestant has opted out. The camera shifts to contestant number 7, Megan, who feels she has pushed herself to her limits. Realizing she can no longer continue, she desires to return to her family. Although not winning the $500,000 prize, she believes her family will be proud of her efforts and is not disheartened by her decision to leave. Megan's journey ends on day 78. By day 86, only 2 remain. Fowler, nearly 3 months away from home, feels his body weakening daily. Despite setting fishing traps and using his boat, catching fish in the deep waters of winter relies purely on luck. As the competition nears its end, medical checks become more frequent. Fowler has lost 64 kilograms, but still weighs around 150 kilograms, showing the extreme preparations contestants make to endure the wilderness. Contestant number 10, Carlene, now as thin as lightning, fantasizes about high-fat foods every night, finding herself half-satiated just by swallowing her saliva. Today, the production team conducted a medical checkup focused primarily on vital organs to assess the contestants' health and determine if they can continue in the competition. Carlene now weighs 46 kilograms, having lost 20.5 kilograms since arriving in Patagonia. This weight loss has brought her to a critical point. As a woman, her baseline weight was already much lower than her male counterparts. After discussions, the team decided to remove Carlene from the competition as her body mass index, BMI, is now below average. Continuing could likely lead to permanent damage to her digestive and nervous systems. She is aware of her body's fragility, but this outcome is not what she desired. She has endured much for the chance to win the prize money to buy land for her family and secure a carefree future for her children. All these dreams are now gone. By day 87, only 1 contestant remains, contestant number 4, Fowler. His hardships are unknown to us, but losing 64 kilograms in 3 months is not something many can achieve. As the production team arrives again, Fowler begins to worry that his stats may be below average and that they might take him away. Now resembling a frail old man, he repeatedly insists that he can keep going and that he is physically fine. In a vulnerable moment, as the camera rolls, his wife appears behind him and informs Fowler that he has won. He is the last contestant standing. This episode brings us back to a familiar place, Vancouver Island, one of the densest black bear regions. Here, the humidity remains at 100% throughout the year. Now in pairs, participants face the wilderness challenge. On the first day, 7 teams are left. Dave, from the first team, has just landed and starts to find his way. His wife, Brooke, accompanies him. Their tasks are well defined. Brooke builds the shelter on site while Dave searches for resources. Contestants can only use compasses to determine direction. The American participants land about 16 kilometers apart. Dave and his wife, Brooke, married for 18 years with 2 children, believe they have a significant advantage in this competition. This stems from their 8 years of marital understanding and a life far from modern civilization. For them, competing with someone who holds different ideals would be an unbearable challenge. Only with the right partner can they cooperate closely and give their all. From Brooke's perspective, she landed on a wide coast, often abundant with resources. Not far from her landing spot, she discovered a stream with fresh water and some chanterelles nearby, securing food and water upon arrival. After collecting some pine branches for kindling in the woods, she decided to explore the coast for resources. However, upon reaching the coast, Brooke encountered a wolf. This pack animal was likely the scout of its group. Both were initially confused, but the wolf, accustomed to dominating Vancouver Island, was not particularly afraid of humans. It continued to approach Brooke until she made a noise, and it prudently backed away. On Vancouver Island's wilderness, the animals teach you that you are no longer at the top of the food chain. Here, not only wolves, but also about 7,000 black bears and nearly 1,000 cougars could threaten your life. As a female contestant, Brooke didn't dare to be too conspicuous while waiting for her husband. She returned to the woods to start building the shelter, knowing she was alone and couldn't rush the job. A secure campsite was her top priority. It must be said, Brooke's hands-on skills are impressive. By the afternoon, she had completed a sturdy shelter. Brad landed in a forest, a challenging location. The dense jungle would significantly slow him down, taking a lot of time to navigate and being home to many wild animals. Brad's brother joined him in the competition. They have an exceptional bond and often set up camps outdoors together, honing their skills. Brad, at 23, is in his prime, strong physically. If they can manage the psychological pressure, they could be strong contenders. His brother landed on a beach, confident in his ability to build a sturdy shelter and wait for Brad. However, after exploring for 3 hours, he couldn't find a suitable spot. The lack of flat ground in the primitive forest was frightening, and he got lost. In his panic, he fell and twisted his ankle between 2 tree roots. Desperate and disoriented, he eventually reached the beach and hastily called for help. Scared, he chose to quit the competition after just 3 hours. In this season's pairs format, one participant's withdrawal forces their partner to leave as well. Brad, who had just erected a temporary shelter due to rain, was startled by the sound of a helicopter. The production team found him using his satellite location. Learning of his brother's exit due to injury, he was silent at first, but relieved that it was not a more serious issue. The brothers were the youngest team and had to leave the competition early. The third team member, Alex, embarked on a long trek after landing to find his son. His landing spot was a swampy area, heavy with moisture and danger. He soon found fresh bear droppings, prompting him to leave the area quickly. Competing with his 19-year-old son, Alex believed his son's clear thinking was crucial for survival. As a retired veteran, Alex felt confident in taking care of their survival, while his son would contribute many useful ideas for living in the wild. The camera switches to his son, Logan, who is 19 years old. He landed in a dense jungle, struggling to build a shelter due to the steep slopes and unsuitable terrain. As it began to rain, he had no choice but to set up a tarp to protect his clothes and equipment. The fourth team member, Jesse, landed and discovered a large amount of turkey tail mushrooms, known for their medicinal properties that can boost immunity. Planning to collect them for brewing tea later, Jesse, who served 10 years in the military and has a strong sense of direction, took on the role of finding his partner, his brother. To reunite with his brother sooner, Jesse crossed through bushes to a path created by black bears, which made him nervous as black bears are more likely to attack when startled or feeling their territory is invaded. On the second day, 6 teams remained. Ted, from the 5th team, reached a beach at low tide on his second day and pried up a hat clam, a common type of shellfish found at low tide that provides some calories. His brother Jim was responsible for finding him. As the younger brother, Ted needed to build a sturdy shelter. Both brothers work at a map publishing company and are professional adventurers, often surveying uninhabited areas. This has honed their strong survival skills, resilience, and endurance. For them, this competition is more like a long business trip or an adventure game, showcasing their survival skills. Ted, who is 1.9 meters tall, requires more food than average, and his brother Jim, at 2 meters tall, needs even more. Both are robust and need a lot of food just to maintain bodily functions. Ted's first step is to find as much food as possible during this low tide and set up the fishing nets he brought. The camera then shifts to Jim, whose 2-meter stature makes navigating the jungle challenging. Just then, as the rain started, and Alex, a member of the 3rd team, had to stop due to the swampy landing area, he worried about his son Logan. He was just thinking of him when he heard a helicopter overhead. The show's crew informed him that there had been an incident with Logan and he needed to go to him. Alex hoped it wasn't a wild animal attack. Fortunately, upon landing, he saw Logan safe and sound, bringing a smile to Alex's face. Despite Logan explaining how he had to quit the competition, Alex seemed not to hear it. It was simply too much for Logan to handle the unknown fears of the wilderness. Alex kept his eyes on his son, relieved that he was unharmed. He reassured him that giving up didn't mean losing, especially before one's mind is fully mature. Even though their withdrawal forced Alex out of the race too, he was still proud of his son for having the courage to step into the competition. After all, at 19, Logan will grow into a strong man. Regrettably, the father-son duo had to leave the competition on the 3rd day, leaving 5 teams remaining. Brooke from the first team focused on keeping a fire going today. Given that it rains for over half the year on Vancouver Island, with constant humidity, fire is essential for survival, for cooking, drying clothes, and more. Brooke dug a pit at the campsite's opening, lined it with mud, sand, and stones, and surrounded it with sticks covered with branches to shield from rain. It's worth noting that the main entrance of the shelter is on the left, not at this opening. Returning to the shelter, it took less than 10 minutes for the fire to start, showing the benefits of dry kindling collected over the previous days. Buddy, from Team 6, navigated through dense bushes, stepping over wild grass and vines, where soil wasn't even visible. Growing up in the countryside with his brother, the two had plenty of outdoor experience, often taking their family camping and hunting. Buddy emerged from the bushes, frustrated to find his compass pointing towards a nearby mountain. Could his brother Chris still be on the other side? To reach him, Buddy would have to cross a dense mountain forest, a nearly lethal task. To help Buddy spot him, Chris had hung several torn plastic bottles on trees, hoping their bright colors would catch his brother's eye, unaware of the mountain between them. Team member Shannon from the 4th team chewed on seaweed for breakfast by the coast this morning. He was waiting for his brother Jesse to arrive. Both brothers have their own jobs. Shannon is a fisherman and hunter, while Jesse served in the military for 10 years. They are both adventurers. This morning, Shannon was on the beach looking for wood to build a shelter and found a leaky box. Meanwhile, Jesse had been following a black bear's hunting trail for the past few days and finally reached the coast today, where he could rest. Before resting, Jesse climbed to a high point and repeatedly shouted his brother's name. After getting no response, he gave up. But nearby, Shannon heard the distant shouts. Although unclear and indistinguishable whether it was a human voice, he responded, only to have his echo drowned out by the waves. Today, Shannon planned to turn the found wood into a crab trap, but walking back and forth on the slippery beach was risky. Shannon fell. Team 5 member Ted found no catch in his fishing net this morning. He decided to go fishing and waited for the second high tide, but caught nothing all afternoon. When the tide went out, he planned to return home, but was stunned to find his net full of fish. 5 fish, which greatly boosted his confidence. His brother Jim, however, was not as fortunate. In search of his brother following the compass direction, he had been crawling for 4 days and was very hungry. He resorted to eating banana slugs, the world's second-largest slug species, which he boiled at high temperatures. The taste was unpleasant. Jim described it as chewing actual mucus, just a hardened version. By the 5th day, 5 teams remained. Shannon from the 4th team fell on the coast. The wet shore was covered with dead wood and rocks, and he injured himself, feeling intense pain in his lower back and right leg, possibly indicating a compression fracture. Shannon tried to stand but lost feeling in his foot. He didn't want to give up, but his body trembled uncontrollably. A compression fracture occurs when force is applied downward suddenly, causing the bone to misalign before settling. Such injuries are typically caused by falls and can lead to spinal deformities if not treated promptly. After several attempts to move his foot failed, Shannon reluctantly called for help. The rescue team brought a stretcher and confirmed the need for immediate treatment for his spinal injury. Though reluctant, his injury meant Jesse would be forced to withdraw, which deeply saddened him. At that moment, he felt terrible. Over at Jesse's location on the beach, he was preparing to rest but could not start a fire due to the excessive moisture. In the blink of an eye, he spotted the helicopter. His first thought was hoping Shannon was safe. When the production team informed him that his brother had hurt his lower back and was sent to the hospital, he panicked. He didn't care about the competition. He just wanted his brother to be safe. The team also told him that they were only 800 meters apart. Unfortunately, one was injured. Jesse felt guilty, thinking if only he had moved faster these past few days, he might have reached his brother sooner and prevented the injury. The brothers from Team 4 ended their journey in disappointment on the 5th afternoon, leaving 4 teams remaining. Brooke from Team 1, now with a fire, planned to gather enough dry wood today. She had a sturdy shelter and a warm fire, only missing her husband Dave, to air out the sleeping bag and soak up some vitamin D from the sun. But shortly after lying down, Brooke spotted a wolf for the second time. She hurriedly dressed, realizing she had been too relaxed and hoping for Dave's early arrival. Meanwhile, Dave found an open area on his 5th day of searching for his wife. Just as he was settling down, the sound of a breaking branch startled him. Fortunately, It was a false alarm. Team 7's Peter finally made an appearance. 3 teams had been eliminated before his entry, showcasing the dangers of the wild. 2 teams were out due to injuries, and 1 because of the psychological impact on younger participants. But Peter, at 61, was still competing, showing his exceptional physical condition. He waited for his son, Sam, who was an expert in botany. As a seasoned fisherman, fishing was Peter's forte. By the water, he casually made a fishing rod, quickly catching a fish as if the water side was his dining table. Turning to his son, Sam, he confidently said his father was stronger than anyone and was surely comfortable now. All he needed was for his physically adept son to hurry to his side to start showcasing their skills together. However, as Sam traveled through the jungle, facing his first challenge, his compass pointed across a large lake that seemed shoreless. He didn't want to risk hypothermia by entering the water, potentially costing him his life. Ultimately, he chose to head upstream where the water normally narrows, unlike downstream where it widens. After eating grilled fish with his father, Peter, he wandered outside the shelter and discovered an area of grass flattened by a black bear and fresh bear feces. Every few steps, he found more droppings indicating frequent bear visits. Broody, from Team 6, recently spotted salmon swimming in shallow waters. He caught one, planning his first full meal in 5 days. However, survival on Vancouver Island proved tough. From evening to night, he couldn't start a fire as everything was soaked. Overwhelmed by hunger, Broody chose to eat the fish raw, although he usually dislikes sashimi. Eating raw posed risks of diarrhea, nausea, abdominal pain, and even parasites. Broody's brother Chris seemed to sense his needs, deciding today to make a drying rack for storing firewood, as if knowing his brother's desperate need for dry wood. During low tide, Broody crossed the water and finally climbed over the mountain. Believing he was close to his brother, he moved forward, shouting as he went. Soon, he heard a response, which thrilled him. After 5 tough days, eating raw meat was a highlight. Following each other's voices, the brothers eventually reunited on the beach, becoming the first team this season to meet up. This gave them an edge over solo players in the wilderness, reducing psychological stress and increasing their combined strength. On the 8th day, 4 teams remained. Brooke from Team 1 woke up at night to find a large spider in his sleeping bag, fortunately unharmed, unlike last season's Corey, who suffered for a week from a spider bite. After a session with a wooden stick massage, Brooke fell asleep again. In the morning, he decided to improve his shelter by building a raised bed on a slope to avoid most poisonous insects and damp ground. He inserted stakes at the bottom of the slope, used sticks for the middle partition, laid soft branches on top, and covered it with a waterproof cloth, creating a raised, flat bed. After 8 days of trekking, Dave finally reached the seaside directed by his compass, approximately 1 kilometer away from his wife's location. After completing a small bed, Brooke arrived at the coast and found plenty of lines, enough to weave a fishing net, which was a huge gain. While Brooke was gathering fishing lines on the grass, Dave's shouts could be heard from not far away. Excited, Brooke had endured a week and finally saw her husband on the 8th day. A brief hug calmed their uneasy feelings over the past few days, and they became the second team to meet up. Even though Dave knew his wife was amazing, he was still surprised by the perfect shelter she had built alone, and he couldn't help but praise her handy skills. Meanwhile, Jim of Team 5 was fantasizing about his brother catching a deer and waiting for his arrival to feast. While he was lost in his thoughts, he spotted a ptarmigan. Backed against a wall, Jim approached the corner where the bird was, took his shot, but missed slightly, and ended up breaking the production team's action camera, losing more than he gained. His brother Ted wasn't worried about any difficulties Jim might face. Instead, he was explaining what to use as toilet paper in the wild, recommending moss for its excellent texture, even preferring it over toilet paper. After Jim had previously caught 5 fish with a net, now the net was empty. Together, the 2 tall brothers, weighing a total of 451 pounds, needed to consume 5,200 calories daily to maintain their weight. But Jim was having a harder time with several days of fasting and strenuous daily treks. Today, he chose a shelter site casually, even next to cougar feces, recklessly picking the spot in cougar territory, until he realized at night. Upon spotting the cougar, Jim chased after it without hesitation, shouting for it not to run, as he was considering adding the cougar to his menu. true to his 2-meter height and 210-pound frame, desperately hungry and willing to try anything. Ted started building a small boat as the net had not yielded any fish recently, guessing the fish may have moved to deeper waters. This made one worry, as the two brothers, with no stable way to obtain food and fast consumption rates, might face hunger together when they meet. Team 7 member Sam was baffled when he suddenly realized his axe was missing. He had no idea when or where he lost it. In the wilderness, an axe is a vital tool for chopping wood, hunting, and defending against wild animals. Sam dreaded the thought of meeting his father and telling him about the lost axe. This led him to consider quitting, but he knew his father, a determined man participating in the competition at 61, would not take quitting lightly. Knowing he couldn't disappoint his father, Sam exited the jungle and approached the seaside. His compass pointed to this location near the sea where his father was close by. After calling out, they reunited. Peter hugged his son, proud that Sam, concerned about his father's stamina, managed to navigate the jungle for 8 days to find him. On day 10, with only 4 teams left, Brooke from Team 1 discovered a duck on the beach. She approached it and realized it had an injured wing after stepping on its head to examine it. Excited about the unexpected delicacy of duck in the wild, she waited for Dave to wake up, and the couple enjoyed charcoal-grilled sea duck for breakfast. After eating, they divided tasks. Dave made fishing gear and traps, while Brooke went fishing. Dave took on all the heavy work since meeting up with his wife, who organized their cozy shelter efficiently. Soon, Brooke caught a fish, prompting Dave to join her fishing. Working together, they weren't tired and returned to the shelter with 2 fish, preparing for dinner with ample firewood in each other's company, enjoying the happiness of being together. Breakfast was duck and dinner was grilled fish, a luxury unexpected in the wilderness. Jim from Team 5 and his brother are the only duo yet to reunite. The daily trekking exhausted Jim's physical strength, and by day 10, kudzu had become a staple in his diet. Meanwhile, Ted started building a shelter for 2, thinking it unnecessary to build one earlier since his brother was still on the move. By day 10, counting the days, Ted anticipated Jim's arrival nearby. However, navigating the jungle was exceptionally challenging for Jim, who is over 2 meters tall. Food is unstable. Nitrogen water is unstable. He consumes much more energy than ordinary people. Although the two are not far apart in location, the dense jungle still hinders the older brother's progress. In the afternoon, while making a small boat, Ted heard his brother's call. However, Ted was slightly worried because he knew his brother urgently needed food, and he had no food supplies. But the brothers' reunion would break this deadlock. They planned to work together to create their own paradise. Tonight, to secure more food sources, they would build their own crab trap. In the morning, they displayed the newly built trap, which has an entrance in the middle. Once a crab enters, it is difficult for it to escape through the protruding entrance. A rope on top is used for later retrieval, and an attractant bag is at the bottom of the trap. To approach the bait, crabs must enter the trap. The brothers found some shellfish on the beach to use as bait. They secured the trap before high tide and waited to collect it at low tide. Time quietly passed, and they found the trap empty, greatly demoralizing them. Team 7's Sam kindled a fire this morning. Upon entering the camp, he realized his father had found a good spot. Loving fishing and with his father being an old fisherman, their shelter was not far from the water. This morning, Sam was eager to set traps by the water. He tied a stone to the end of the fishing line to sink it, bound 2 hooks in the middle, and baited the hooks. All he needed to do was throw the stone into the water, hoping for a good catch. In the wilderness, whether there is a stable food source will determine if you stay or go home. Today, his father Peter started fishing and couldn't stop, catching 3 fish, which delighted Sam. If they could catch like this every day, the championship would surely be theirs. After lunch, the father and son decided to cover the back of the shelter with walls to shield against wind and rain. Working together indeed doubled their efficiency. In just an hour, a windbreak wall was completed, looking very refined. Team 6's Chris and Broody, having been the first to find each other, also became a stable food source today, creating more fishing tools. Today, they tried long pole fishing, but the fishing spot they chose was not ideal, and their hooks were snagging on rocks. Continuing this way, they would run out of hooks. Day 13. 4 teams remain. Team 7 Sam and his father Peter are facing a torrential downpour. Their shelter is very safe and does not leak, allowing them to go fishing today. The father and son have daily tasks, with collecting food being their top priority. Despite the storm, Peter catches fish again, maintaining his consistent success. After catching 2 fish, they return to their camp. Team 6. Chris and Broody, 2 brothers, are experiencing extreme storm conditions. Their shelter is leaking, and they must act quickly to prevent their sleeping bags from being ruined, which would render them unusable for a long time. They consider relocating their shelter to a drier area, as their current low-lying location is unsuitable for long-term use. As soon as the rain stops, the brothers eagerly search for a new shelter site. However, finding a dry spot after the storm proves nearly impossible. They could move deeper into the jungle or up the hills near large trees, but both options are far from the sea, complicating food acquisition. Back at camp, the brothers disagree. Chris, the older brother, suggests to Broody that they withdraw from the competition. Indeed, as the one who stayed behind, Chris is the first to propose leaving. Broody had made a considerable effort to find him, and now, after just one storm, Chris wants to quit. Since this season's competition is a team event, one member's withdrawal would force the other to leave as well. Broody does not want to give up halfway, but Chris insists on quitting, and Broody cannot force him to stay and suffer. Despite Broody's attempts to persuade him, Chris remains unmoved. Facing the show's producers, Chris appears righteous, as if giving up costs him nothing. Broody, typically very competitive and not one to flee from challenges, does not want their relationship to sour, even though he strongly wishes to continue. He hopes this competition will not affect their relationship in everyday life. The 6th team, the brothers, exit the competition with unresolved differences. Day 15, 3 teams remain. Team 5. Ted, he just vomited. Today, he has been vomiting and has diarrhea. This is due to eating large amounts of seaweed. Seaweed contains high levels of iodine, which can cause abdominal bloating, pain, and nausea. If they don't return to a normal diet soon, his body will struggle to continue in the competition. As the older brother, Jim wants to protect his younger brother. Even though it's raining, he goes to the water's edge to fish. There are no medicines in the wild. To heal Ted, meat is the best remedy. After changing fishing spots several times, he finally catches several fish near some rocks. It's as if heaven senses his urgent need for food. He catches a total of 11 fish. Today is truly a bountiful day. Back at camp, the 2 brothers discuss how many fish to cook today. As if the food wasn't enough, a duck walks straight towards the fire. With a swift pounce, Jim captures it. The brothers are thrilled with their luck. Today is truly a windfall. More than 10 fish and a duck that walked right up to them. Team 1. Brooke. After yesterday's storm, they plan to collect mussels at the beach for today's breakfast. Although the shelter built by Brooke's wife is great, they joined the competition to win and get the prize money. They need a better location to build a cabin. Winning with just a tent is impossible. A sturdy cabin would also protect against the winter's cold winds and rain. The couple divides the work. Dave digs for the cabin foundation, and Brooke collects wood. This project is physically demanding. They must be mindful of their energy. Team 7. Peter. Since it often rains on Vancouver Island, temperatures are very high. Today, they plan to collect pine branches to help with fire. They make cuts in pine trees, and soon a thick sap flows out. They collect it, return to camp, and burn it. Finally, they cover it with a layer of loosened pine. This setup allows them to live without stress, even on rainy days. Day 17. 3 teams remain. Team 5, Ted and Jim. Today, the brothers plan to build a boat and head to deeper waters. They believe their previous lack of success in crabbing was due to the shallow waters near the shore. However, the boat Ted built previously is too small. Maximizing space will be their main task today. The boat is still wrapped with a rainproof cloth. They name the boat Hope. Today, they try launching it. Will this small boat withstand 2 tall men? Fortunately, the boat performs well. They are thrilled. After testing, the boat is a bit cramped but otherwise perfect. Day 2. Jim heads out to fish in deeper waters while Ted searches for food along the coast. However, luck is not on their side today. After several hours of fishing in deep waters, Jim catches nothing. Together, they weigh 410 kilograms and need a substantial amount of food daily. Without stable food sources, they could be forced to quit due to hunger. In the afternoon, the brothers set up fishing traps near the rocks where they previously fished. They tie stones at the end of the line, hooks in the middle, and bait them. Each line holds 6 to 7 hooks. These traps only need to be checked the next day. Unfortunately, Ted throws a stone too slowly and a hook pierces his index finger. They hope it doesn't get infected, as that could end their competition. Team 1. Dave and Brooke. Due to his wife's fatigue over the past few days, Dave goes fishing alone today, while Brooke rests and starts building a cabin. Brooke is lucky and catches a big fish right away, securing dinner for tonight. After Dave finishes inserting the outer wall sticks, Brooke fills the gaps between the sticks with moss. This simple action is crucial for keeping out rain and wind, preserving indoor heat, and preventing rainwater from entering. The cabin's main door and stove are directly aligned, and only the roof remains to be completed. The couple has exhausted themselves building this cabin, but they hope to move in soon. Tonight, they will move into the new home, dismantle their old shelter, and reuse all materials, including the rainproof cloth for the roof. Inside, they build 2 small beds with storage underneath. It's hard to believe they are the first to build and move into a cabin in this competition, creating a safe and cozy space. Team 7. Peter and Sam. They start their day with the usual task of fishing, but their usual spot yields no fish all morning. Peter decides to find a new fishing spot, and they cross a stream to an unexplored island. They must keep an eye on the tide while fishing there. If the water rises, they need to return immediately or risk spending the night on the island. Fortunately, the island is rich in resources, and Peter catches a fish, causing some anxiety for Sam, who has yet to catch any fish since the competition started. As time passes, Peter continues to catch fish, but Sam catches none. They give up for the day as the tide begins to rise. Day 27. Only 3 teams left. Team 5. Jim and Ted today. Jim plans to place the crab traps in deeper waters, as they have had no catches in the past few days. They've modified the traps and are trying again. The buoy they're using is an old fire extinguisher found on the shore. So far, the traps haven't caught any crabs, but they hope this time will bring better luck. After a night, Jim returns to the coast, eager to retrieve the traps, needing food to boost their morale. Recently, they've been surviving on seaweed, but neither brother has mentioned quitting, reflecting their family's ethos of embracing challenges and not giving up. However, they overestimated the buoyancy of the old fire extinguisher, which filled with water overnight and sank with the rope. Disheartened, Jim becomes despondent as the trap cannot be recovered. Without food, the brothers grow irritable and prone to arguing. Ted has been particularly upset. As the older brother, Jim tries to control his mood and encourage Ted not to be disheartened. Normally, Jim handles the fishing, while Ted collects shellfish and crabs from the shore. Despite their efforts, Jim has not caught any fish, while Ted, moving rocks on the shore, expends a lot of energy daily. 10 days later, Jim still catches no fish, while Ted collects food from the coast. One evening, Ted finds a large patch of mussels and calls Jim to help, but Jim thinks it's a mistake to expend their energy collecting small shellfish. Upset by his brother's dismissive attitude, Ted confronts him about the effort he alone has put into gathering their food. An argument ensues. Team 1. Brooke and Dave. Having moved into their cabin half a month ago, the structure provides them with a sense of security. To pass the rainy days, they've made a chessboard. In the wilderness, keeping busy is crucial to avoid idle thoughts. They are determined to win this competition. Today, Dave goes fishing while Brooke sleeps at home. Suddenly, she hears the sound of collapsing wood and discovers that a stick over the fireplace has caught fire. Fortunately, she was not fishing with Dave. Otherwise, they might have returned to a burnt-down cabin. After extinguishing the fire, Brooke joins Dave in fishing. They are lucky to catch 3 fish quickly, but considering the caloric needs, each person requires 2 to 3 fish per day to maintain their physical functions. They still need more food. Team 7. Peter and his son Sam today, they plan to make a ladder for safer access to their freshwater collection point, which involves climbing over a large tree stump, a slip-prone and potentially injurious task. After a month, they've become relatively stable, but their biggest concern is getting injured and being forced to leave the competition. After completing the ladder, they head to the coast to fish. Sam, having never caught a fish during the competition, is determined to break this unlucky streak. However, as he fishes, he ends up catching a crab instead. No wonder he hasn't had any luck with fishing. But at least he has a crab today. The father and son return to their shelter for dinner, dreaming of buying a fishing boat if they win and going deep-sea fishing and crabbing every day. Dreaming is pleasant. Day 40 arrives. 3 teams remain. Ted from Team 5 is as usual on the beach, moving stones in search of food. Under the stones, he finds cap shells, and if lucky, small fish. Recently, the brothers often argue, harshly hoping their words motivate each other to find more food. Both are determined not to quit the competition. As the weather turns colder, they check their fishing nets and find a rotten fish. It seems the net hasn't been checked in a while. Having not eaten proper meat in half a month, Jim still decides to take the fish back to camp. At night, they repeatedly flip the fish over the fire, hoping to kill all bacteria. They must cherish their food for the sake of victory. Unfortunately, the next day, Ted starts having stomach pains. He has always had a weak stomach, and eating too much seaweed also makes him nauseous. Now, eating the rotten fish worsens his condition. All work falls to Jim as they hope Ted recovers soon. Days pass, but Ted's stomach pain does not improve, resembling a burst gallbladder or appendicitis. Yet, he remains strong, preferring to curl up in pain at the shelter rather than give up. He tries to help by chopping wood, even though he is weak and doesn't want to leave all the work to his brother. Brooke from Team 1, due to her very low initial body weight and unstable food sources in the wilderness, is now just skin and bones. If this continues, the program might force her out due to health reasons. Today, Dave decides to make a crab trap to increase their chances of getting food. The trap isn't very big, but is sturdy. They use 2 fish heads as bait and place it in their usual fishing spot. The next morning, they go to the coast to check the trap. Pulling up the rope feels heavy, but unfortunately there are no crabs, just lots of sea snails. They are not picky eaters. Anything edible will not be wasted. Back at camp, they roast a sea snail directly on the fire. However, sea snail meat is very limited. 70% of a large sea snail consists of inedible parts like internal organs, which cannot sustain their physical needs. In the afternoon, the couple decides to go fishing since, given their current physical condition, they can't do much else. Brooke's weight has now dropped by 35%, a terrifying fact. With her small initial weight and not enough fat to endure, she could face many health issues, and in severe cases, even permanent physical decline. For his wife's safety, Dave chooses to withdraw from the competition. Only those who have endured such hardships know how difficult it is to survive in the wilderness. While he might have a higher body weight to last longer, his wife faces life-threatening risks. The couple has continuously struggled with hunger, and though they ultimately failed, they did so with honor. Brooke, a woman with a small initial weight, persisted until day 49 before exiting the competition. Both she and her husband did well. The log cabin they built will leave a lasting impression on the show. They were the first couple to be eliminated as the 7th team. Sam and his father, Peter, feeling the change in weather and seeing snow on the mountaintops, needed to cut pine branches today to lay in their shelter and cover any gaps. Peter, always taking on all the work by himself, perhaps did not want his son to suffer. While Sam was touched by his father's efforts, he was also worried about his 61-year-old father's health, who no longer was in his prime. Under starvation, excessive work could require a long recovery time, or even cause fainting due to anemia, leading to their possible withdrawal from the competition. Due to the cold weather, their fishing efforts had been fruitless for some time. Today, despite spending the afternoon at the river mouth, they caught nothing. Hunger was gradually overtaking the father and son duo. By day 50, only 2 teams remained. Jim and Ted, 2 brothers, were the members of the 5th team. Ted, having recovered from a week of stomach pain, was ready to start searching for food again. He knew his brother had sacrificed a lot during his illness and was now eager to share the workload. Luckily, they found many small fish under a large rock. Peter and Sam, the 7th team, fell into a routine of chopping wood, boiling water, cooking, fishing, and sleeping, making time pass quickly. By day 65, they had already spent Halloween, Thanksgiving, and now Christmas in the wilderness. Sam imagined if they were at home, they'd be enjoying the company of relatives, drinking hot coffee and eating cookies and cheesecake. Meanwhile, Jim and Ted recorded a Christmas greeting for their family on camera. It's a day for family reunions, yet the brothers were still in the wilderness, striving for their dream. By day 70, 2 teams remained. Ted's weight had dropped by a quarter, now weighing only about 61 kilograms. Initially, the two tall brothers started the competition with a combined weight of about 183 kilograms, and now they weighed around 135 kilograms together. Collecting firewood now required both of their efforts. It was hard to imagine how weak they had become. Team 7's member, Peter, had bad news today. In the morning, Peter started feeling nauseous as stomach acid constantly irritated his throat. Sam immediately got up to gather fresh water, hoping to neutralize the acid in his father's esophagus and alleviate his discomfort. This condition was due to long-term lack of food, causing the stomach acid to reflux into the esophagus, which could lead to severe damage and even esophageal cancer. Peter was in great discomfort. He wanted his son to win and tried his best to help Sam win the prize money, but his body was nearly at its limit. Peter was concerned that continuing in the competition could result in permanent health damage, which was unacceptable. Yet, he also wondered if any other team could still be enduring to this extreme. At this moment, both teams wanted to win, and it became a test of endurance. Whoever could last would win the $500,000. On day 74, a speedboat appeared on the sea, signaling that one team had chosen to withdraw. The camera focused on Peter and his son, who had decided to exit the competition as they were on the verge of dehydration and needed to conclude their participation. Although conceding was regrettable, they had given their all. Sam was unwilling to let his father take further risks, fearing that he would never forgive himself if his father suffered any illness due to the contest. After all, his father was 61 years old, and having him join the competition was already a great honor for Sam. He had learned a lot from his father, who gracefully admitted defeat due to age, unable to keep up with his younger, stronger son. The father and son had tried their hardest, enduring for 74 days. Although they did not win, the time spent together was the greatest gift for Peter. On day 75, only one team remained, the fifth team, with member Jim still moving dry wood. Today, they were informed that the crew would come for a regular medical checkup, their only comfort being the warmth from the fire they could offer. Unaware that they were the last team standing, this kind of checkup had happened many times before. As they were being interviewed, their wives quietly approached them from behind. With a greeting, their victory was announced. They had succeeded. The hardships and disputes along the way had finally paid off, solidifying their brotherly bond. Of course, the substantial prize money would help pave a smoother path for their future lives. It was hard to believe that these two tall brothers had lasted until the end. Congratulations to the brothers on their victory. Alone. Season 5 shocks with its arrival, offering a new experience and a contest among returning experts. Who will seize this second chance and win the championship? The show begins on day 1 with Sam, the only contestant from Season 1. He survived 55 days previously, withdrawing due to missing his family. After that season, he quit his job to become an outdoor expert, learning more skills. With another chance at the $500,000 prize, Sam is determined to give his all. Like before, he responds to wolf howls with his own. Next, Nicole from Season 2, who survived 56 days before leaving due to hunger, lands on a barren mountain with no trees and mostly grassy ground. Her first task is to build a temporary shelter to survive the night. She is particularly wary of the Asian pit viper, a deadly snake more likely encountered here than the fierce beasts. The third contestant, Carlin, a tough survivor of 86 days in Patagonia, spent 2 weeks recovering in a hospital. Aware of the importance of food, she quickly catches 3 fish in the Mongolian rivers, a stark contrast to the 6 fish over her entire previous stay in Patagonia. Confident in her abilities, she enjoys a satisfying fish dinner. On the second day, Carlin continues to fish to gather food for the energy-consuming task of building a shelter later. Though successful, she faces a mishap when a fish escapes the hook and, while trying to catch it, the hook deeply embeds into her hand, scraping muscle and proving difficult to remove. Regretting her reflex, Carlin searches for herbs like yarrow to stop the bleeding and plantain for its antibacterial properties. Despite numerous attempts, she cannot remove the deeply embedded hook with barbs, a painful reminder of the challenges faced in the wilderness. Another day has passed, and the fish hook remains embedded in Carlin's hand for over 20 hours with no improvement. The wound has swollen, and now any movement of her right hand causes pain. Carlin feels helpless and deeply regrets her situation. Despite having ample food and not being in a state of hunger, she persisted in pursuing more food. Perhaps her previous forced withdrawal due to a medical checkup left her feeling insecure. Now, with an infected wound, she has no chance to compete for the championship. Carlin, the third contestant, is sadly eliminated. The fourth contestant, Jesse, known from Season 4, is familiar to fans who recently watched the season compilation. His previous challenge ended abruptly when his brother fell on the coast, and he survived only 5 days. Determined to redeem himself, Jesse aims to showcase his skills in this competition. He starts by building a permanent shelter while his energy levels are high, not wanting to work in 40 degrees Celsius weather. By finishing the cabin early, he hopes to start enjoying it sooner. By day 4, 9 contestants remain. Contestant number 5, Larry, catches a squirrel today. As the runner-up from Season 2, who previously survived 64 days on Vancouver Island and was eliminated due to hunger, Larry returns with a full beard and lessons learned. Missing out on the $500,000 prize, he aims to surpass his previous record and win this time. Today he sets numerous traps for a stable food supply, as Mongolia's rodent population is plentiful compared to Vancouver Island. Contestant number 6, Dave, is well known as a tough competitor from Season 3. No one should underestimate him. Always smiling, he is an experienced outdoor survival coach with over 20 years in the field. Although he only survived 3 days in Season 3 due to a mandatory medical disqualification, he had over 30 smoked fish left. His plan to use his supplies to get through the winter was thwarted by the medical disqualification. At his exit, he had lost 37% of his original body weight, a staggering amount. Remarkably, even in hunger, he wouldn't touch his stored food, controlling his desires and planning his food storage for the entire winter. Today, armed with his hunting bow, he sets out to find prey. Hunting is second nature to him, and with his skills, any game in sight is likely hit. Today, he bags a grouse, a rare treat to enjoy chicken soup in the wild. This season, he is determined to prioritize his physical health to avoid another forced withdrawal due to medical issues. 7th contestant, Brad. Brad, a young man, was a contestant in the 4th season, but survived only 1 day. His elimination was forced when his brother chose to withdraw from the contest. He believes that his true capabilities were not showcased in the previous contest. Today, his primary goal is to set traps. He understands the difference between Mongolia and Vancouver Island. On Vancouver Island, even without successful hunting, one can find mussels by the sea. However, in Mongolia, if you cannot hunt, you are likely to be eliminated by starvation. In the early days of this season, Brad set up 50 traps around his shelter. After checking them today, his spirits plummeted. None of the traps were triggered, and the fishing lines also yielded nothing. After 2 more days, Brad still had no catch. Today marks the 7th day of the contest, and he has not eaten anything except drinking water. Lacking hunting experience, he faced immediate difficulties and, unable to bear the hunger, chose to withdraw. Without food and lacking hunting skills, he had no choice but to leave the contest. Brad, the 7th contestant, was eliminated. 8th contestant, Britt. Britt, an African-American man, was a contestant in the 3rd season and survived 35 days in the wilderness. He withdrew due to food shortages as winter approached. Mongolia, compared to Patagonia, felt more like home to him. He deeply values this competition and set a personal goal not to withdraw unless forced. There are many grasshoppers here, and knowing from the eastern countries about roasted grasshopper as a delicacy, he did not pass up the chance to consume this quality protein. He would not even overlook cockroaches in this competition, not wanting to revert to eating grass. This afternoon he tried using grasshoppers for fishing and was surprised by the effectiveness. The local fish recipe includes shrimp, and he soon caught 3 fish. He ate one for dinner and decided to store the rest in a water pit by the shore. However, he took no protective measures for the small water pit, not even covering it with branches due to lack of time. By the next morning, as expected, the fish in the water pit were gone. Britt then realized that there are many carnivorous animals in the wild, and his unprotected water pit was like a buffet table, leading to the wasteful loss of 2 fish. The contest has reached its 7th day. 9th contestant, Brooke. Brooke, a female contestant, is well remembered by anyone who watched the 4th season. Her individual skills are very strong, surpassing many men in manual abilities. In the fourth season, she survived 49 days with her husband before being eliminated due to hunger. As a female contestant, having a sturdy shelter in the wilderness is crucial, and she will spend the early days building her shelter. Randy, the 10th and final contestant this season, finally appeared. His muscular build is a testament to his physical strength. In the second season, he was the only contestant who survived without relying on fire-making tools. He lasted 21 days before withdrawing due to missing his family. Despite his shorter survival time, one should not underestimate him. At the start of the second season, he lost his fire striker due to negligence and managed to survive over 20 days on Vancouver Island using friction fire, despite the 100% humidity. His skill is evident from the log cabin he built this season. Randy works as an outdoor survival instructor and has the best physical condition among the contestants. His current priority is to build a sturdy log cabin. Once it's completed, surviving in the wild will be like being in his own backyard. It's afternoon, and Randy is ready to go fishing. In Mongolia, with bears and wolves around, he needs to be extra cautious. Fortunately, the rivers here are rich in resources, and fishing in deep water areas almost guarantees a catch. He plans to start smoking fish once the cabin is complete. Nicole, contestant number 2, woke up today to expand her shelter. She discovered many wild onions near her camp. With careful observation, she found more edible wild plants, giving her an advantage in food sources. However, as the weather changed, Nicole, who suffers from multiple sclerosis, faced weakness and dizziness. She struggled back to camp, frightened by her vulnerability. Her condition requires long-term herbal treatment. Staying was unsafe. Even getting up to drink water was difficult for her. She tearfully chose to withdraw from the competition. The production team and rescue personnel quickly arrived, carried her on a stretcher to a vehicle, and rushed her to the nearest airport for medical treatment. It's hard to imagine the desperation of experiencing a sudden illness in the wilderness. Nicole, the second contestant, was eliminated. Contestant number 3, Jesse, celebrated today, marking 7 days of survival in the wilderness and setting a new personal record. Without his brother in this competition, he is determined to demonstrate his capabilities. However, remembering his brother's accidental fall last season, Jesse remained extra cautious while working. Today, while collecting garlic shoots outside his shelter, he spotted a snake directly in front of him. Fortunately, his cautiousness paid off as he was prepared while walking. Jesse swiftly used his bow and arrow from a close distance, killing the snake with one shot. He cut off the snake's head, and the rest of it became his lunch. Cleaning the snake was straightforward, simply gutting and skinning it. After a simple cooking process, Jesse marveled at the taste, noting it was almost like chicken, though the bones were plentiful and the meat sparse. Lucky Jesse struck again the next day, catching a grouse, which provided delicious, fatty chicken meat. While cleaning it, he couldn't help but marvel, planning not to waste even the organs. Contestant number 1, Sam, not being near the sea, opted not to choose fishing line and hooks. Instead, he fashioned a fish hook out of wire and used unraveled rope as fishing line. Despite his efforts with this makeshift fishing gear, it was difficult to catch any fish. Sam spent a morning by the river without success, returning to camp to rely on his proven method, setting mouse traps. During the first season, Sam caught many mice, providing substantial protein despite their small size. The next day, eager to check the traps, he found no mice but caught a small bird instead. Opting to stew the tiny bird, he found the soup more filling than roasting would have been. Even though the meat was hardly visible, the soup provided plenty of protein. By day 11, contestant number 9, Brooke, struggled with the cold weather. The smoke from the fireplace inside her shelter made it uncomfortable. Today, she planned to create a ventilation pipe using birch bark. After setting up the pipe, she added a support stand for the base. With the smoke vent and ground pipe in place, dark storm clouds approached, signaling an imminent storm. The contestants were understandably nervous as the storm brought lightning. None had completed building a cabin. They were still in makeshift shelters, raising concerns about their ability to withstand the rain. As the storm enveloped them, the fierce lightning and rain tested the quality of their shelters. On day 12, contestant number 6, Dave, after experiencing the extreme weather of the previous night, took measures to eliminate any trees that could threaten his camp. Strong winds might topple these trees at night, and if they fell on his camp, the consequences could be dire. Working as hard as him was a woodpecker nearby. Although Dave noticed the woodpecker, his target was not the bird, but a nearby tree. He drew his bow and arrow, successfully hitting a squirrel. In his view, squirrel meat was much more abundant than that of the woodpecker, and in the wild, he needed food with more fat. After processing the squirrel, he returned to camp to prepare a meal. He used the squirrel's organs to make soup and chose to roast its skeleton and meat. 1 ingredient, 2 dishes. Contestant number 10, Randy, had also experienced the power of a heavy rainstorm and decided to move into his wooden cabin today. This sturdy cabin would provide him with enough security. Although many steps remained unfinished, he no longer wanted to face another storm like last night. Today, he needed to arrange the tarpaulin properly and fill the gaps in the cabin with branches, as well as complete the most challenging task, building the cabin's fireplace. To perfect the stove, Randy collected a lot of clay from the river. This not only protected the cabin, but also strengthened the fireplace. He filled the spaces between the stones and on their surfaces with clay, completing an attractive fireplace. Contestant number 8, Britt, recently caught a toad by the river. He thought of eating it like a bullfrog, but when he held it, the toad secreted an orange liquid. To avoid food poisoning, he chose not to eat it. Today, Britt planned to hunt by the river. To avoid entering the water, he used a long rope tied to the end of his bow and arrow. If he hit a duck or similar prey, he could simply pull the rope to retrieve it. As he was crouching by the river, he suddenly saw a deer crossing the river. Unfortunately, he missed his prey, but today's experience made him regret not being fully prepared. He had never expected to encounter large prey. If he had caught the deer, he would not have to worry about food for at least a month. It seems his usual hunting methods needed some adjustments. As he was packing up his gear, he noticed a squirrel near his shelter. However, Britt's aim was still poor. He missed the target even at close range. This reflected the richness of his geographical location. Contestant number 5, Larry, unusually decided to try fishing today. Throughout this season, his food had mostly been small animals like mice and squirrels, but with no catches in recent days, he had to try fishing. Luckily for beginner Larry, he caught a fish as thick as his arm, which made him very happy. He should try fishing more often. Such a big fish could provide as much protein as several mice. On day 20, contestant number 8, Britt, caught a lot of grasshoppers. In the morning, he tried fishing, and it turned out that grasshoppers were very effective as bait in the wild. Britt used up all his grasshoppers in 2 hours, catching a total of 9 cold-water carnivorous fish. The irresistible lure of grasshoppers made this a bountiful catch, boosting his confidence in the competition. Contestant number 9, Brooke, tried fishing today using homemade lures and the lure fishing technique. However, the fish were not interested. It seems genuine bait works better than artificial ones. During this season in Mongolia, there are many grasshoppers, but Brooke did not consider using live bait. Contestant number 4, Jesse, hasn't eaten solid food in 5 days. He has been eating a novel food source, birch tree bark. By scraping off the outer aged layers and using the fresh inner bark, he fills his stomach, though it's not very nutritious. Since discovering this easy-to-obtain food, Jesse has rarely gone hunting. He even dries the bark to eat as a snack. Birch bark provides only carbohydrates and amino acids, not proteins or fats. Long-term consumption can lead to bloating and severe constipation because it contains cellulose, which humans cannot digest. Knowing all this, Jesse still continued with the bark. He picked up a pebble from the river, crushed the bark into powder, hoping it would aid digestion. However, his body reached a breaking point. Jesse began to experience excruciating abdominal pain, unable to defecate for 4 days, ultimately leading him to call for help. After 24 days in the wilderness, his inactivity led to his elimination. If he had continued to hunt or fish daily, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Jesse was regrettably eliminated. Contestant number 5, Larry, has recently mastered fishing, catching fish almost daily. To ensure a balanced diet, he gathers dandelions near his campsite to eat with the fish. Today he was lucky again and caught a salmon. However, while cooking, Larry suddenly felt very dizzy, as if hit by a wild beast, possibly due to dehydration. He had been eating dandelions with fish for several days, which aid metabolism and increase the frequency of his restroom visits, but he did not drink enough water. Contestant number 1, Sam, Notice today that the trees around his shelter are changing. The leaves and grass are turning yellow, signaling the end of summer and the arrival of autumn. This prompts Sam to hurry to his cabin as the weather is getting colder. In Mongolia's winter, temperatures can drop to -40 degrees Celsius, a harsh condition for anyone outdoors. Sam's cabin is made of resin and appears fragile at first glance. He needs to ensure the branches are firmly tied. Contestant number 6, Dave, woke up happy today because with the arrival of autumn, elks are more active in searching for food. Dave plans to hunt in the canyon, determined not to repeat his unsuccessful experience in Patagonia, where he only set traps. Today, he took a proactive approach and shot his first grouse with a bow and arrow. However, the grouse was not completely dead, which overwhelmed Dave with sympathy. Despite his hunger and need for food, the cries of the animals he hunted made him deeply uncomfortable. On day 24, contestant number 5, Larry, found a mouse in his shelter upon waking. He planned to empty the cabin to find the mouse nest, but realized halfway through that this would consume a lot of energy. Not worth the calories, even if he caught and ate the mouse. At night, the noise made by the mouse kept him awake. His frustration grew as he was unable to catch or drive away the mouse, leading him to light a fire outside the shelter. In the morning, he sprayed bear repellent inside the shelter, hoping the pungent smell would deter the mouse. Contestant number 8, Britt, had another successful fishing day. His fishing skills are now expert, with his record being 9 fish in 2 hours, and today he caught 5 in 1 hour. The only limit to his catch is the number of grasshoppers he has for bait. Britt plans to try making smoked fish today, a process that involves drying out the fish meat by hanging it above the tent and using the dense smoke from the fire to remove moisture. Eating fish long-term does not provide the energy he needs, as he needs more fat. Despite being full from fish, Britt feels his strength waning and sets traps by the river using leftover fish heads as bait, hoping to catch something other than fish. Contestant number 10, Randy, is also making smoked fish today. His method is simple. He has a fireplace and just needs to place the fish at the highest point and cover the chimney. This way, when he lights a fire, the smoke can only escape through the gaps where the fish is located, effectively making smoked fish automatically. He doesn't have to worry about the dense smoke causing trouble inside the house. Today, Randy wants to change his diet and has taken his hunting bow to look for grouse. As a survival instructor, he knows where grouse like to roam in the wild. By slowing down and using his bow and arrow, he can switch today's meal to succulent chicken. So far, Randy's days have been the most relaxed and comfortable with a solid shelter and plenty of food. It seems inevitable that he will be in the competition for the championship. Contestant number 9, Brooke, is complaining about the green rain tarp she brought this time. Last season, the rain tarp was white. Although the green one can calm the mind, it also brings feelings of sadness and coldness. Being in a green environment for a long time can affect mental health. Brooke plans to take a long trip. She wants to climb the nearby hill to appreciate the beauty of the place. If she can find some berries along the way, it would be perfect. However, as she was halfway up the hill, strong winds began to blow. She had to quicken her pace and eventually reach the summit where she overlooked her beautiful shelter. But just then, dark clouds arrived with a sudden downpour over her head. To avoid being trapped on the mountain, Brooke hurried down and returned to the sad green shelter. In this shelter, thoughts easily arise, and the inner self tries to convince her to leave this dreadful place, giving many reasons to leave. Contestant number 6, Dave, is sorting out his recent emotional fluctuations in his tent tonight. He knows he has a problem with his mindset. The constant killing has made him want to retire, but for the sake of the competition and food, he must continue to hunt. Just then, he saw a mouse. He loudly warned the mouse to go away, but it seemed unafraid and directly walked into Dave's trap. Overnight, one mouse after another stubbornly headed to his trap. In the morning, Dave was very happy. The mice came to him on their own. He didn't have to kill them and still got 3 mice for breakfast. On day 28, the production team's car entered the competition site, indicating that a contestant had chosen to quit. The last to be mentioned was contestant number 9, Brooke. She had grown tired of being alone. Coupled with that green shelter and rain tarp, she was constantly self-reflecting. She missed her family and wanted to give up everything here to return to her loved ones. This competition made it clear that in Season 4, she managed to last 49 days mostly due to her husband's company and care. If it were just her alone, she might have ended much earlier. Contestant number 9, Brooke, was eliminated. Day 29 arrives with only 5 contestants left. This morning, Dave caught his 7th grouse since the start of the competition. The land is abundant with diverse game, prompting him to craft a new weapon today, an atlatl. This throwing weapon features a handle with 2 finger holes for grip. It launches projectiles like arrows using branches at the tip, which can pierce prey with force. This afternoon, Dave will continue hunting. He discovered a path ideal for ambush, formed by elk and other wildlife. Dave plans to construct a hunting stand between 2 trees, a physically demanding and risky task. However, as an outdoor instructor, Dave can execute it flawlessly. Catching an elk here would make all his effort worthwhile. Contestant number 10, Randy, went to the river to restock today. His first batch of smoked fish is ready. To avoid hunger in the winter, he needs to prepare more food. Like all animals in this season, the river fish are plentiful, allowing Randy to catch one after another, totaling 11 fish today. Contestant number 1, Sam, started his day checking his fish traps, including a funnel-style fish trap. Upon inspection, he found it filled, but was disgusted to find his right ear covered in leeches, blood-sucking creatures. Reluctantly, Sam collected the leeches and took them back to his shelter. Desiring fish, he decided to make a fishing net, though he questioned its effectiveness at this late time before winter. After setting up his net, Sam returned to camp, took out the leeches, and decided to eat the slimy creatures. He regretted not bringing fishing line and hooks, having misunderstood Mongolia as just desert grasslands. Contestant number 5, Larry, started his day by checking his traps, catching a mouse. The mouse trap proves to be a stable food source at this stage of the competition. To reduce the chance of catching unwanted fish, Larry crafted a net, spending the morning on this meticulous task, which helped temper his temperamental nature. In the afternoon, he went fishing by the river, demonstrating the effectiveness of his homemade net. Crafting his own tools in the wild boosts his confidence immensely. Contestant number 8, Britt, had a frustrating day as his usual fishing spot yielded no fish at all. Previously, he could catch over 10 fish in 2 hours here. It seems the colder weather has driven the fish to deeper waters. Without enough food for winter, Britt faces difficulties. His shore traps are empty, and his hunting skills are weak, leaving him uncertain of his next steps, especially since 99% of his diet is fish. On day 32, with only 5 contestants remaining, Britt found a small rodent in his shelter at night. He quickly used a stick to kill it, securing his evening snack. Roasting the rodent thoroughly not only kills any viruses, but also allows him to crush the bones for more protein. Contestant number 1, Sam, our mouse trapping expert, caught a mouse with his trap tonight. As winter approaches, Sam adds a door to his shelter to prepare for the cold, right as the first snow falls, signaling the impending cold season. Contestant number 5, Larry, was especially happy today as his shelter was free from rodent noises last night. He first checked his traps around the shelter, catching a mouse in each of the first 2, providing enough calories for the day. Contestant number 10, Randy, spent his day making a chair in his shelter to pass the time and combat loneliness. Randy is skilled at hunting, building, and setting traps, but solitude is his biggest challenge. Hiking helps ease his mind, but the cold weather seems to have erased the fish, just like uncertainties in his life diminish his sense of security. Despite his strong survival skills, Randy's journey ends as loneliness overwhelms him again, leading to his withdrawal from the contest. Contestant number 6, Dave, set out on his hunting trip today. With the colder weather, fishing has become difficult, and the activity of rodents has decreased. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. Dave urgently needs to catch a large prey. Due to the distance between the hunting spot and the canyon and his shelter, he also needs to build a temporary shelter there today. Otherwise, the daily commute would drain his energy significantly. On day 35, with only 4 contestants left, contestant number 8, Britt, prepares for heavy snow by constructing a snowmobile. This slow-building transportation for snowy terrain will save a lot of energy later. The wood used must be debarked to make it smoother and reduce friction. Dave concluded today that the less body fat one has, the harder it is to fall asleep. As he loses weight, his sleep worsens. Even Dave, the hunter, has been struggling to find food recently. The cold weather causes many animals to hibernate, and river fish move to deeper waters. Finding food is becoming increasingly difficult. Today, Dave went to his hunting stand, hoping to encounter prey. However, Sitting in the cold winter breeze on the tree can easily demoralize someone. After spending the entire afternoon without seeing any animals, it felt like a cold splash on his fervent heart. Dave returned to camp, boiled a pot of warm water, and went to the riverbank, admiring the beauty of the Mongolian wilderness while worrying about his health. He remembers being medically evacuated in Season 3 due to his health. Now, with the desolate Mongolian winter and prey vanishing overnight, it's hard for him to win without food. To avoid repeating past mistakes and worsening his health, Dave chose to withdraw from the competition. He is satisfied with his performance but does not want to risk another medical elimination. As the first contestant ever medically evacuated from the show, the psychological impact was significant. This proactive withdrawal is clearly better. Since food is becoming harder to find, he chose to leave on his terms. Contestant number 5, Larry, due to a food shortage, will explore the mountain across today. Although it seems to consume a lot of energy, not taking action would eventually lead to starvation and quitting the competition. Instead of waiting, he takes the initiative. He discovered a lot of wolf feces, indicating a communal living area for these animals. Larry had to change his route. Soon after, the beautiful scenery deeply moved him, making him marvel at the charm of the Mongolian wilderness. Day 40 arrives with only 3 contestants left. Contestant number 8, Britt, was shocked to find that the hot water he boiled last night had frozen overnight. The biting cold is daunting and can shatter the contestant's morale. Approaching the river, Britt sees that the shore is also frozen, quashing any hopes of fishing. In such cold, fish that don't move to deeper waters would likely freeze to death. Contestant number 1, Sam, feels frightened by today's weather. The extreme cold means he must gather more firewood. It has been a week since Sam had any protein, and even pulling up a dead tree exhausts him. However, he needs to bring the firewood back to camp for warmth. Contestant number 5, Larry, made himself a pair of snow goggles today. Snow goggles, which date back 2,000 years to the Arctic Inuit, protect one's eyes in snowy environments, preventing snow blindness caused by excessive exposure to UV rays reflected off the snow. Feeling lonely, Larry has been crafting small items to distract himself. Whenever he pauses, he thinks of his family. Mongolia, unlike Vancouver Island, has no beaches lined with clams and seaweed. Without hunting, there is no food. Now his only food source is a few mousetraps. The longer he stays in the wilderness, the more he craves his family, not just for company, but for their salvation. Overwhelmed by longing, lacking the energy to keep busy, Larry has had enough. He decides to follow his heart and return to his family, choosing to withdraw from the competition. Though it's a sad ending, every stroke of his journey is his own making, and he will not regret his decision today. On day 41, only 2 contestants remain. Day 41, Britt wakes up to find the world blanketed in heavy snow. Amidst the cold, there's a slight joy in the beautiful snowy scenery. He won't forget the fun all contestants had playing in the snow. Returning to his shelter, maintaining a warm fire inside is essential to prevent the snow from crushing his shelter. As the rooftop snow begins to melt, he must go out to gather firewood. On his way, Britt is surprised to find animal tracks. The snow covering Mongolia's wilderness also reveals the trails of traveling animals. Following these tracks, Britt sets traps at strategic spots. On the same snowy day, contestant number 1, Sam, treats himself to an ice cream and doesn't believe the snow will defeat him. Today, he's setting traps based on animal tracks, deducing their habitual paths back and forth and placing traps in the middle of these routes, which increases the likelihood of capturing them as animals tend to stick to familiar paths back to their dens. Day 43 arrives. Contestant number 1, Sam, dreamt of his children last night. He is now a father to 2 and feels immense pressure. Time flies. He was just married when the first season aired. Now providing for his family is his top priority. The cold and hunger seem trivial compared to his family's needs. He eagerly awaits his family's arrival to pick him up. Like Sam, contestant number 8, Britt, is also driven by his family. Without his marriage and child, he might have left the competition earlier. Imagining a better life for his family with the prize money $500,000 or 3.6 million yuan, he recognizes this rare opportunity and refuses to give up easily. Both contestants are enduring through sheer willpower. However, in the wilderness, perseverance alone is not enough. They need food, fire, and to suppress the urge to go home. Although the show might seem fast-paced to viewers, only they know the slow, exhausting crawl of each day. They are struggling in the snow, barely surviving on meager food, truly a testament to their grit for their families. Day 56 arrives, and with it, the crew. This breaks the deadlock for the two remaining contestants. One of them decides to leave the competition. As the camera focuses on Britt, he is visibly disappointed with his decision. But physically and mentally, he has reached his limit. As an accountant who neither hunts nor builds cabins, his persistence has been fueled by sheer determination. If he stayed any longer, he might break down. He hopes his family will understand. As a husband, he has given his all to the wilderness. Despite his limited abilities and not winning, he is profoundly grateful to himself for enduring until now. Today, day 56, marks the end of his journey as an accountant in an unimaginable scenario. Contestant number 8, Britt, concludes his journey, finishing as the runner-up. Day 60 has arrived, and only one contestant remains. Contestant Sam is the last one standing and the soon-to-be champion. One might wonder why the crew took 4 days after Britt's departure on day 56 to reach the wilderness. The delay was due to the crew fetching Sam's family, complicated by heavy snow in Mongolia and the challenging terrain. Today, Sam is scheduled for a medical checkup, a routine procedure in the wilderness to assess contestants' health and determine if they can continue in the competition. Sam, however, is not worried. He had intentionally gained a significant amount of weight before the competition, preparing by eating excessively. During an interview, Sam couldn't hold back his tears. Although he always emphasized his determination to endure for his family, he is just a regular 26-year-old man who isn't as strong as he imagined. As the camera shifts to his wife, Sydney, standing behind him, Sam turns and sees her, realizing he has won. Overwhelmed with relief, he cries like a child and excitedly babbles about his plans. He has waited long for this day, to buy a car and a house, simple dreams that the prize money from the show will fulfill. Sam is grateful to himself for not giving up and persevering to victory. No scene could match his pride at this moment. As a victor, he tours his makeshift home with his wife, marking a turning point in his life. The $500,000 prize will transform his ordinary life. In the flashy world that often distracts young people from substantial thoughts, surviving in the raw conditions of nature has simplified his perspective. The world isn't as complicated as it seems. You are who you are, living authentically without concern for others' opinions. Congratulations to Sam for winning the championship. Here is the Arctic Circle. 10 contestants will embark on a survival challenge here. The last remaining contestant will win $500,000. Day 1 arrives. 10 contestants remain. The first contestant, Barry, 49, takes the stage. He surveys the surrounding area, noting many small groves. The helicopter's landing spot offers a clear view. He easily observes the terrain around him. Barry, a self-defense instructor, has undergone extensive formal training and wilderness survival skills. His physical condition is very strong. Traditionally, winners are often overweight, but Barry has not only ample fat, but also robust muscles. While observing the terrain, Barry needs to be careful of cliff crevices. Snow begins in the Arctic Circle as early as August, covering everything with a blanket of white. These cliffs mixed with trees can easily cause injuries. Reaching a flat area and starting a fire, Barry notices many squirrels in the surrounding trees. He decides to set up traps. Rope traps are the most common and easiest to arrange. When animals pass, they trigger the rope, which tightens when they move due to panic. After setting up, Barry spots a squirrel in a nearby treetop, an easy target for his bow and arrow. He shoots and secures his first protein source of the competition. The innards can also serve as bait for fishing, a great start. The focus shifts to contestant number 2, Nikki, 44. She is collecting berries. Her first challenge in the wilderness is handling the camera equipment, which weighs 65 pounds. She needs to carry it to a suitable location to build a shelter. Nikki, an outdoor guide and commercial fisherman, is well versed in primitive survival. She believes she doesn't need to define herself by her gender. Nikki and her friends have survived in the wild near Vancouver for a year and a half, legally hunting 2 black bears and a mountain lion using traps. Her ability to include such formidable animals in her hunting range is unquestionable. Encountering spicy strips near her home is just a routine for her. Now, surviving in the Arctic Circle, she considers the extreme weather to be the biggest challenge. Once it starts snowing, it will be hard to find food. She needs to collect as much food as possible early on. While gathering mushrooms, she hears a nearby rustle and comes face to face with a bobcat. She's thrilled, inadvertently licking her lips. Unfortunately, the Canadian bobcat is an endangered species. The good news is, the presence of bobcats indicates abundant food nearby. Contestant number 3, Nathan, 39 years old, attempted to shoot a squirrel in a tree with his bow and arrow. Not only did he miss the squirrel, but his arrow got stuck in a tree branch. To retrieve his equipment, he had to start chopping the tree, which quickly used up some of his energy. He decided not to build his shelter in this location. Nathan's job is a designer, but he also works as a farmer, biologist, and carpenter, making him a jack of all trades. He joined the competition, aiming for the prize money. He doesn't own a farm, he rents one, and he is determined to buy his own by giving his all in this competition. Contestants were allowed only 10 items, and Nathan did not bring a fire starter, confident in his fire-making skills. However, after hours, he failed to start a fire, which seemed overly confident and could potentially lead to his elimination. This is the Arctic Circle. Without fire, he had to build a temporary shelter. At night, a moose wandered past his shelter, caught on camera, making the next day tense for Nathan. He needed to get a fire going to keep wild animals away. Fortunately, he eventually succeeded in starting a fire, providing some comfort. Nathan also made a fishing net, anchored with sticks. When he checked it in the afternoon, he found a catch, a rainbow trout, which can grow up to 90 kilo and 1.2 meters long. Nathan was the first contestant to gather such an amount of food. Contestant number 4, Tim, 55 years old, gained a significant amount of weight for the competition, now weighing 204 pounds. He knew that all technical skilled contestants had previously lost, while those with more fat had won. Tim's profession is a hunting instructor, and hunting is his skill. He boldly built his shelter directly on an animal trail, ready to shoot any passing animal. After setting up, he explored the area hoping to find traces of prey. While walking near water, he slipped on moss and fell backward, dislocating his knee. The intense pain nearly made him faint. He urgently called the rescue team, who quickly arrived. Clearly, Tim lost his eligibility to continue in the competition. He had prepared extensively and even gained weight for the show, but now it was all in vain. His dislocated knee and fracture required immediate medical treatment. In the wilderness, it's not just hunger and loneliness that can eliminate you, but also such unforeseen accidents. Tim was thus eliminated from the competition. On day 6, 9 contestants remain. Contestant number 5, Downey, 38, has completed his shelter. Although simple, it provides protection from wind and rain. Today, he plans to use moss to fill the gaps in all the walls, which, despite being a large task, will greatly enhance insulation. Downey is a veteran and currently runs a wilderness survival school. He isn't short of money and has strong survival skills. His main reason for joining the show is that he was diagnosed with severe heart disease this year. Wanting to live without regrets, he ventured into the Arctic Circle to demonstrate his lifelong skills rather than waiting to die in a hospital. In the wilderness, food is both crucial and challenging to obtain. Today, Downey plans to make a throwing stick, a solid piece of wood strong enough to break a deer's leg. Later, with his hunting bow, he heads near the water, and by some bushes, he spots something unusual, a muskrat's den with the muskrat lingering at the entrance. He quickly shoots an arrow and successfully captures it. Muskrat meat is significantly more substantial than ordinary rats, and larger types can grow to the size of a bamboo rat. Tonight, he enjoys the roasted meat, which is rich in protein, and saves the organs as bait. However, the good times don't last. At night, he starts to suffer from stomach pain and fever, showing signs of food poisoning. Despite carefully inspecting the organs and thoroughly cooking the meat, he spends the night with severe symptoms. By the next morning, Downey is still nauseous, even with an empty stomach. Suffering from both fever and the effects of his heart condition, he feels close to giving up. The situation in the Arctic is unimaginable for an adult to endure such discomfort. On the second day with no improvement, he has no choice but to call for rescue and needs to go to the hospital for a stomach wash. Regrettably, despite his survival skills and determination to leave no regrets, Downey is eliminated due to food poisoning. Contestant number 6, Jordan, 35, is the leanest among all participants. Upon arriving, he immediately set up many traps, not wanting to be eliminated due to a lack of food or poor physical condition. Jordan grew up on a farm and lived with Siberian reindeer herders for 5 years. The terrain and weather there are very similar to the current competition setting, part of which is actually in the Arctic Circle. His background will aid him in this contest. However, his starting point is disadvantageous, with only a small patch of forest in sight, and the rest scarred by a large fire, likely causing fewer land animals in his area. Contestant number 2, Nikki, has a better start, able to pick many berries daily. To balance her diet, she plans to make a mousetrap today. While crafting a V-shaped stick, she accidentally cuts her hand with a dagger. Despite the continuous bleeding, she disinfects the wound using medical alcohol and does not consider quitting the competition. She now avoids delicate tasks to prevent infection, but remains active, chopping down trees with one hand and staying optimistic about her injury. Contestant number 7, Ray, 43, found a beach spot favored by seagulls today, indicating richer fish presence. Curious about nature since his teens and having started bow hunting at 14, Ray has a unique understanding of nature. Declaring his aim to win upon joining, his friends and family describe him as a natural-born wild man. At the seagull spot, he tries fishing and soon catches a small lake trout, which can grow up to 1.2 meters. He welcomes any catch, big or small. Contestant number 8, Michelle, 31, is one of the female participants. She lacks strong hunting skills and has not eaten decent food since the competition began. Michelle, from rural Canada, has enjoyed setting traps and fishing since childhood. Today, while exploring the beach, she found a valuable item, a complete oil drum. This could be used as a small boat or a fishing cage. In the wilderness, it could be of great help. Ultimately, she decided to use the barrel as a trap to avoid the risk of falling into the water in the Arctic. She added several balancing stakes to the barrel and tied hooks and bait to them. The barrel was then pushed into the sea and could be pulled back periodically with a rope to check the catch. By day 9 of the competition, 8 contestants remain. Contestant number 6, Jordan, 35, made a significant gain this morning as his traps have been particularly successful, catching 4 rabbits just this morning. However, like many foreigners, he does not use the hot water method for removing fur and simply skins the rabbits, leaving only the bare muscles, taking away the precious fat and fur, which he feels is a waste. Contestant number 9, Wania, 42, has spent the first week building a shelter and stuffing every gap with branches to make it airtight. A veteran, Wania is also knowledgeable about various plants. Contestant number 3, Nathan, returned to the beach today to check his fishing nets, enjoying another day of abundant catch. The big fish, especially the red-spotted silver carp, were noticeably large underwater. Fortunately, he caught a female fish, which also provided a lot of fish roe. This is considered a delicacy, and Nathan couldn't resist consuming 2 big spoonfuls. The fish roe will also serve as ready-made fishing bait, although it's uncertain if fish would eat roe from their species. However, his habit of eating raw foods ultimately caused him trouble. Just last season, a contestant was eliminated due to food poisoning. After consuming the fish roe, Nathan suffered severe stomach pain, as if he had acute gastroenteritis. Unable to even handle the fish, he thought to rest in hopes the roe would digest on its own. Sadly, he couldn't bear it and had to step outside his shelter, vomiting as if he had acute gastroenteritis. Regrettably, there is no cure for regret. If given the chance, he would not choose to swallow the roe raw again. He suspects that the salmon had been dead too long in the net, causing the roe to harbor bacteria. Contestant 1, Barry today. Barry planned to go hunting and had his equipment fully prepared. However, shortly after stepping outside, he found discarded cans on the ground. This discovery quickly changed his plan. After collecting 6 cans, he returned to his shelter to make traps, forgetting his original intention of hunting. Contestant 10, Brady. As the last contestant to appear this season, Brady has completed his shelter. Today, he plans to collect berries on the top of the hill. Brady is a survival expert and a former Air Force veteran. His skills are comprehensive. A devoted husband, Brady's wife was diagnosed with severe rheumatoid arthritis right after they got married, spending most of her time in a wheelchair for the past 8 years. Brady joined the show clearly for the prize money to provide better medical care for his wife and ensure that their children do not worry about money in the future. While exploring the hills, Brady found a large pile of musk ox bones with some flesh still attached to the vertebrae. He decided not to waste this meat. Instead of eating it himself, he collected it to use as fishing bait. Deeper inside, he found the skull of the musk ox, a natural decorative item. Bringing it back to his shelter would certainly add a touch of class. Upon returning, the first thing he did was to try fishing with the collected meat. The stronger the smell of the rotten meat, the more the fish liked it. He successfully caught a large red-spotted silver carp, fortunately a male, otherwise he might have considered trying some fresh fish roe. Contestant 7. Ray today. Ray was wandering near his shelter and found pine trees but had no bow and arrow. He returned to his shelter to make a trap, which is especially suited for capturing small rodents. He only needed to set it up under a tree and add bait. If prey touched the bait, it would immediately tighten. In the afternoon, Ray went out with his hunting bow to check the traps. Before he reached them, he spotted a squirrel, drew his bow, and successfully hunted it. After bringing the squirrel home, he ate it, hoping that no other squirrels had been caught in his traps, otherwise he might have a difficult night. Contestant 8. Michelle. Today, Michelle went to the coast to retrieve the oil drum traps she had set up. It was a tough task to pull them in, and unfortunately, they were empty. However, Michelle did not feel discouraged. Having grown up in the countryside, she has always enjoyed setting traps. Back at her shelter, her lasso trap did not disappoint her. It caught a ptarmigan. The amount of protein in such a large ptarmigan was immense, making it hard to imagine how one could finish it alone. On the 14th day of the competition, with 8 contestants remaining, Michelle decided to rebuild her fireplace for safety after a night of thinking. Her new fireplace was 3 times larger, which significantly reduced the risk of fire reaching the wooden stakes. Contestant 6. Jordan. This morning, Jordan found many moose tracks near his shelter. He is wary of such large animals. A moose can cause serious injuries if it attacks at night. To educate you on the size of a moose, Jordan planned to make an alarm system next to his shelter, using a string tied to discarded cans. If a moose approached his shelter at night again, the cans would make noise and alert him. It's important to emphasize that Jordan's reluctance to hunt moose at night stemmed from safety concerns, not a lack of desire. In the afternoon, he heard his alarm system and followed the sound, only to find the moose had already crossed the river. With only a bow and arrow, he did not dare to chase. Returning to camp, he planned to block the paths the moose often used, forcing it to approach near his position, thus increasing his hunting opportunities. While he was setting up, the same moose reappeared in the distance, a frustratingly elusive prey. Contestant 2, Nikki today. Nikki made some mouse traps, hoping to catch squirrels as well. In the afternoon, she went to check her traps and found a mouse, which had turned into little more than a morsel. There were many mice near her shelter, but they were all very small and hardly filling. She needed to hunt larger game. During her hunt today, she spotted a squirrel. Her first arrow missed, but the squirrel climbed a nearby tree, giving her a better shot. She drew her bow and the squirrel fell dead. While she was happily carrying the squirrel home, an accident occurred. The arrowhead was facing downward and it stabbed into her leg as she was returning to her shelter, causing a deep wound. Despite her strong will and never considering quitting the competition, from today, she would have to walk with a limp. Contestant 7. Ray. This morning, a squirrel appeared outside Ray's shelter, but he mishandled his pillow and let it escape, missing out on an easy catch. With snow starting to fall occasionally, the Arctic Circle is bracing for the cold challenges of winter. Today, Ray plans to insulate his shelter by covering it entirely with moss to block the cold winds seeping through the gaps in the branches. Arctic winter temperatures can drop to 60 degrees Celsius, with the coldest area in Siberia, Verkhoyansk, recording a chilling 70 degrees. It's hard to imagine the harsh cold weather contestants will face. To survive the winter, a warm shelter alone is not enough. Ray has not eaten for several days. As the temperatures drop, fish migrate to deeper waters. By day 19, 5 more days without food, he had no choice but to quit the competition. Ray's only envisioned methods of obtaining food were fishing and hunting, but with no food supply, his weakened body could barely walk without gasping for breath, leaving him no strength to hunt. To avoid dying of starvation in the wilderness, he reluctantly gave up, despite feeling ashamed. At the beginning of the contest, Ray was overly confident, not taking other contestants seriously, believing he was destined to win. However, his abilities did not match his bravado, leading to his elimination due to hunger. Contestant 9, Wanya. Today, while hunting, Wanya found many wild berries and collected some. Nearby, she also found naturally shed moose antlers, indicating that the area was rich in game. Sure enough, she spotted prey in a nearby tree, shot an arrow, and found only blood and feathers on the arrow when retrieving it, indicating the arrow had pierced through the animal. She could only search the vicinity, knowing the severely wounded animal couldn't have gone far. About 10 minutes later, Wanya found her prey, a ptarmigan. She was particularly satisfied with today's catch. Back at her shelter, she plucked the fat, rich ptarmigan, a much better meal compared to the usual mice and squirrels. The ptarmigan's skin contained important fats, crucial for survival in the wild, and its bones were few, with meat making up 70% of its body. Day 20 of the competition. 7 contestants remain. Contestant 6, Jordan. Today, Jordan shot an arrow at a moose that appeared and successfully hit it. He followed the blood trail left by the moose. Here's a fact. If the blood from a wounded animal has bubbles, it likely indicates a lung injury. After tracking for about 10 minutes, Jordan found the moose again, now too weak to continue moving. However, he cautiously waited instead of approaching immediately, as the dying thrash of a wild animal can be dangerous. Jordan waited for 3 hours without making any move as the moose lay bleeding, leading to it becoming unconscious. Suddenly, the moose noticed him, tried to get up to flee but collapsed again due to the severity of its injuries. The arrow had pierced its lung. Jordan secured the first large game of the season, becoming the first contestant to successfully hunt in this wilderness survival documentary series. The moose weighed between 850 to 900 kilograms, a size difficult to imagine being taken down with just one arrow. Now, Jordan faced a bigger challenge: how to quickly butcher the large animal. If processed too slowly, the meat could become infected with bacteria or even rot. Additionally, the scent could attract predators like mountain lions, wolves, and black bears, all of which have a keen sense of smell. After an all-night effort, Jordan managed to transport all the meat by early morning. Since his shelter was full, he had to hang the remaining meat in nearby trees and even built a platform to use as a storage area. In the wild, no meat-eating animal can resist the allure of moose meat. Even in the cold Arctic Circle, if not preserved, the meat would start to rot by the 6th day. Jordan now needs to process the meat further while guarding it against wild animals that might try to steal it. Contestant 10, Brady. His campsite is now covered in heavy snow. He has no stored food. The moose antlers hanging above the shelter were merely an old skeleton he found in the wilderness. Winter is rapidly approaching. He needs to try fishing more before the snow seals off the coastline. Luckily, today, fortune smiled on him. Shortly after dropping the bait, he caught a fish, a red-spotted frogfish weighing about 7.5 kilo. This fish is highly valued in the wild for its substantial fat content, crucial for wilderness survival. This single fish can satisfy Brady's dietary needs for a week. Contestant 3, Nikki, tough as nails, has almost fully recovered from a leg wound. She finds it humorous now. Coming to the wilderness, she accidentally stabbed her leg with a knife and then with an arrow. Today, while checking traps near her shelter, Nikki, still cautious because of her recent leg injury, set up several snares. Her resilience and methodical approach paid off when she successfully caught a rabbit. The successful trap made her feel her efforts were worthwhile and gave her a great sense of achievement. Contestant 8. A thin layer of snow outside her shelter made the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. Following rabbit tracks, she discovered one caught in her trap, which thrilled her immensely. Waking up to find a rabbit was a joyous moment. Michelle, who had previously raised rabbits, knows their habits well. After processing the rabbit, she crafted its fur into a long rope, which she plans to use as a scarf once it dries, a beautiful and luxurious accessory. Contestant 6, Jordan. It's been 3 days since Jordan bagged a moose. Every breakfast now starts with succulent venison skewers. Even without seasoning, they look incredibly appetizing. It's hard to imagine that the competition is only 23 days in. If the other contestants knew about Jordan's relatively comfortable life, it's uncertain how they would react. Jordan has smoked most of the meat, confident that as long as no predators such as black bears or mountain lions intervene, he can win this wilderness survival challenge. Day 27 of the competition, 7 contestants remain. Nikki, ever cheerful, maintains her signature smile despite half her shelter burning down. She remains optimistic, a trait that endears her to many. Even with such setbacks, Nikki doesn't plan to quit. She spent the day chopping wood and rebuilding her shelter, an effort that drained much of her energy and resilience. With all these adversities, she truly deserves to be ranked first, a stark contrast to previous contestants who might have quit under similar circumstances. Player 1, Barry, recently checked the traps near the shelter and found a wild rabbit. This rabbit will provide him with energy for 3 to 4 days, allowing him to do more without hunger. The rabbit's kidneys are rich in precious fats, crucial in the wild. At night, an uninvited guest, sounding like a black bear, visited his camp. Despite his hunger, Barry was not afraid and set traps the next morning to lure the bear back. He plans to shoot the bear directly. For Barry, after a month in the wild, any edible animal is fair game. Player 6, Jordan, has had the most stable food supply. He set up fishing nets at the start, and they never disappoint, bringing in large fish every few days. Today, he caught a white salmon weighing about 16 pounds and smoked the meat to preserve it, a vital technique without modern preservation methods. With plenty of food, Jordan feels confident of winning. Player 10, Brady, found an abandoned frying pan on the beach this morning, a prized item for cooking in the wild. However, on day 31, he realized he had missed his daughter's birthday. He knew he was in a competition, but forgetting his daughter's birthday made him feel terrible. Even though he has some stored food, time has become his enemy as loneliness and disorientation grow stronger, unresolved by mere sustenance. In the wild, with no smartphones or TV, the loneliness intensifies. Unable to fill his time, Brady struggles with his thoughts. One day passes, and Brady, feeling confused and disoriented, decides he needs to return to his family. Fearing a breakdown or depression, and having lost his initial motivation, Brady is eliminated on day 36, leaving 6 contestants. Player 6, Jordan, has been struggling with daily deer meat skewers, causing a toothache. He even made a tooth-grinding stick, noting that too much meat can cause problems. Today, Jordan also encountered some trouble. Wolf tracks appeared near his shelter, a sign of the cunning animal attracted by his moose meat. At night, the wolf returned, and Jordan heard it, confirming his suspicions. He went outside, making noise, but chose not to use his bow and arrow, fearing the wolf might retaliate if provoked. Wolves are strong, with 10 centimeters long claws, and confronting one at night is unwise. In the morning, Jordan checked the platform where he stored his moose meat and, as expected, found some stolen, including the fatty kidneys. This theft angered Jordan, as those were his last fat reserves. Though he wouldn't have reacted strongly if only some meat were taken, since 900 pounds of moose meat is too much to consume alone. The wolf had now made it onto his elimination list. Jordan set up many warning devices, similar to how he canned the moose. If the wolf comes near again and triggers the ropes, the cans will make noise. Tonight, Jordan planned to deal with the troublesome wolf. Not sleeping, he waited for his prey. Soon, the sound of cans alerted him, and he took up his bow and arrow to confront the enemy. After a successful arrow shot, Jordan quickly grabbed his axe for close combat. The intense fight sounds indicated that the wolf, already hit by the arrow, was no match for Jordan. The camera zoomed in on the scene, showing the aftermath, which was too graphic to display. By morning, Jordan had dealt with the wolf, separating its skin and preparing another meat storage platform to avoid future thefts. This new platform was built very high, with a ladder for easy access and peeled tree stumps as support pillars to reduce friction and deter climbing animals. Player 8, Michelle, had bad luck. With winter approaching and many animals desperate for food, she aimed to eat more before sleeping. Today, she found fox tracks when checking her traps. Both rabbits were gone, and one was eaten right at the trap, staining the ground with blood. Michelle's anger surged, and if she catches the fox, she is determined to skin it alive. Day 40. This morning, I began with a couple sips of ice-cold water. The surface had frozen over. Today, Barry plans to fish using the lure he made from an old can. The fishing method is straightforward. using a spinner, and surprisingly effective here in the wilderness. On his first cast, he already had a bite, but the fish was too big and escaped, which frustrated him. He hurried back to the shelter to make a net so he could gather more food while the fish were biting. Back at the fishing spot with his new net, it was hard for the fish to escape. He caught a red-spotted salmon weighing about 7 kilograms, enough for 3 to 4 days of energy. Player 2, Nikki, ate rabbit meat caught earlier and extracted marrow from the bones, a rich and fatty food. Outside the shelter today, Nikki spotted a squirrel. After it jumped from a tree, he caught it barehanded and stabbed it with an arrow. However, his careless handling led to the squirrel biting his index finger, causing profuse bleeding. This injury scared him more than previous self-inflicted ones, as he feared the squirrel might be rabid. Day 43. 6 contestants remain. Player 1, Barry, received a notice about a full medical checkup scheduled for the next day from the show organizers. This led him to wonder if he had already won, as past seasons announced the winner during such checkups, with family members present. Thinking about potentially seeing his wife, Barry lost his focus and missed 2 shots at a squirrel, mumbling about returning home tomorrow. Despite not catching any game, he remained hopeful. The night passed quickly, and the show crew arrived on time in the morning to check Barry's health indices and then left, deeply disappointing him. He fantasized about seeing his wife, but no one appeared, shattering his hopeful nature and causing his mental state to deteriorate. Despite performing well, he did not achieve the outcome he desired, having been alone in the wilderness for 44 days, a loneliness hard to describe with words. Player 2, Nikki, remained emotionally stable. She planned to sharpen her dagger today, but her saliva froze on it quickly. Concerned about the medical checkup potentially leading to her elimination due to health issues, she made sure to check her traps. Since her last squirrel bite incident, her luck has been good, with the traps yielding a rabbit every other day. Today, she caught another rabbit. Player 6, Jordan, has the most food among all contestants this season, but still struggles with weight loss. To date, he has lost 30 kilograms. Despite having plenty of lean moose and wolf meat, only fat can maintain weight in the wilderness. Unfortunately, the fat from the moose was consumed by wolves and wolverines. This proves that eating lean meat can indeed lead to weight loss. Jordan decided to take proactive steps because continuing to eat lean meat would lead to further weight loss. He targeted lake trout, a fish rich in fat, found in the Arctic with up to 34% fat content and can grow up to 1.2 meters. Even normal fish typically have a lot of fatty tissue in the belly. Jordan crafted a lure rod with impressive skill. The fish hook was a homemade iron piece, and his reeling technique simulated the movement of live prey. The fish bit the professionally made gear, but unfortunately, it escaped at the last moment. It was a big fish, and Jordan was very frustrated. He never thought having moose meat would still require him to worry about losing weight. He has been diligently eating moose meat 3 times a day, but his body continues to lose weight. He does not want to be disqualified for health reasons after investing so much effort, especially since he does not have a high baseline weight and cannot endure like other contestants. Jordan now desperately needs fat and fatty meat. On day 46, player 3, Nathan, styled his hair today, and it looked good. However, Nathan's luck has been very bad recently. His fishing net has not caught any fish for a week. Today's check at the seaside yielded nothing, suggesting the fish have moved to deeper waters due to colder weather. His stored food is almost gone, and without a catch, he might have to consider leaving the competition. Player 9, Vonya, decided to make an unprecedented rabbit fur scarf in the competition. To date, the rabbit fur she has collected is about the size of a basketball. The exact number of rabbits she has caught is unknown, but the fur feels luxurious. The scarf she made is both beautiful and practical, a remarkable feat of crafting a warm item in the wilderness. Player 8, Michelle, has not seen any rabbits or even squirrels near her shelter for over a week since her trap attracted a fox. The fox's visit has depleted her area of food. Today, while searching for food outside, Michelle was so weak that she fell and almost fell into the nearby seawater. She hurried back to her shelter. This week, she has had nothing substantial to eat besides water. The recent hardships have reminded her of her unhappy childhood. Her mother passed away from cancer when she was 7, and she never had a proper childhood, enduring bullying and ridicule. However, compared to these, going hungry now doesn't seem too bad. A more serious problem is that Michelle has not had a bowel movement for 14 days. She is aware that waste is accumulating in her colon because whenever she lies down, it presses against the last ligament in her buttocks. Michelle was injured as a child, and only this last ligament remains in her buttocks. She wants to hold on, but if she can't bear it, she might have to quit the competition. If this last ligament is severed by her feces, she will lose her ability to conceive for life. Michelle can no longer have children herself. It's fair to say she has pushed herself to the limit. Her determination is recognized by everyone, but 2 more days have passed, reaching day 48, and she still cannot have a bowel movement. Her stomach is increasingly bloated and painful. For her own health and future fertility, Michelle had to choose to leave the competition. Making this decision was very painful for her. Her initial purpose for coming here has not changed, but her body has reached its limit. Being unable to have a bowel movement for 16 consecutive days is a terrifying thing, unimaginable just hearing about it. She has given her all for the championship. Player 8, Michelle, is regretfully eliminated on day 48, leaving 5 contestants. Player 6, Jordan, made a special appearance today. He crafted all the rabbit fur he had collected into a coat, which is quite distinctive. Jordan's current challenge is to gather enough fat. Today, he also prepared to split the moose head he had previously collected and stew all the fatty parts. Although Jordan has a lot of meat, it's not about being stingy. His baseline weight is too low. Even eating meat at every meal, his weight continues to drop by 1 pound daily. To stabilize his weight, he must pursue fat. If he is eliminated due to health reasons after hunting moose and wolves, he will never forgive himself. As long as he maintains his weight, he can compete to the end. On the second day, Jordan returned to the meat storage platform. He was surprised to find teeth marks there. It was the work of wolves again. Wolves have curved claws that help them climb tree stumps without bark. Jordan, once more irritated by the wolves, had previously eaten a wolverine that had annoyed him. First, he scraped off all the bark and set up snare traps on every stump. He also wrapped ropes around the 4 load-bearing pillars twice. If a wolf touches it again, the cans tied up will make noise, alerting Jordan, who will then come to hunt down the thief. Player 2, Nikki, is collecting dry grass today due to the increasingly cold weather. It will be used for insulation in her shoes and as bedding. However, Nikki's ultimate goal is not just insulation. She has collected a lot of dry grass to make a doll using the fur of a rabbit she had eaten, which is well preserved. To have someone to talk to, this straw-filled rabbit will become her pet. Player 9, Vanya, dismantled her ground bedding this morning to make a standard bed. The cold weather made sleeping on the ground too chilly. When she went out to check her traps today, a white rabbit passed by her, even pausing nearby without much fear. However, due to Vanya's poor archery skills, she couldn't hit the target despite the close distance and had to rely on her traps. Fortunately, there are many rabbits in her area, and she managed to trap a snow hare. The rabbits here are all snow hares, which naturally turn white in winter to camouflage against predators. As Vanya continued after retrieving 1 rabbit, she also caught another snow hare with another lasso trap. She was lucky today, catching 2 rabbits. If her archery had been better, she could have had 3. On day 51, player 1, Barry, collected a lot of caribou moss today. He will boil the moss 4 times and then eat it. It's hard to imagine that he used to wipe his bottom with it when he first arrived on the island, and now he has resorted to eating it. Caribou moss is rich in 94% carbohydrates, something city dwellers might enjoy since they often seek out carbohydrates. This is the most natural form, but the only regret is that it is tasteless. Today, the production team went to each contestant for a medical checkup. The first to be checked was Nikki. Nikki's weight has decreased by 25% since the competition started. The team informed her that her baseline weight was already low, and she no longer has extra fat to burn in the wild. Due to health reasons, the team needed Nikki to exit the competition, which caused her great dissatisfaction. She felt that the only difference was her reduced weight, but the doctor informed her that continuing in the wild with nutritional deficits could lead to permanent organ damage. Her body has no energy reserves left. Each additional day causes permanent harm. The production team can forcibly eliminate contestants with blood pressure, heart rate, or BMI below average. Nikki had no choice. She felt helpless and resigned, failing to win the championship as expected due to medical elimination. Despite lasting 52 days, she knew she could do more. but the production team's decision was final, leaving her with regret. It's sad to see Nikki's struggles. She endured much, including cuts, arrow injuries, a shelter fire, and squirrel bites. Despite her efforts, she didn't achieve a good result. Player 6, Jordan, thought he had faced harsh weather, but underestimated the Arctic. The competition site and fishing spots have frozen solid, requiring greater risk for fishing. Player 9, Vanya, finds her usual freshwater source frozen, demanding significant effort to break the ice daily. Her strategy to face the cold is setting more traps to increase her chances of catching game, despite knowing that extreme weather limits animal movement. Recently, due to scarce game, she has started consuming rabbit intestines, originally intended as fishing bait. Player 3, Nathan, has retrieved his fishing nets as the sea has completely frozen, eliminating any potential catch. Having relied on net fishing, the loss of this food source frightens him, as hunger will soon affect his body. Player 1, Barry, finds even his shelter icing up despite recent fires, with temperatures around -20 degrees Celsius. This extreme climate poses a great challenge. Jordan's beard has frozen, and needing fat, he risks fishing by letting nets drift under the ice, hoping to catch fish. He chose parachute cord to make fishing nets. To set the nets on the ice, Jordan made a pair of skis. With all gear ready, only the final practice remained. He deliberately tied the skis with ropes to increase the contact area, reducing the risk of breaking the ice. Arriving at a deep water spot, Jordan broke a large hole with an axe. After checking the length of the net, he broke another hole ahead, allowing him to lay the net with a stick so it could unfold underwater. To prevent the holes from refreezing, Jordan collected a lot of snow. The snow, being cold but airy, greatly reduced heat transfer, effectively insulating the ice holes from refreezing. After several days of effort, Jordan hoped for good luck and a sense of achievement if he caught something. 2 days later, Jordan returned to the sea to check his nets and was fortunate to find a lake trout. By day 69, Nia's trap started to work, catching a squirrel, and she found another nearby. The widespread trap setup proved effective. While checking her traps, she found a third squirrel, delighting her. She wondered if it was divine intervention since she had been eating intestines. Today's catch meant she could survive longer. Today marks the 4th comprehensive medical examination of the season. Due to the frozen lake, the production team could only arrive by helicopter. Barry was to be examined first. Shockingly, Barry had lost 80 pounds so far, startling the staff. It seemed he had little food intake since the sea froze, leading the production team to inform Barry that he must leave the competition due to health reasons. Barry has lost his mind. His mental state is breaking down. After enduring for 2.5 months, he is being eliminated due to his weight loss. He feels that all his efforts were not worth it, and that this is unfair. He wants to continue competing, but the production team clearly explained that once the body stops burning fat, it starts consuming muscle, heart, and kidneys. Damage to these organs can be permanent and often isn't detected until it's too late. On day 70, Barry was sadly eliminated, leaving 3 competitors. Contestant number 6, Jordan, had a small visitor at his shelter, a weasel. He had seen it many times, often taking away leftover bones and moose meat. Today, he found his meat storage platform in disarray. He forgot to remove the ladder, giving wolves an opportunity. This basic mistake led to wolves raiding all his fat stores, including the fat from recently caught fish. This severe oversight was a devastating blow to Jordan. Contestant number 9, Vanya, discovered fish under the ice where she stood in deep water. She tried to make an ice hole to fish, but lacked the strength to do so effectively. From afternoon until evening, Vanya could not open the ice hole. It was heartbreaking to see food so close yet out of reach due to her weakness. By day 72, contestant number 3, Nathan, had lost so much weight that his thermal underwear would no longer stay up without a belt tightened with 6 new holes. He has lost 26% of his body weight since the start of the competition. Nathan's night turned disastrous when the flames he used for warmth spread to the roof. By the time he noticed, the fire was beyond a small flicker. Too weak to extinguish it, he could only watch as his shelter was consumed by fire. The intense blaze destroyed not only his roof, but also his hopes in the competition. Nathan had no choice but to call for rescue. His shelter was completely destroyed. If not for the crew's timely arrival, he might have frozen to death waiting for the flames to die down. With just a temporary shelter by the fire, He waited until rescue arrived at 4:51 a.m. By then, the fire was small, and survival was his only concern, not winning. The rescue team arrived just as dawn broke, providing a dignified end to his shelter's existence, protecting its owner until the end. Nathan left the competition on day 73 with regrets. The helicopter returned not for a routine check, but because contestant Vanya, number 9, chose to quit. She admitted her body had reached its limits. Even getting up in the morning was a struggle. She knew what quitting meant after over 70 days of effort, but her body was completely depleted. Staying in the competition could mean never waking up again. Moreover, it was her birthday, and her final rational decision was to prioritize her safety, the best gift she could give herself. Returning to a modern life with a hug from her family, a delicious dinner, and a warm bed were the birthday gifts she chose for herself. Living comfortably in the present was her priority. Her departure declared contestant number 6, Jordan, the season's champion. By day 77, the avid hunter of the season, Jordan, had bagged a moose and even a wolf. His fishing net also brought in a very large fish today. It's clear that Jordan was handling this challenge with ease, facing no significant stress. Since hunting the moose, his only goal was to maintain his weight by consuming fat. While preparing the delicious fish in his shelter, the crew arrived nearby. Jordan thought it was just a routine checkup and hurriedly ate more to increase his weight before the weigh-in. During the interview, Jordan's wife appeared on camera. Even as he boasted about the abundance of meat he had and his ability to endure any challenge to the end, he turned around to find his wife there. They embraced, overwhelmed with joy. It was at this moment that Jordan realized he was the last contestant standing. He proudly shared his achievements with his wife, boasting about hunting a moose and a wolf, which helped him survive until the end. Congratulations to Jordan for winning this season's Wilderness Survival Championship. The production team selected 10 top wilderness survival experts and deployed them to the Arctic region of Canada. Whoever lasts 100 days will win a $1 million prize. As the helicopter departed, each contestant was delivered to their drop-off point. The first contestant introduced was Sean, who had gained 3 million followers online through his survival videos. A devoted fan of solo wilderness living, he had spent the past 2.5 years honing his skills, building shelters, and making tools, all in preparation for this challenge. Upon finding a toolbox the crew had placed a day earlier, Sean noticed several bear paw prints on it and thought, "I can't confront it, but I can certainly avoid it." With his gear, he moved away from this ominous area. Having settled in a new location, Sean quickly assembled his bow and arrows and went to scout the nearby area. Overcome with excitement, he suddenly spotted something, held his breath, and shot an arrow. A dark shape fell from a tree. It was a porcupine. Within half an hour of landing, Sean had secured a substantial amount of protein. He cleaned it by the lake, made a roasting rack out of branches, and slow-cooked the torso for hours. However, the dry grass and wood in the Arctic were somewhat damp, and it took Sean several minutes to get the fire going. He stewed the 4 large legs in a pot, and the taste was better than expected, making him hum in satisfaction to the camera. The second contestant, Joe, a biologist from the National Park Service, was also adept with plants and animals, and skilled in making traps and starting fires by friction. Like Sean, he explored his surroundings upon landing. Attracted by chattering squirrels in the trees, Joe, who had not brought a bow and arrow but was proficient in baseball, threw stones at the squirrels, attempting to knock them down. Like everyone else, I doubted his chances. Surprisingly, he managed to kill a squirrel with a stone, proving the contestant's exceptional skills this season. That evening, Sean heard something tampering with his iron pot outside the camp. It was likely a bear or a wolf. Armed with his bow and arrows, he bravely went to check. The visitor was scared away, but the pot had indeed been tampered with. After this incident, Sean was too nervous to sleep. On the second day of the challenge, female contestant Kaylin was still figuring out the local wildlife. To be safe, she set up 7 rope traps. Along the way, she found some spruce resin, and remembering that Native Americans chew it, she tried it out of curiosity. 3 seconds later, she couldn't spit it out fast enough due to its terrible taste. Guessing the area was rich in resources, she had set the traps only 2 hours before noon and already caught a rabbit. Kaylin cried holding the dead rabbit. but returned to the camp to cook it with mushrooms, finding some solace in her meal. The next contestant is Roland, a licensed hunting guide in Alaska who lives a semi-modern, self-sufficient life. He frankly stated that he would have to be dragged away from the contest for the $1 million prize. Early in the morning, he started a fire to smoke out black ants hidden in the wood. Believing that even mosquitoes are meat, he pinched each ant and ate them. Afterward, he went out to look for game traces, but stumbled upon a large spool of fishing line. Thinking of making a fish hook to add to his gear, he walked to the lake to find a fishing spot. Unexpectedly, a wolverine scurried out from under a rock. Roland then cheerfully took out his battle axe, ready to confront the wolverine if necessary. The scene switched back to Joe. Perhaps feeling lightheaded from eating squirrel, he foolishly decided to bathe in 3-degree water, immediately regretting it and hurriedly getting dressed. He collected several scarlet fungi nearby, planning to stew them with meat. While exploring the bushes and noticing numerous animal tracks, he hadn't decided how to set traps when he spotted a black bear about 100 meters away. Lacking both a bow and a battle axe, anyone else might have fled, but Joe decided to confront the bear and drive it away from his camp. Thanks to his experience at the National Park Service, he managed to scare the bear away after about 10 minutes. Having eaten rabbit stewed with mushrooms, Kaylin used her energy to build a winter shelter. Initially planning for a luxurious tent, she considered her solo status and opted for a simpler, classic A-frame design. She used logs for walls, stuffed moss into the gaps, and left a large entrance. She covered the roof with a tarp and additional branches, creating a durable, wear-resistant wooden hut. Sitting inside eating stewed meat, her life seemed quite comfortable compared to Joe, who was still living in a makeshift shelter. After driving away the black bear yesterday, he set several traps in the bushes. This morning, he checked the traps, hoping for just 500 calories a day. Unfortunately, his skills did not allow for much, but as he entered the bushes, he saw a rabbit caught in a trap. Just as Joe was overjoyed, he noticed another trap had also caught a rabbit. Now, he had 2 rabbits to satisfy his desire to stew meat with scarlet fungi. On the 10th day of the challenge, Sean had completed 30% of his winter shelter. It seemed like he was settling down for the long haul. In his downtime, he entertained himself and the camera crew. The porcupine he had previously caught was already eaten. Today, he planned to quickly find more food to keep up with the construction of his shelter. Lucky for him, just a few hundred meters out, he found an abandoned boat under some broken branches. However, his luck turned when he returned to camp to start a fire and realized he couldn't find his fire starter. After searching his previous clothes and not finding it, he thought it might have dropped on his way back to camp. He retraced his steps for over 3 hours. As happy as he was before, he was now equally distressed. Starting a fire by friction wasn't his forte, especially with everything slightly damp. Facing the prospect of the Arctic winter without fire, Sean reluctantly made the call to withdraw from the competition. Rewinding to day 5, Roland was busy harvesting various berries from the grassland. He seasoned them in his boots before storing them in hollow tree trunks. Over the past few days, he filled 5 such trunks with berries. Building his winter shelter also became a priority. He found a large pile of rocks and planned to use them to construct a stone house. Building walls from scattered stones, some weighing up to 180 kilograms, was not an easy task. Fortunately, Roland was strong. Although the construction was laborious, the rock walls would reflect the heat from the fire, making his stone house the warmest among the contestants. After 2 days, he finished the walls and chimney, stuffing moss into the gaps. Next, he built the roof, choosing thick spruce trees for the task. Each processed log weighed nearly 200 kilograms, a testament to his ambitious efforts. After setting up the roof's base, the rest was relatively easy. The scene shifts to the 5th contestant, Mark, who served in the U.S. Army for 10 years. 2 years ago, he started teaching courses on shooting, survival, mountaineering, and tracking. Mark, skilled in various survival techniques, joined the competition to save money for his 1-year-old son's baby formula. While other contestants focused on hunting land animals, Mark had already set up his fishing nets early. He caught more fish than expected today. 4 in total, 2 lake trout, and 2 whitefish. Now, only the main door of his shelter remained to be built. His immediate task was to process these fish. Mark built a semicircular stone hearth inside his house, with 3 stone slabs protruding in the middle as a cooking surface. He filleted the fish, removed the heads, and cut them into small pieces to be dehydrated on the smoke rack above the hearth, providing enough food for the next several days. The next contestant to appear is a woman named Crawley. She spent most of her adulthood outdoors, mastering all survival skills. Hunting animals and processing their hides are routine for her. She started by setting snares for rabbits in the bushes and gradually familiarized herself with larger animals and fish. One day, while hunting with her bow and arrow, Crawley spotted a pack of wolves in the bushes ahead. She was excited and decided to follow them to see what was happening. As expected, she quickly lost sight of them. Whether Crawley's hunting skills are good remains unknown, but she certainly isn't less courageous than the male contestants. The camera then cuts to the seventh contestant, Corey, who made a spectacular debut by shooting a squirrel with his arrow. Born into a family of hunters and gatherers, he has been handling bows and arrows since childhood. He joined the competition to win the prize money and live a free life. So far, he has built most of the framework of his house and a 3-layer log bed. Next, he plans to use logs to build walls on both sides, sawing off the excess and filling the gaps with moss. His craftsmanship is both exquisite and beautiful. Unfortunately, while carrying wood back to camp, he slipped and fell, hearing a dull sound in his left knee, which had undergone surgery 13 years ago. Despite the pain, tempted by the $1 million prize, he decided to endure it and see if it would heal in the next few days. Today, he finished the sides of the wooden hut, covered it with a tarp, and laid a thick layer of branches, declaring it complete. The eighth contestant, Amos, learned wilderness survival as a child to avoid war. Now 40, he is skilled in many areas, including making traps, fire by friction, building shelters, and identifying edible plants. Like Mark, he also set up fishing nets early. At the lake, he found a 3 to 4 pound burbo in his net, enough to feed him for 2 days. While cleaning the fish, a wolf, attracted by the smell, came close but wisely walked away due to the size difference. On the 9th day, Mark, having caught 4 fish in one net, has been enjoying several pots of fish head soup these days. He can't afford to waste the fatty fish ice as he needs it to maintain his weight. Now, only the main door of his shelter remains to be built. He grouped 4 logs, securing horizontal supports at the top and bottom, with a layer of spruce branches sandwiched between 2 wooden planks, creating his door. After finishing, he wanted to rest, but was disturbed by the cawing of crows outside. Years of wilderness experience told Mark that there might be a predator nearby. He went outside and saw a black bear roaming around the camp, likely attracted by the smell of smoked fish. He quietly followed the bear downwind, hoping to follow it back to its den and kill it for meat that could last him 2 months. Unfortunately, by 3:30 p.m., the bear had vanished. Mark then mimicked the distress call of a rabbit to try and lure the bear. After waiting half an hour without seeing the bear, he returned to camp. Corey, having caught no significant prey, quickly crafted a fishing net from parachute cord to improve his diet. By day 10, he needed to add notches to his belt to tighten his pants. Without substantial food, he risked being removed from the show. Despite daily hunting trips with his bow and arrow, he saw no rabbits nearby. His hopes now rested on the makeshift net. Fortunately, it paid off, catching a fish weighing 2.5 pounds, enough for a hearty meal. He rushed back to cook it, patiently waiting 15 minutes before enjoying the steaming fish. Corey also focused on a balanced diet, eating berries daily for vitamins. His only concern was the pain from a knee injury days earlier, which had worsened. He felt a large, fluid-filled sac in his knee, indicating a recurrence of an old injury. That night, he felt feverish and struggled with sleep, the pain in his knee intensifying. Realizing his body's healing was insufficient, and with the competition far from over, he had no choice but to withdraw to recover. The scene shifts to Crawley. Her previous shelter was inadequate, so she found a better location to start anew. Before breaking ground, she needed to gather food. On a rocky hill, she heard something below and spotted a porcupine napping. Excitedly, she shot it with an arrow, followed by another to ensure it was dead. This catch, weighing about 10 pounds, ranked among the top 5 prey in the area. After spending minutes skinning and cleaning, Crawley had enough meat for the next few days to fuel her shelter building. The 9th contestant, Joel, grew up in South Africa and Tanzania, learning survival and hunting skills from the Maasai. He joined the competition for a better life for his family. By day 8, he had only caught a rabbit and a squirrel. Today he ventured further, finding fresh moose tracks in the bushes and a muskox skeleton on the ground, suggesting a good number of large animals in the area. He took the muskox skull back to camp as a totem, talking to it each morning to alleviate loneliness. While his bow hunting yielded little, his fishing net was more successful, catching a white fish weighing about 2.5 pounds today. Over the next 3 days, the net brought in 4 more fish. Joel wanted to build a food storage on a tree to avoid black bears and wolverines. He first made a ladder and chose 3 adjacent spruce trees. He cut off the obstructive lower branches and then climbed the ladder to trim the excess tree crowns. Unfortunately, a falling tree crown knocked him down unexpectedly. Luckily, he was not injured. Eventually, he built a platform on the 3 trees and stored smoked fish meat on it. The last contestant, Keith, has over 30 years of wilderness survival experience. Skilled in hunting, fishing, and setting traps, he joined the competition to win the prize money, quit his job, and spend more time enjoying the wilderness. Although he has been hunting daily, he has not seen any large game yet. Today, he finally found fresh moose droppings. After searching the forest for a while, he heard a squirrel chattering. Keith drew his bow and shot it, catching the falling squirrel with one hand. This smooth operation was impressive. He took it back, cleaned it, and saved the meat for dinner, using the innards as fish bait. He practices full utilization, wasting nothing. The scene switches to Kaylin, who found a metal fishing lure on the beach. Planning to try her luck at the lake near her shelter, she was not short on protein, having caught rabbits with snare traps. She wanted to fish to add some fats to her diet. Her fishing net had not caught anything since being placed in the water. Thinking the area was low in fish, Kaylin took a sleeping bag, an axe, and other equipment to a spot 1.6 kilometers away, believing the fishing chances were better there. After 2.5 hours, she finally got a fish on the line, but it escaped halfway through reeling it in. However, this confirmed that there were fish in the area. She camped there overnight and started fishing again at 8 a.m. the next day. By 10:30 a.m., she had given up on catching fish. As she was about to pack up, she spotted a 600-pound moose about 30 meters away. The moose, seeing her, quickly entered the lake, attempting to swim to the other side. Kaylin mimicked the call of an estrus female moose, successfully attracting its attention. Just as she was about to shoot it with her bow, she realized she had not brought her bow and arrow, leaving her completely frustrated. On the 11th day, Amos started his morning with Native American calisthenics, expressing gratitude for nature's gifts. He then checked his gill net, which had caught a northern pike today. Since the start, his fish supply had never run out, totaling 11 fish. He wasted nothing, using fish heads for soup and drying the meat for his main food. He hung the surplus on trees for storage, hoping to avoid bears and wolverines. If everything continued this way, he had a good chance of making it to 100 days. However, the inevitable still arrived. Just after Amos had finished a big meal, he heard animals moving outside his shelter. Taking his bow and arrow, he went out to see who it was. He saw a wolverine quickly running back into the forest. Seeing that the dried fish meat hanging from the tree was still there, he returned to his shelter satisfied and continued resting. Joe was in the worst situation. After eating the wild rabbit and squirrel he caught, he now relied solely on berries and mushrooms for food. His winter shelter had yet to be started. Being quite skinny, he wanted his shelter to be well built, so he even brought a chisel with him. He cleaned up a large tree, tied ropes around the top, and raised it using a human-shaped frame. He then inserted a crossbeam at the top with a dovetail joint and used mortise and tenon joints at the base. He installed 8 foot-locking poles between 2 human frames. Continuing the construction would take a lot of effort. By the 15th day, Joe started his morning with a series of lightning 5 whips exercises to stretch his muscles. He then went to check his traps, which had been empty for days. Disheartened and preparing to go back to chewing on berries, Joe saw a squirrel hiding in a hole. He grabbed a sharpened stick to try to kill it, but failed after struggling for a while. He planned to get a longer stick and try again. Unfortunately, he didn't block the hole, allowing the squirrel to escape. Probably a few days without meat had dulled his mind, leading to such a basic mistake. Back to Keith, he made himself a pair of earrings using berry juice and animal bones. Maintaining a positive attitude is crucial for survival. Now that he had the right mindset, he was just unsure about the outcome with his fishing line, but it didn't disappoint him. The fishing line caught a 2.5-pound plump lakefish with appetizing bright yellow flesh. He grilled the meat on a rack and saved the bones and head for making soup. The smoked dried fish, rich in protein, offered a distinct flavor. By the 14th day, Roland's trap finally caught a squirrel. Having not seen meat for days, he was overjoyed. After his meal, he still needed to complete the roofing of his stone house. He cut down 10 nearby trees and laid them flat to fit just right. Next, he stuffed moss into the gaps and covered them with a tarpaulin to finish the job. 2 days later, since he hadn't caught any game, Roland dug up a lot of irises. Not only are they medicinal, treating heatiness and fever, but every 100 grams contain 5 grams of protein and 3 grams of fat, making them an excellent survival food. Roland stored the dug-up irises in a cave, similar to how contestant Kaylin stored her fishing net. His net had not been successful, so he decided to move it to a deeper water area, hoping to quickly provide him with a protein-rich meal. On day 17, Mark was the fishing champion of the season. His fishing net caught 2 carp today. While other contestants worried about food, he had already secured his protein needs. So far, his net had brought in 26 fish, with 18 still stored. His shelter's smoking rack was too small, so he built a large triangular one outside. He lined it with spruce branches to contain the smoke and added an alarm system to prevent animals from stealing the fish at night. Eating high-fat fish daily, Mark developed diarrhea. He gathered reindeer moss nearby to balance his diet and improve his health. After eating the moss, he searched for berries and blueberries to help his stomach. By chance, he found a path made by a black bear and thought of hunting it. Next, he saw a bear in the berry field by the sea. Realizing bears visited whenever he left, he quickly returned with his bow and arrow to ambush in the berry field. Keith, in contrast, had only caught 1 trout with his fishing line. This morning, he faced a food shortage, but still made a tattoo needle from a bone. He mixed charcoal with racal to make ink and tattooed 25 dots near his ankle to connect with the land. He then crafted a fishing net, soaked it in racal juice to blend with the lake water, and set it in the shallows at night, hoping fish would swim into it while avoiding predators. On day 18, Crawley had finished eating the porcupine she caught 7 days ago and had nearly completed building her winter home. It was time to search for food. Her first snare trap caught nothing, but the second trapped a plump winter rabbit. She brought it back to her shelter, skinned it, and removed its organs, securing food for 2 more days. After solving her food needs, she found clay near her camp and decided to make more pots. She shaped the clay into coils, stuck them together, and successfully made 2 pottery jars by evening, useful for cooking or storing water. The scene shifts to Joel, who had just shot 2 rabbits in the forest. His action camera malfunctioned, but he still demonstrated the process professionally. When you see a rabbit, don't approach stealthily, as it will flee, seeing you as a predator. Instead, mimic a herbivore and approach slowly without making eye contact. Once in range, strike decisively to maximize the chance of hitting the rabbit. Joel cleaned the rabbits by the lake. He really got quite a bit of meat. Back at camp, he immediately stewed several rabbit legs and organs. He greatly enjoyed eating in front of the camera, finding the meat chewy and satisfying without being greasy. Its protein content is many times that of beef. After eating, it was time to work. He planned to make a door for the shelter by hammering 2 wooden stakes on either side of the wall. He then placed appropriately sized wooden bars between them to secure the door. Unexpectedly, a fly flew into Joel's ear while he worked. He never anticipated such an incident. He tried 3 or 4 methods but couldn't get the fly out. Finally, Joel took out an emergency medical kit and used a syringe to flush water into his ear, which finally dislodged the fly. He was relieved. The scene switches back to Keith. Since his fishing line and spear net had caught nothing, Keith turned to rock tripe as a last resort. Reportedly, George Washington's army survived the winter on this. Keith decided to follow in their footsteps. However, for him, used to eating fish, rock tripe was hard to swallow. It looked bouncy, but tasted like chewing mud. On day 21, Keith could no longer endure days of surviving on rock tripe and berries. After expressing his feelings to the camera, he took out a satellite phone to call the show's crew, asking for a pizza delivery. I thought he was quitting, but it turned out he was joking to entertain the audience. Later, Keith went to check his snare traps. After a long walk, he finally caught a squirrel. Having not seen meat for days, His eyes lit up. Back at camp, he quickly arranged to stew it in an iron pot. While eating, he even showed off his thighs to the camera. Perhaps the squirrel carried some bacteria, as Keith developed severe stomach cramps that night. By morning, trying to regain strength with squirrel soup only made his stomach churn again. Soon he couldn't even drink water. If this continued, his life was at risk. Realizing the severity, Keith hurriedly called the show's crew to quit. When the staff arrived, he was still vomiting. Roland wasn't doing much better. Today, checking his spear net moved to deeper waters, he was finally rewarded. He found 2 fish tangled in the net, a lake trout and a whitefish, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. For once, he could see the possibility of reaching day 100. However, trouble arrived that night as the weather changed and huge waves hit. Roland risked going down the steep cliffs to retrieve his spear net to prevent it from being washed away. He wanted to reset the net, but looking at the unrelenting wind and waves, as well as the steep cliffs, he decided against taking the risk. The scene shifts to Joe. By day 12, he had constructed the framework of a wooden hut, but by day 13, it mostly remained unchanged. It's unclear whether this is due to the editing by the show's crew, or if he simply hasn't been doing much recently. Either way, he now lacks food and is still living under a tent supported by a few pieces of wood. This morning, he checked his traps and had mixed news. 2 snares had caught rabbits, but carnivores had gotten to them first, eating parts of both rabbits. The loss was minor and still acceptable. Since Joel currently isn't short on food, he shifted some of his focus to passing time. He first tied 2 extended lock poles on a tripod to create a backrest and a platform, crafting a makeshift wilderness chair. Then, using his hunting knife, he carved a few wooden pieces, dipped them in berry juice to make dice. Lastly, he trimmed a piece of birch wood, carved a large hole at the end, and added 3 pins to each side, securing them with wire to create his own kakuyuri. The scene returns to Roland, who is now sitting at his camp, enjoying a stewed large fish in an iron pot, reminiscing about his late mother. Today, as the lake surface gradually calmed, he returned his spear net to its original position. Just as he was about to go berry picking nearby, he suddenly spotted a black bear on a hillside 200 meters away. With a side wind blowing, he took up his bow and arrow, entering a hunting mode. He tracked the bear until 4:30 p.m. but lost it, wasting 2.5 hours. The scene switches to Kaylin, who, having just finished washing up, found washing her hair too troublesome and cut off her braids with a hunting knife, giving herself a new hairstyle. After tidying up, she took her bow and arrow to check her traps. The snares were moved but had not caught any game. Fortunately, this proved that there were indeed animals in the area. Kaylin searched unhurriedly. Squirrels, alarmed by her presence, ran off from a distance. After some time, she heard rustling in the bushes. Focusing for 3 seconds, she spotted a rabbit and released an arrow, striking the rabbit's throat precisely. It was another fruitful day. She planned to prepare the rabbit for dinner, but the poor smoke ventilation in her hut drove her outside. The next morning, she made a hole in the roof, surrounded it with clay, and found that starting a fire improved the smoke ventilation. She planned to further refine this. Another female contestant, Crawley, was also making improvements to her shelter. She wanted to build a fully enclosed melon guard hut. She gathered many stones from around her camp to construct a half-person tall fireplace, then sealed the gaps with clay. She piled wood on the upper half, sealing the gaps with moss, and created an entrance on the sheltered side, allowing Crawley to comfortably enjoy her food inside. On day 26, the tarp Joe used for his melon hut fluttered loudly in the wind, yet he still slept in late. I'm somewhat speechless about that. Today he wants to try fishing, given his ambitious plans for a grand wooden house. He needs enough energy to continue building. After waiting for 2.5 hours, he finally felt a bite. The fish he pulled to shore was not small, big enough to eat for 2 days. Excited, Joe quickly grabbed the fish by the gills, fearing it might slip off the hook. This fish, weighing at least 5 kilos, might be commonplace for the expert fisherman Mark, but for Joe, it's a significant asset. This trout from the lake will fuel the ongoing construction of his house. Amos, the Indian contestant, today, Amos found his fishing net empty, an unusual occurrence. With the weather getting colder, he planned to chop more firewood but realized his axe was missing. Using a headlamp, he searched in the falling snow. If the snow covered the axe, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. As expected, Amos didn't find the axe and ended up with frozen hands and wet footwear. The next morning, a thin layer of snow revealed the handle of the lost axe, bringing him great joy. Without it, collecting firewood would have been difficult. Since Roland's spear net last caught 2 fish, there had been no activity, and he hadn't seen many animals either. On day 29, while digging for roots, Roland spotted a muskox nearby. Stealthily, he shot an arrow from 30 meters away, hitting the animal's hind leg. The thick-skinned muskox thought it was just a mosquito bite and considered moving on. Roland quietly followed. As evening approached with no sign of the muskox weakening, he decided to make a decisive move. Sensing danger, the muskox roared, but Roland charged with his hunting knife, quickly retreating after stabbing it. Seeing the animal's weak resistance, he rushed in for another strike. Roland's courage was undeniable. After these attacks, the muskox quickly fell and died. A successful hunt left Roland very happy. With only an hour and a half until dark, he didn't have enough time to process the whole animal. He ate some raw muskox heart to regain strength, removed the organs prone to bacteria, and took some parts back, leaving the rest hoping no other animals would find it. Roland slept until noon the next day. He returned with his bow and arrow to continue butchering the muskox. Worried about bears or wolverines stealing the meat overnight, he hurried along the path. Arriving, he was shocked to see the stomach on the rock completely eaten. Fortunately, the rest of the muskox was untouched. Roland then began the orderly task of butchering. He first removed the 2 large legs facing upwards and planned the 2 pounds of tenderloin cut for dinner. He also took 2 large slices of tenderloin with him. After nearly 3 hours of chopping and cutting, he managed to process the legs, shoulders, steaks, and lungs. However, several hundred pounds of meat could not all be transported back today. Roland hid the meat at the top of the mountain, covered with ox hide and camouflaged with stones and branches. He would move it in batches to the shelter later. Switching to Indian contestant Amos, a black bear had visited his camp last night. This morning, he saw its droppings. Fearing the bear might enter the wooden house to steal smoked fish while he was away, he quickly made a stronger, more durable door. Then, he checked his spike net, which had caught fish almost daily until today. To his dismay, the net was swept away by the waves, almost his entire food supply gone. Now, he had to return to the shelter and weave a new one. Fortunately, he had brought parachute cord to the competition. It took him 2.5 hours to make a new spike net, which he placed back at the original spot by the lake. Over at Fisherman Mark's location, he had caught 7 or 8 fish and lake trout over the past few days. With no room in the shelter, he tied a horizontal beam in the tree and hung the fish in midair, hoping to keep them away from other predators. Like Amos, Mark's net was empty today. Considering the possibility that the fish had moved to warmer, deeper waters, he lowered his net by 3 meters. Then, he returned and used his socks as a towel to bathe himself with boiled water. The next day, he went to check the net and saw fresh black bear droppings on the way, feeling a bad omen. Sure enough, the net was empty again. Planning to take a fish from his food storage for dinner, he was stunned to find all the hanging fish eaten. Mark underestimated the black bear's intelligence, which had untied the rope to eat the fish. His previously stable survival situation became tense within 2 days, prompting him to plan to hunt the bear. He chose 3 adjacent trees, cut off the obstructive branches at the bottom, and constructed a triangular platform in midair overlooking a berry patch frequented by the bear. Meanwhile, Kaylin, having failed to catch fish for a while, devised a new plan. She had found a metal barrel by the lake yesterday and decided to build a raft centered around it this morning to fish in deeper waters. She chopped down several spruce trees nearby and made a catamaran-style raft, securing the barrel in the middle and placing logs at the front and back for extra buoyancy. With that, her boat was ready. Kaylin paddled towards the deep water sitting on a metal barrel. Although the raft floated, its balance was poor. Slight movements nearly tipped her into the lake, forcing her to quickly paddle back to shore. Falling into the icy water could have meant withdrawal from the competition. Compared to other contestants, Joe truly earned the title of King of Laziness in Season 7. From day 12, when he built the wooden frame, to day 32, it remained unchanged. Joe planned to spend a day building a shelter, but ended up cutting down one tree, fitting it into place, then lying down again. Soon, He found several holes in the tarp above him as it rained heavily outside and drizzled inside. The rain lasted until the next morning. Joe intermittently wiped the leaking water with animal fur, almost breaking down. By dawn, his sleeping bag was slightly wet and needed to be hung to dry. Seeing the effort required, he thought the competition might end before he finished his shelter. He then tied the tarp to the frame, declaring the shelter complete, thinking himself a genius. Back to Roland, he sat in his stone shelter preparing to eat boiled ox heart for lunch before transporting the remaining meat. Approaching the destination, he noticed many black bear tracks and found the fat-rich ox tongue and brain eaten. Fortunately, the meat hidden on the mountain was undiscovered. Roland carried a 50 to 60-pound ox leg back to his shelter 3 kilometers away. Unable to move all the meat today, it had to stay out another night. Previously, Amos had woven a spike net. On the 35th day of survival, coinciding with his daughter's 2nd birthday, perhaps blessed by her, he caught a northern pike big enough for 2 days' meals. Returning to Roland, transporting the musk ox was finally nearing completion. Roland neared his destination and suddenly noticed many fresh black bear tracks on the ground, making him tense. Looking around, he spotted the black bear that had been stealing musk ox meat just ahead. He immediately went into hunting mode. On day 35 of survival, Mark, having suffered from the bear's theft and multiple failures with his spike net, was forced to dig into the snow to track animals. He hoped to set several snare traps for a rabbit feast. However, during his journey, he spotted fox tracks and territorial urine markings in the snow, realizing that having competitors was not good news. The scene shifts to Roland, who was sitting in his dimly lit stone hut, stewing a mix of beef offal. Soon, a half-pound of sirloin on the fire was cooked to a crisp on the outside and tender inside. After a short rest, Roland planned to build a food storage room. First, he needed to treat his leather gloves with black bear brain matter for maintenance, and also apply some on his hands and face for protection. He then grabbed an axe and furiously chopped at the surrounding spruce trees. If he wanted to prevent bears and wolves from stealing, the storage had to be secure. Roland stacked the chopped wood into a square using a birch egg structure, drove a pair of stakes at each corner, and secured them with wire. He placed the processed musk ox and bear meat inside, separating each layer with spruce branches, and covered the top with logs. He placed 2 logs longitudinally under the wire at the bottom of the stakes as a door bolt, making it nearly impossible for bears or wolves to break in. Turning to craftsman Joel, who had previously made a cocoa yurt, he planned to make a wooden bowl today to eat and drink simultaneously. However, just felling one tree and moving it back to camp exhausted him. Although he had 10 days' worth of fish meat stored, it was calculated at half his normal meal size. Therefore, Joel was in a semi-starved state during this period. It took him half an hour to chisel out the shape of the wooden bowl. He then placed some charcoal inside to burn the inner walls, making them smooth. The wooden bowl was completed. There was a noise from the food storage area. With uncertainty, he went out to check and indeed saw a wolverine circling below. He scared it off with a shout, thinking it had not yet succeeded in stealing. Only when he climbed the ladder to the treetop storage with his headlamp did he realize the wolverine had already managed to take some fish, as he saw scattered fish pieces on the ground. His treetop food storage was not secure at all. After a careful recount, he found the wolverine had stolen 10 chunks of fish. What was supposed to last 10 days would now barely last 4 days. Back to Mark. He went to check the traps he had set a few days ago early in the morning. On the way, he found a small patch of reindeer moss and collected it to add some vitamins and change from the daily monotony of eating fish. Reaching the first trap, he was surprised to find a fox caught in the noose. While the fox could have provided food for several days, it was a protected local species, so Mark had to release it. He also had to be cautious not to get bitten since the fox could carry rabies, which would mean automatic disqualification from the competition. Fortunately, the fox seemed to understand Mark did not want to harm it and did not resist much. As soon as Mark let go, the fox dashed back into the forest. Though he lost the fox, Mark found a snow hare in the remaining traps, and his fishing net unexpectedly caught a 2.5-pound pike. Overall, it was a bountiful day for him. Joel, having lost some fish, decided it was safer to store the remaining pieces inside his wooden cabin. He dug a 30-centimeter deep hole in a corner, surrounded it with wooden stakes, and filled the gaps with spruce branches. He then built a thick and tight base of snow, placed the fish pieces separated by branches, and finally covered it with a metal plate and stones on top, creating a makeshift wild fridge. After a short rest, Joel went outside to prepare firewood. Suffering from lack of carbs and fats, he experienced ketoacidosis, making him weak and heavy-legged. While sawing wood, he collapsed, fainting. It took a long time before he could stand again. After a night of deliberation, Joel decided to withdraw from the competition the next day, as his body was too weak to respond to his brain's commands, and he felt it wasn't worth risking his life. On day 39, a weasel entered Crawley's shelter. Considering its small size and feeling lonely, Crawley did not offer it food, but allowed it to leave the hut unharmed. She then went to check her traps and caught a snow hare in the first one, followed by 4 more snow hares from other traps set up. Could it be related to releasing the weasel? These 4 snow hares provided Crawley with 650 grams of protein and 70 grams of fat. Delighted, she couldn't help but sing praises to the land. On day 40, a blizzard forced Mark to stay inside his cabin. As usual, he took out his son's photo and talked to the camera about his longing. With some spare time, he carved a wooden plaque until evening, making a piece depicting a horse. Unexpectedly, a spark ignited the cabin. Mark quickly took his camera outside as the strong wind fueled the fire. He pulled out burning logs and threw them onto open ground. After extinguishing the fire, much of the wall was destroyed. He waited until dawn to start repairs, covering the damaged wall with a non-flammable tarp and planning to replace the burnt wood later. Arriving at Joe's place, he slept until noon. Afterwards, he spent half an hour groggily facing the camera before working on logs for building walls. He worked for 15 minutes and then took a break. He rested for 3 hours in his well-ventilated and well-lit shelter, waking up at 4 p.m. to check his traps. It seems this lazy guy is blessed with lazy luck. His lasso traps caught 4 snow hares in one day. He immediately stewed the meat upon returning and enjoyed a hearty meal before sleeping again. It's hard to comment on this contestant named Joe. He's been working on his shelter for a month, and it's still not half done. He's never used the provided fishing nets, relying solely on lasso traps for catching hares. The accumulated hare skins are piling up. As the lightest and least skilled contestant this season, he has managed to survive on an endless supply of rabbit meat. Moving to Indian Elder Amos, his situation is similar to Mark's. Initially, he thrived on fishing with nets, but as temperatures dropped, his luck changed. Now he's setting lasso traps in the forest. The animal tracks in the snow are clearly visible, making tracking easier for Amos. He set traps along a path frequented by snowshoe hares. On his way back, next to his shelter, he saw fox tracks and made a long spear that evening, preparing for any predator's intrusion. Meanwhile, a fox appeared on the shelter's outdoor camera. Soon after, Amos heard the cries of a snow hare, indicating it was caught in a trap. To prevent other predators from reaching it first, he quickly grabbed his newly made spear. Hearing Amos, the fox turned around and fled. Fortuitously, Amos was there first to dispatch the hare with a stick. The quick success of the trap was unexpected. At dawn, he took the hare to the lake, skinned it, and removed the organs, leaving 2 pounds of meat. After eating fish for a month, he was finally able to enjoy a different taste. As Amos returned to the camp, a fox, attracted by the scent, appeared on the beach. Unusually fearless, the fox came within 3 meters of Amos, ignoring his attempts to drive it away, and boldly followed the trail to where the hare was cleaned. After eating the discarded organs, the fox approached Amos again. This behavior was not just provocative, but outright disrespectful. Amos shot a blunt arrow at it, which wouldn't be lethal, but was enough to make it flee in pain. Now it's Kaylin's turn. Having never been away from her husband for so long, she deeply misses his embrace. After reflecting on this, she went to check her traps. On the way, she spotted footprints, which gave her a bad feeling. Sure enough, when Kaylin reached the traps, she found only remnants of hair fur and organs. Another trap was even worse, with only a few tufts of hair left. This situation deeply upset her, making her miss her husband even more. Fortunately, she still had some stored snow hare left to eat. Continuing with Joe, he was unsettled after hearing wolves howling during dinner, as he was the only contestant without a bow and arrow. leaving him to face the wolves with only an axe. By the next morning, everything was calm again, and he was slowly processing logs. Today was especially praiseworthy, as he usually processes one log and rests until the next day, but this time he diligently made 3 or 4 logs, nearly finishing half a wall. Now looking at Mark, the once proud fish king is now in a state of neglect. It's been 3 days, and he hasn't finished his cabin. He feels increasingly tired, and his mental state is deteriorating, sometimes even arguing with himself. This morning, he still felt hungry after eating half a fish, and couldn't understand why he felt constant hunger despite eating continuously. On day 44, a production crew's yacht broke the silence, indicating a contestant had withdrawn. As the cameraman landed, the focus turned to Joe. It was surprising that Joe withdrew without finishing the 4 snow hares he had caught. Joe mentioned that life was tough and his physical state couldn't keep up with the work and survival demands. We wish him well on his journey. Kaylin, after some mental preparation, managed to adjust her state. Today, her luck with the traps improved. After losing 2 snow hares yesterday, nature gifted her 3 today, instantly clearing her gloom. Looking at the fat on the rabbit meat, she felt hopeful about lasting 100 days. On the afternoon of Joe's withdrawal, Mark, due to his poor physical and mental state, also called the production team to announce his withdrawal. By day 45, only 4 contestants remained. Roland, despite not worrying about food due to his successful hunting of musk deer, is concerned because the deer meat is very low in fat. He has lost 20 kilograms so far, and today scraped some fatty tissues from under the scalp, barely enough for 2 to 3 days fat intake. The situation for the other contestants is not optimistic either. Amos is down to 3 fish and nearing starvation. His fishing nets have been fruitless and have developed large holes over time. He plans to retrieve the nets and wait to use them once the lake freezes. On his way back, he saw wolf tracks outside his shelter, causing some panic. Now, he must economize, and hopes the 3 remaining fish will last until the lake freezes. The scene shifts to Crawley, who previously relied on lassoing and hunting for food, but now faces a lack of fat. This morning, she spent some effort making a spike net, planning to set it up at her usual fishing spot. Looking around, the rocks by the lake were icy. Crawley slipped and fell, not only cutting her eyebrow, but also accidentally biting her lip. Concerned that asking for help from the production team might lead to a forced withdrawal due to her injuries, she used a mirror and gauze from the first aid kit to clean the blood off her face and returned to the survival challenge. Crawley's resilience is admirable, surpassing many men. The spike net and fishing line can no longer be used as the lake begins to freeze. At this time, Roland and Crawley thought of the same spot. He set up the spike net where he initially caught 2 fish, hoping for continued success. Suddenly, Roland turned to see a sight that left him stunned. A large herd of musk deer frolicking on the hillside. In the past, he would have been ready with his bow and arrow, but now he doesn't need the deer meat, and catching a group of animals is more difficult and dangerous. Roland simply watched them leave. The next day, the weather worsened. Roland also slipped while checking traps, hitting his knee hard on a rock. Fortunately, he had no old injuries. Otherwise, a recurrence like Corey's, leading to withdrawal, would have been too great a loss. Today the lake waves were fierce, tangling the spike net and risking it being washed away. Roland considered retrieving it, but feared falling into the lake. Instead, he used a 6-meter log to make a pole and managed to retrieve the spike net with great difficulty. Turning to Kaylin, her lasso trap caught a ptarmigan, similar to a snow hare and mostly lean meat, providing little fat. She also wanted to fish from the lake, but weeks of fishing from the shore yielded nothing. She had to wait for the lake to freeze over to fish in deeper waters through the ice. On the 48th day of survival, the lake in Kaylin's area finally froze. However, according to her experience, the ice was not yet thick enough to support her weight. After waiting another day, the ice was sufficiently thick. She went to the deep water area, drilled a small hole about 30 centimeters square, laid a layer of spruce branches for a seat, and began her ice fishing venture. After a tough 2.5 hours, Kaylin finally caught a lake trout, her first fish since the competition began. Her mood was comparable to that of a successful candidate in an imperial examination. Not knowing how much time had passed, she caught another lake trout, larger than the first. Kaylin felt that if things continued this way, she might be able to last 100 days and win the prize money. Looking back, Amos had planned to go out and set several traps, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was frightened by the sight of a wolf pack surrounding his shelter. He counted 7 or 8 wolves, likely attracted by the fresh fish he had hung at the door. Fortunately, the wolves lingered for a few minutes and left without attacking Amos. But the scare was significant for him. On the 51st day, leader Roland discovered a new food source. Recently, he noticed a squirrel on a tree in front of his door that wouldn't leave. This morning, he saw it climbing down with a mushroom in its mouth and realized it had stored many mushrooms in the tree. Roland chopped down the tree with an axe, seizing the squirrel's entire winter stash and storing the mushrooms in a leather pouch he made, filling half a bag. Turning to strongwoman Crawley, the overnight heavy snow buried half of her lasso, making catching snow hares particularly difficult. She had to raise the lasso a few centimeters by feel to prevent it from being buried again. Previously, Crawley had tracked a porcupine den but never found it at home during her visits. Today, she planned to check again. Porcupines have fat, rich bodies, and the last one she caught lasted her a week. Catching this one could solve her current difficulties. She saw fresh bite marks on nearby trees, indicating the porcupine was still alive. Crawley set a lasso trap on its path, planning to return later to check it. After catching 2 fish, Kaylin's confidence soared. Today, she flexed her muscles for the camera and continued ice fishing. After waiting 3 hours, she caught a whitefish, but unfortunately, it escaped when she retrieved it too quickly. Kaylin was so frustrated that she jumped 3 meters high. Only this fish took the bait today, making her wonder if her beginner's luck had worn off. Amos still had half a salmon left. Seeing that the lake was slow to freeze, he polished some metal into shiny pieces, planning to try his luck by the lake tomorrow. A few days ago, Crawley set a trap at the porcupine den. This morning she went to check, expecting success, but found the trap pushed aside. She decided to risk crawling into the den. If she got stuck in the narrow crevice, she could freeze to death. Fortunately, she saw what she wanted. The porcupine was hiding deep within. Crawley drove it toward the back entrance, and then returned to the front to shoot it with an arrow. The porcupine died without knowing it would be trapped and shot in its own home. Crawley got what she wanted. The porcupine, weighing over 20 pounds, would completely turn her situation around, just as she had hoped. The porcupine, fatty as expected, was prepared for a feast. Unexpectedly, the liver was spotted with white, a sign of tularemia, posing a risk of infection if consumed. Faced with the dilemma, Crawley had to decide whether to eat the diseased animal to sustain herself or risk continuing without it. Day 54. Challenge Amos took his fishing gear to the lakeside, knowing that the fish were in the deep water. He decided to try his luck anyway. Surprisingly, he got a bite within an hour, but like Kaylin, the fish escaped halfway through. No more bites came before nightfall. Kaylin still had 2 fish left from the day before yesterday, and didn't plan to go out for food today. She stayed inside her shelter to rest. While a fish stew simmered on the stove, she rubbed her feet clean. By the time her feet were clean, the fish was cooked. Kaylin savored the fish. She even licked her fingers clean after eating. Though she planned to rest, the ventilation pipe got blocked by snow, trapping smoke inside the shelter. This caused her much distress, with tears and a runny nose. She had been trying to improve her smoked meat techniques, suspecting that the local air pressure was affecting the smoking quality. By the next morning, Kaylin broke down emotionally. As the challenge progressed, the mental state of the participants became very sensitive. Sometimes, a small incident could be the last straw. Feeling close to his limit, he went back to the forest to retrieve his set lasso traps, preparing to possibly quit the competition. Back to Amos, he had been without food for nearly 3 days. With no ice forming on the lake and feeling his body fat depleting, the fire was his only source of warmth. Eventually, he made the call to withdraw from the challenge. By day 64, the snow on the ground was increasing by 10 centimeters daily. Crawley's lasso traps were still unsuccessful, and she had to reset them daily to prevent them from being buried. With little rabbit meat left, she considered eating the meat of porcupines known to carry tularemia. After a good cry, Kaylin released her emotions and decided to keep going. She dug a pit under the cabin to serve as a fireplace, which effectively improved the smoke ventilation. After fishing at the lake for 2.5 hours the next morning, she caught a fish. Her excitement was indescribable. It was enough food for several days. She took it back, cut it into several pieces, and alternated between meals to make it last for about a week. After eating, she took out the snowshoe frames she had made and spent half an hour tying umbrella cords in various directions, crafting the shoe uppers. Her handiwork was quite impressive. Roland's days also became tougher. With the last few months expected to be the most challenging, he wanted to gather rose hips while they were still available. Unexpectedly, he found a porcupine eating the rose hips. Seeing the opportunity for a substantial meal, and considering the slow speed of the porcupine, Roland killed it with a stick. The porcupine was exceptionally fatty, providing much-needed fat for the winter. Type 72. Survival Challenge. Roland finished gnawing on the bones in his shelter, then started a bonfire outside. He roasted the porcupine over the fire to burn off the spiny hair, keeping the skin intact to preserve all the fat. That evening, Roland feasted on a large shank. Over the last 7 days, Crawley had lost 20 pounds and urgently needed to consume fat to maintain her weight. After much thought, she decided to go for the porcupine meat. Since she had already been exposed to a potentially infectious environment while processing the animal, and hadn't fallen ill, she believed it was preventable. Crawley stewed the meat over the fire, turning it frequently to ensure it was thoroughly cooked. When she finally tasted the fat, it was like a dry sponge soaking up water. She had been craving this meal for days. After eating her fill, she felt revitalized. Crawley also collected enough wood to keep the fire going at night. While gathering, she felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder and discovered a porcupine quill had embedded itself in her flesh. It was not a trivial matter as it could cause internal damage if not removed. Fortunately, the emergency kit provided by the show included tweezers, which Crawley used to remove the quill. By day 75, Roland wanted to eat the last piece of brisket bone, but found that mice had nibbled away the fat on it. Now that fat was more valuable than protein, he quickly checked his stash of porcupine fat and buffalo bones. He was furious to find that the bones had been cleaned by the mice. He threw the remaining parts into a bag made from buffalo hide and hung it from the smoky ceiling to deter further theft. Kaylin managed to survive another week by fishing in the lake. After finishing her fish head soup, she returned to the frozen lake to fish again. After 2 hours of waiting, she was about to haul in a fresh catch when it slipped off the hook. Frustrated, she broke down crying on the ice, overwhelmed by thoughts of giving up. By day 80, unable to bear the hunger any longer, Kaylin chose to leave the competition. By then, temperatures in the area had dropped below 30 degrees Celsius. Roland wore a wool coat and black bear gloves to stay warm. Finally, the lake in front of his stone shelter froze solid, and he decided to try ice fishing to replenish his fat stores. He took careful precautions against falling through thin ice by carrying a long pole. After using an axe to make a rectangular hole in the ice, he waited 3 hours with no luck. Roland knew it wasn't his day. Meanwhile, Crawley also tried ice fishing, using rabbit fur and porcupine innards as bait. She couldn't stand outside for 3 hours like Roland, as she had recently discovered frostbite on her right big toe, which had turned purple. Further deterioration could lead to irreversible damage or even amputation. Roland, who had collected berries in the first 3 months, now eats the last of them, saved for today. To his dismay, the berries stored under moss on the warm ceiling have molded and spoiled. Roland then turns to a corner, where a cow stomach filled with undigested grass lies. Despite its taste, the nutrition is high. He boils it into a mushy meal. Cut to Crawley, her face always smiling. The porcupine she has been eating is nearly gone. Today, hoping for a snow hare, she checks her snares. Her smile seems to bring luck. She catches a hare, securing food for the next 2 days. Crawley cleans the hare at her shelter, fries it in porcupine fat, and enjoys the exceptionally tasty, high-protein meal. Meanwhile, Roland is on the lake ready to break the ice for water when a blizzard suddenly hits. The visible tree line blurs into white. Needing water, he follows his footprints back to shore before they're covered by fresh snow. Crawley, undeterred, continues ice fishing but isn't as lucky as Kaylin. She doesn't catch a single fish. Her frostbitten toes force her back to the fire periodically. After the hare and porcupine are gone, she resorts to boiling bones for soup, which quickly becomes no different from plain water. By day 89, Crawley receives a message from the show's crew to stay in her shelter for a medical check. Soon, a helicopter lands and a doctor arrives to assess her frostbite, which is progressing towards irreversible damage in a nutritionally poor environment. Following the show's rules, they terminate Crawley's challenge. She had maintained a great attitude throughout. Without the frostbite, she likely could have lasted 100 days. Now, only Roland remains. Tonight, Roland's meal is a bison hoof. Facing the last of the muskox meat, he ensures every part is utilized. The cooked hoof looks unappetizing and tastes like chewing a shoe sole, but it is nutritionally substantial. On day 92, Roland tries ice fishing again, but with the same luck as before. For the final days, he decides not to struggle anymore. He chops wood and splits firewood by day, spending nights by the fire, reflecting on his family and late mother. Finally reaching day 100, Roland carves the last mark on his calendar tree. The show's crew brings his sister Megan, and they embrace excitedly to celebrate his victory. Roland brings out a bone marrow he had been reluctant to eat, calling it butter found in the wild. Ultimately, Roland's exceptional courage and perseverance earn him the championship. The challenge takes place at Chilko Lake in Canada, a territory of grizzly bears, cougars, and wolves. As the production crew's boats depart, 10 participants are dropped off at their individual wilderness spots. The first contestant, Tim, never imagined he'd be selected by the show. Now, both excited and nervous, he sheds a few tears on camera. Having fished and hunted from a young age, Tim is skilled with traps, and even bears fall to his arrows. A father of 6, he joined the contest to improve his family's living conditions. Within half an hour of arrival, he spots 2 grouse, but also notices numerous grizzly bear tracks. This area has one of the highest populations of North American grizzly bears, making it impossible to completely avoid their range. The second contestant, Clay, quickly demonstrates his prowess this season. While scouting the woods, he spots an animal trail and decides to follow it, discovering several porcini mushrooms along the way. He collects a good number, continuing until the increasing number of fallen trees suggests no further discoveries. Suddenly, he spots a grouse, and with over a decade of archery experience, hits it from over 20 meters away, impressing viewers. After preparing the grouse by the lake, he separates his cooking area from his living space to avoid attracting bears. Just as he is about to start cooking, he hears a noise behind him. Turning around, he's startled by a cougar staring intently at him. Rather than retreat, Clay charges, hoping to drive the cougar up a tree. If he had his bow with him, the encounter might have ended differently. His bravery is undeniable. The next contestant, Matt, is initially disoriented by the new environment. His confusion is quickly disrupted by the sight of a moose swimming in the lake, though it's too far for his bow. Like Season 6 champion Jordan, capturing the moose would have provided sustenance for the duration of the challenge. Matt and his wife are instructors of primitive skills, adept at tool-making and hunting. With over 20 years of experience making fire in the wilderness without matches, he chooses to rely on friction fire starting, though the high altitude doubles the usual time required to ignite a fire. After last night's heavy rain, Billy's tarp accumulated a lot of water. He filtered out the gravel with his teeth and took big gulps directly on camera. Billy, who loves music and the wilderness, usually spends his time managing his band and studying various wilderness survival skills. Recently, his fiancée became pregnant with twins. Participating in Alone was mainly to win the prize money for his family. The other contestants are similar, with overalls and bows in hand. Billy searches for game near the campsite but finds nothing but berries. He wanders to the lake where he spots a rivet in a piece of driftwood washed ashore. Without any knives on his trip, he spends considerable effort to remove the rivet, hoping to forge it into a knife. He first heats it in the charcoal, then pounds it with the back of an axe, and after some polishing, he has a makeshift wilderness knife. Turning back to Tim, considering the potential dangers of grizzly bears and cougars, he decides to focus on building a luxurious shelter before addressing food. He constructs a square foundation with log joints on the ground, leaving space for a door. He then angles 2 logs for the roof frame and fills the gaps in the walls with stones and moss, finally covering it with the tarp. With his deluxe shelter complete, he can focus on food without worry. Ross is the first female contestant this season. She's been sleeping in a temporary shelter by the lake, now busy looking for a permanent settlement. Despite her gentle appearance, she's tough enough to take on crocodiles and is determined to hunt all 29 large North American animals with a bow, aiming to prove she's as capable as any man. She finds a suitable clearing not far from the lake and decides to move there. Determined, she binds 2 tripods with rope, then covers them with a tarp for a simple shelter. The smaller space helps retain heat, and the sealed smoke from the fire won't bother her, allowing her a brief respite. By day 4, Tim, having spent a lot of energy building the shelter and consequently losing 6 pounds in 4 days, is desperate for food. He uses a stone to hunt grouse, a bizarre choice given his skills with a bow. His toothbrush comes in handy. He cuts the end, makes a hole, and attaches a fishing hook with a line to act as a lure. He plans to try fishing by the lake, but strong winds make it difficult to cast the line. So Tim decides to return to his shelter and rest. On the second day, Clay made a fishing rod from a branch and fashioned a reel. Expanding the shelter requires energy. On day 5, he went fishing at dawn. After about an hour, he felt a tug on the line. Clay successfully landed a 2.5-pound rainbow trout, the first fish of the season, using only a bottle cap and umbrella cord as bait. Before moving, Ross ate a lot of bearberries since she couldn't find any other substantial food. These berries alone sustained her, but they led to abdominal pain and nausea that night. The high fructose content in wild berries can cause bloating, pain, and vomiting. She spent much of the night awake and vomiting up the berries she ate during the day. Tim was even unluckier. That afternoon, he went out looking for food and saw a grouse fly into the bushes. His intense desire and rapid breathing from excitement, coupled with days of little food and low energy, triggered a heart attack. Ignoring the grouse, he hurried back to his shelter with severe chest pain. Knowing he had a history of heart issues, and despite not wanting to disappoint his supportive wife, he tearfully made the call to withdraw from the competition, becoming the first to be evacuated on day 6. The next contestant, Colt, joined because his mother is a huge fan of wilderness survival shows. He lives alone on a deserted island, where he installed his own utilities and spent 42 days alone last winter, making the competition relatively stress-free for him. While acclimating, he found a path made by a grizzly bear with plenty of berries nearby, requiring him to stay extremely alert. The 7th contestant, Nate, served 24 years in the military, including in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He developed a resilient personality under pressure and knows how to make fire by friction and set traps. Near his starting point, he spotted a grouse in a tree. After setting up the camera, he stepped into frame, drew his bow, and aimed. Despite the close range, his arrow missed, flying just below the grouse. The 8th contestant, Teresa, a rare expert in Stone Age skills, is proficient in making tools from stones, bones, and wood. She joined the competition to win the prize money to maintain her ideal lifestyle. Upon arrival, she quickly found berries and edible plants. Teresa swiftly chose a temporary campsite, setting up a simple tent with a tarp and a leaning tree trunk, and placed her cooking site by the lake to avoid attracting bears, showing thorough consideration. Michelle starts by showing a close-up of a cricket to the camera, then braces herself mentally before popping it into her mouth, crunching away. The taste isn't bad, just a bit tough on the teeth. Michelle has lived for 4 years in Alaska and with Siberian natives, learning many survival skills, including setting traps and identifying edible plants. Despite her petite frame, she possesses a strong inner spirit. Initially, her survival strategy focused on gathering plants. She found a lot of nodding onions on a hillside, a collector's paradise. Cooked, these onions provide about 20 calories per 100 grams. She quickly gathered a large amount, getting off to a smoother start than others. She also found plenty of rose hips. While eating them, she inadvertently spotted a grizzly bear swimming towards her from across a lake, several meters away. Frightened, Michelle quickly hid in the woods and watched the bear move away before she felt safe again. Teresa, while still energetic, wants to get her shelter in order. She plans to build a pit house, a semi-subterranean dwelling excellent for warmth. Without ideal tools, she uses sticks, stones, and found moose bones to dig into the earth. Throughout the process, she finds insect larvae in the soil and snacks on them as appetizers. After 5 to 6 hours, she expends thousands of calories. Jordan, the last contestant, eats ants found in wood for breakfast, noting their sour taste resembling lemon juice, although in frustratingly small quantities. He finds a clearing in the jungle where he plans to build his long-term residence. Building and hunting are his strengths, having spent much time in the wilderness. He joins the show to win the prize money to pay off his mortgage and spend more time with his wife and kids. Jordan plans to build a lean-to cabin using logs as thick as thighs. Although it consumes a lot of energy, once built, it will save him more in the long run. He uses mortise joints to assemble the logs into a square structure, nearly completing half by midday. He sleeps in a small tent made of tarp, and at 10:30 p.m., half asleep, hears a large animal moving outside. Judging by the sound, it's a bear, but luckily, it's scared off by the noise he makes. The next day, he finds a small path about 30 to 40 meters from his camp, explaining the bear's visit. Reluctant to move again, his priority is to find food, as building the house is physically demanding. Colt chose extra tarp over a fire starter, making him the second contestant this season to do so. His first 2 attempts at making fire with a bow drill went smoothly, but today he struggled and became worried. Eventually, he managed to start a fire with great effort and vowed never to let it go out again. Unlike others who prioritized building shelters, Colt decided to build a boat first to fish in the lake for food. Despite never having built a boat before, his rowing experience helped him craft it adequately. He wrapped it with the extra tarp he chose and filled it with more sticks to increase buoyancy and fully stretch the tarp. The simple structure didn't take long to complete. He then carved paddles with an axe and eagerly launched the boat for a test. Good news, it had enough buoyancy. Bad news, it lacked stability and needed additional braces. Yesterday, Nate picked chanterelles, planning to make soup this morning, but squirrels stole half of them, souring his mood. To ensure survival, he planned to fish using a trot line, a main line with baited branch lines at intervals for better chances of catching fish. After setting it up by the lake, he only needed to check it periodically. Nate initially intended to collect wood for his shelter, but encountered the squirrel and retrieved the stolen mushrooms. He considered shooting it to improve his meal. After collecting some wood, Nate built a simple A-frame shelter, placed acorns on the sides, covered it with a tarp, and finished his task. He then checked the trot line. Lake Chilkoot was generous without much hassle, and he smoothly pulled a fish ashore. Though not very large, the fish, along with chanterelles and berries stewed together, helped alleviate his fatigue. After digging the underground part of her pit house, Michelle started on the frame. She dug a post hole in the center and selected driftwood from the abundant supply by the shore. After installing the chosen post and stabilizing it with stones and sand, she arranged logs around it and secured them with wire at the front. Her shelter was half complete. As another female contestant, Michelle's shelter was much more solid than Nate's. She placed a beam between 2 tripods, essentially creating a larger version of Nate's shelter with a similar construction method but more interior space. Day 7 arrived, and Billy started building early in the morning. He first secured the roof beams and pillars, scraped off the bark to prevent fire hazards, and protect the tarp from punctures. Extra measures were taken for the wind-facing wall by layering branches and bark. With that, the basics were covered. Driftwood found by the shore was perfect for making a bed. He gathered branches for padding, and lying on it was extremely comfortable. His shelter was nearly complete, but his stomach was still empty. He almost caught a fish yesterday, but it slipped off the hook. So far, he hadn't seen a single grouse or deer, and the dense tree population made hunting impractical. He planned to check the opposite side of the bay. Unable to cross by land, he swam across in just a bathing suit, despite the water being only 11 degrees Celsius. After swimming 800 meters, he was disappointed by the dense trees and only a few berries on the other side. His arrows were blocked by branches, and he swam back empty-handed, wasting thousands of calories. Tonight, he would have to make do with a soup of petals and roots. Worried about the approaching autumn and the potential lack of even grass to eat, he envied Clay, who had the best food supply so far. Clay started with grouse and mushrooms, caught a trout, and still had half left by day 7. Fearing a bear might steal it, he tied the legs of his spare underwear tight, placed the fish inside, and hung it mid-air. With a relatively ample food supply, his house was almost finished. He used moss to fill the gaps between wood and stones in the fireplace, tested the fire, and was pleased with the perfect results. Now focused on food, Clay, knowing he was lean, realized he couldn't survive just by enduring hunger. He needed to hunt big game like elk to have a chance. He targeted an open, bushy slope, thinking it likely to find deer. When he arrived, he discovered it was a forest devastated by fire, with wood scattered all over the ground, making navigation difficult. After a fruitless and exhausting hunt, he luckily found many berries in a meadow. Planning to save some for later, he utilized the principle that cold air sinks. He dug a hole in a low spot, enclosed it with wooden panels, lined it with moss, and stored 4 liters of berries for gradual consumption. Matt's situation wasn't much better than Clay's. He too hadn't secured any meat. He resorted to digging up wild chives, chopping them up and cooking them with other wild greens to make a soup. It barely provided enough calories. After finishing the soup, he planned to go hunting with his bow and arrow, only to find that mice had chewed through the bowstring overnight. Furious, Matt cursed the mice in a long tirade. It would be a huge loss to quit the competition over this, so he tried to repair the string. Although not as good as before, it was still functional. Later, Matt set up a deadfall trap, determined to make the mouse pay for its actions and to add some meat to his otherwise vegetarian diet. Turning to the female contestant Ross, her shelter was probably the simplest. She had started foraging early, crafting a fishing rod from wire and branches, complete with a reel and lure, trying to approach modern fishing techniques. She hoped to catch 7 or 8 fish a day, but by 6 p.m. by the lake, not even a nibble had occurred. Fish resources were not as abundant as in Canada's Great Slave Lake from Season 7. That evening, just as Ross was about to turn off her camera and sleep, she heard disturbances outside. Judging by the sounds, it was a hungry grizzly bear. Close to hibernation, anything could be its meal. Ross quickly fired bear bangers into the sky, scaring the bear away while she sat in her shelter, shaken, but thinking of the $500,000 prize. Another female contestant, Michelle, had a harder day. She dug up a few cow parsnip plants during the day, using the hollow stems to blow on her fire and roasting the root bulbs to eat. Native Americans also used these as food. Michelle took a bite with a tentative mind, but the taste was horrible, not at all pleasant. Only the fish in the lake could provide all the nutrients her body needed. She made a longer fishing rod, weighing it down with rocks by the lake, hoping for a good catch. She planned to expand her shelter but soon felt nauseous, from her stomach to her armpits. She had mistaken water hemlock for cow parsnip, as they look similar. But the former is highly toxic. Michelle chewed some charcoal in an attempt to neutralize the poison. She woke up around 5 a.m. feeling slightly better. Luckily, she had only taken a small bite, or withdrawing from the competition would have been unavoidable. Jordan, originally a carpenter, was obsessed with making his shelter perfect. Sadly, time and energy were not on his side. However, the quality of his shelter was the best among the contestants this season. Now Jordan desperately needed food to replenish his strength. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried fishing. After waiting tirelessly for 2 to 3 hours, he was in disbelief when he finally dragged a fish to shore, shouting with joy. The fish weighed over 2 pounds, enough to feed Jordan for at least 3 days. He quickly cleaned and prepared the fish, planning to make a fish head soup and enhance the flavor with chopped wild yellow essence roots. While the soup was cooking, he smoked the other slices of fish for dehydration and storage. On day 13, Teresa hung up her freshly washed underwear and, adopting a semi-sitting posture, became an expert in warming herself by the fire before returning to building her shelter. The frame of the house was ready. Next, she would lay the walls using large pieces of bark from dead fir trees stacked from bottom to top like tiles and fill the gaps with pine shavings for better insulation. She had left spaces for the fireplace and door. Looking at the empty interior, she planned to make a comfortable bed using wire to bind several logs together to form a frame, then laying wooden planks topped with grass and branches to mimic a mattress. Nate, feeling a bit desperate for food, decided to sunbathe to replenish some vitamins, as the continuous strong winds made fishing impossible. His fishing lines were washed back by the waves. After much thought, he decided to build a dock in the deep water area, hoping it might help. Using dovetail joinery techniques learned from his neighbor, he connected several logs into piles. However, as he carried them into the lake, he was annoyed by the water temperature and frustrated when the piles visibly fell apart. Realizing he had forgotten to install support beams, Nate wasn't discouraged. He focused on solving the problem rather than complaining. Previously, the boat Colt had used was unstable, so he made 2 small boats using the last bit of tarp and bound them with fir wood as external braces. On retesting them in the lake, there were no issues. Not only was the stability greatly improved, but the maneuverability was also excellent, allowing forward, backward, and rotational movement. Colt was thrilled and immediately stripped down to jump into the lake for a relaxing bath. However, his enjoyment was short-lived, as he spotted a grizzly bear staring at him from a distance and slowly approaching. Colt quickly fired a bear banger, which initially had no effect. The bear paused for a few seconds, then continued advancing. Colt fired a second shot, which made the bear retreat into the woods a few steps, but it still lingered and approached again. Only the third bear banger scared it away. That night, Colt was still shaken from the day's events, relieved that the bear had finally left. Hand the painting to craftsman Jordan. With the fish he caught a few days ago, he is living comfortably without worrying about food. The smoked fish has a reddish hue and is fragrant, tasting even better than he expected. The cabin is almost complete, only lacking a door. Jordan plans to make the door with wire and wood and install it with hinges for opening and closing. Without an electric drill, he uses his imagination, cuts a groove in the wood with a saw and secures it with wire to the wall and the door's crossbars. He binds it with harder wood, fitting it perfectly. Finally, he uses a bent branch as a door latch. With this, the cabin is complete. On day 16, Colt dreamt of delicious food and decided to treat himself today since he hasn't eaten meat in half a month. He paddled to the center of the lake, and immediately a fish bit his line, but it got away before he could pull it out of the water. Over the next 3 hours, he had 4 bites but failed to catch any fish. His fishing skills clearly need improvement. Fortunately, his perseverance paid off, and he finally caught a rainbow trout weighing about half a pound, proving that his boat and fishing methods were effective. He quickly thought of several fishing techniques to try in the future, feeling a step closer to the $500,000 prize. To prevent homesickness, Jordan's main strategy is to keep himself busy. This time, he decides to make a pipe. He drills a hole in a stick to form the bowl, cuts off the excess, and carves it slightly for style, then inserts a hollow branch as the handle. He completes his wilderness-style pipe and fills it with traditional Native American tobacco, living more and more refinedly by the day. Nate sits in his camp, drinking freshly brewed pine needle tea. A squirrel is on a nearby branch. Let's look at contestant Ross. Her breakfast is unappetizing seaweed. So far, she hasn't caught a single fish. Now, she hopes to catch some small fish with a fish trap to sustain herself for another month. However, the trap is crudely made. Large fish cannot enter, and small fish can escape. She places it in the shallow waters near the shore, securing it with stones. Time will tell, but she expects to catch nothing. Fortunately, there are berries in the grass, which have been her sole source of nutrition these days. As days pass, the berries either fall to the ground or turn black. She believes they will all be gone in half a month. Since Jordan finished making his pipe, he seems to have lost his spirit, completely absorbed in missing his family. Keeping busy no longer helps him cope. Viewers of wilderness survival shows can probably guess that he ended up making the expected call to quit the competition. Over to Clay, who hasn't had a successful catch since landing a 2-pound rainbow trout on day 5 of the challenge. Today, he decides to make a scoop net. He crafts the frame himself and uses the inner core of a parachute cord. It takes him half an hour to finish the net. He heads to a spot he scouted earlier. It seems the fish in the lake know he's equipped with a net, as now they won't even bite the hook. Michelle finds a few snails, which taste like crispy chicken. These days, she relies on snails and crickets for protein, having not had a proper meal. Her fishing rods, placed in the lake, haven't yielded anything either. Like Ross, she plans to make a fish trap, but her craftsmanship far surpasses Ross's. She persists through the hardship, hoping to use the prize money to care for her brother-in-law, who has Down syndrome. Michelle places her fish trap in deeper water, hoping to catch some fish. Matt is under significant pressure. As a survival instructor by profession, he hasn't achieved notable success in the challenge. Others have at least shot a grouse, but he hasn't even caught a fish until now. Suddenly, Matt finally catches a rainbow trout, though it is as small as the one Nate caught earlier. He eagerly returns to make a soup with wild chives, savoring every bit, including the leftover fish bones. Such a small amount of food can't fill his hungry stomach after half a month. His solution is meditation, using his thoughts to communicate with his family to alleviate his pain. He then realizes his shelter lacks insulation. He might manage now, but it won't be good as the weather cools. Being the contestant with the least body fat, he needs to enhance his warmth measures. Matt finds a dense grassy area in the forest and decides to gather some dry grass for bedding. Unexpectedly, he disturbs a ground wasp nest preparing for winter. Several stings later, he runs out. Billy made a knife from a rivet he pulled out of deadwood and showed it off in front of the camera. It works well for chopping wood. Only 18 days into the challenge, he has already lost 31 pounds. Although he is quite heavy, he can't keep this up forever. The dense forest in his area makes hunting impossible, so he plans to weave a fish basket from willow branches to catch fish in the lake. While talking to himself and weaving the basket, he suddenly hears noises from the slope below and turns to see 2 grizzly bears. He quickly fires a bear banger, scaring them away. It's his first encounter with grizzlies in decades. His heart is still pounding after the danger has passed. When he places the finished basket in the lake, he wonders if it can really catch fish in such shallow water. Michelle, having nothing else to do, constructs a conical shelter to protect her fire. After working, she feels unprecedentedly weak. She desperately needs food as she only has berries and wild vegetables today, which provide very little energy. To get enough salt, she even eats her own mucus, but she's still getting weaker by the day. She hopes the fish basket will yield some results, but upon reaching the lake, she's stunned to see it empty, either washed up on rocks or possibly retrieved by a bear, plunging her spirits. Unable to imagine how she'll continue, she even notices her teeth discoloring from malnutrition. Feeling close to her limit, she remembers seeing some grouse near her dwelling. She takes her bow and arrows and puts her last hopes on hunting grouse. After wandering in the woods for several minutes, her legs are weak, and despite her efforts, she sees no grouse. She collapses in a chair at her campsite. Just then, she sees a grouse hiding behind a tree within her sight. She quietly approaches for a shot, but the grouse dashes into the bushes and disappears. With her last hope gone, she decides after a moment of thought to call and quit the competition. On the 21st day of the challenge, 7 contestants remain. Due to poor fishing results, Clay shifts his hopes back to hunting. Otherwise, with his physique, he definitely cannot compete with the other heavyweights. He walks a long time to a previously unexplored forest area. Calming down, he carefully observes his surroundings and listens to the sounds of animals. Finally, he discovers a good sign: a pile of deer droppings, the first deer trace he has found since the start of the challenge. Since it's getting late, he heads back. Matt is the only survival coach this season, but has not met his own expectations. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. Regardless of how others might criticize him in the future, at least his family won't mock him. He decisively made the call to withdraw from the competition. After finding the area with deer activity, Clay followed the same route back the next day. Seeing fresh droppings on the ground, he surmised the deer were still active in the area. Around noon, he indeed spotted a black-tailed deer staring straight at him. Afraid to startle it, Clay froze in place. Once the deer lowered its guard and began to move, he seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow. Reaching the spot where the deer was hit, he followed the blood trail and found the broken arrow, indicating the deer couldn't have gone far. The black-tailed deer finally expired in the grass. At that moment, Clay's anxiety was relieved, and he couldn't help but shout with joy. The deer weighed about 60 kilograms. With numerous grizzly bears in the forest, Clay wasted no time and began to butcher the deer, carrying several legs back to his shelter, which was 4 kilometers away. Fearing that grizzly bears might be attracted by the scent, he hurried back. By 5 p.m., he had brought all the deer meat back to camp. After removing the skin, bones, and offal, about 46 kilograms of pure meat remained. Keeping it in the shelter posed a risk of attracting bears, so he had to find another place to store it temporarily. Fortunately, the production team had provided each contestant with a heavy rope specifically for hanging meat. Clay hung the deer meat 7 to 8 meters high, making it difficult for any bears to steal. That evening, he fried deer heart and deer fat, and the aroma gradually spread through the air, eagerly anticipating the taste. As for Colt, he had also hoped to rely on hunting deer for food storage, but he hadn't seen even a trace of deer so far. He had no choice but to gather wild onions and berries. Thankfully, the low temperatures in the area meant that the berries could stay fresh in a cave for 3 weeks without spoiling. Taking advantage of their availability, Colt spent time each day gathering them to prepare for the winter. When talking about the $500,000 prize, he envisioned using the money to build a community farm to give more people a chance to experience the wilderness. However, unexpected events occur quickly. The next day, as he went to have some berries for breakfast, he discovered a bear had raided his storage overnight, eating half of the berries. Due to local legal restrictions, fishing nets could only be used after surviving for 45 days. Naturally, Colt also thought of making a large fish basket using fir branches. After completing the basket, over a meter tall, it was the only one that seemed hopeful among the contestants' creations, as others were either too small or too crudely made. Rowing to the middle of the lake, Colt wasn't sure how deep the water was. He placed the basket, marking the spot with driftwood. Logically, there should be a good chance of catching fish. Nate has lost 32 kilograms from hunger, his cheekbones now prominently visible. Each day, he looks forward to checking his fishing line at the dock, his mood lifting with excitement. He slowly drags a fish towards the shore, but just as he is about to secure it, the fish slips off the hook. Nate quickly rushes into the water to catch it, but sadly watches as the fish escapes back into the lake. Without fish, he continues to drink pine needle tea. Having learned a painful lesson, Nate decides to build a scoop net. He uses Y-shaped branches to create a circular frame and parachute cord for the netting. Although the net is a bit rough and small compared to Clay's, it should work for catching fish. When testing it, Nate finds another small fish pulling on the line, the second one he's caught. On day 23, the meat Clay hung in the tree remains untouched by grizzly bears. Clay plans to build a smokehouse to preserve the meat through dehydration for a longer period. The structure must be robust to keep out grizzly bears. He uses a simple mortise and tenon structure, stacking cut logs into a square shape, binding wire inside for hanging the meat, and plugging gaps in the walls with moss. The roof is also covered with a thick layer of moss for waterproofing. He patiently slices the deer meat into strips, hanging over 46 kilograms of it in the smokehouse. By waiting overnight, the meat can be preserved for several months. Clay is now firmly leading in resource management. Teresa has finally completed her pit house but must still test its smoke ventilation. The results are disappointing. Within half an hour, the smoke makes it impossible for her to keep her eyes open. She gathers a large number of stones from nearby to build a meat smoker over the fire pit, filling the gaps with mud. The height is level with the ground, facilitating cover. The improved fire quickly shows effects, allowing her to move from her tent to the pit house. The pit house's insulation far surpasses other contestants' wooden houses, allowing Teresa to conserve energy by sleeping in just a sleeping bag. Turning back to Nate, he forgot to cover his iron pot before going to sleep 2 days ago. Drinking water in the dim morning light, he didn't notice several squirrel droppings in the water until daylight. He's unsure if this will cause illness, but feels fine so far. Today, he plans to make a fishing rod with a reel for longer casts, taking advantage of the dock's extension to catch bigger fish. After completing the rod and reel, Nate starts feeling nauseous and cold at 4 p.m. He suspects an infection from salmonella carried in the squirrel feces, as nausea and chills are typical symptoms. Regretfully, he makes the call to withdraw from the competition. Billy hasn't eaten any meat since the challenge began. He has lost 45 pounds. His fishing trap in the lake has been set for a week, hoping to catch a few fish to satisfy his craving for meat. Unfortunately, each time he checks, the trap is empty. With no other option, he tries fishing again. After nearly 2 hours by the lake, he finally catches a rainbow trout weighing about 1.5 pounds. Billy quickly goes back to build up the fire and stews the trout with some wild vegetables. While waiting for the fish to cook, he keeps an eye out for grizzly bears, fearing they might appear from nowhere and steal his catch. Eating just the fish meat is no longer enough to satisfy his protein needs, so he consumes the bones as well to feel fully satisfied. As the weather gets colder each day, it's necessary for Ross to install a large door on her squash shack to block the wind. Otherwise, the cold north wind at night is too much for her to withstand. On day 8, she found some wooden planks with nails still in them, which she hadn't used. Ross pulled the nails out, made a tripod from sticks, and wove some pine branches on top. By day 26, only 5 contestants remain. Billy, who had finally caught a rainbow trout, now only has a few sips of soup left, but they still taste incredibly delicious to him, as this was the first meat he's eaten since the challenge began. Feeling the cold weather, he plans to make a wooden door, using the classic design of 5 logs with 2 horizontal supports, and stuffs it with pine resin to enhance the wind-blocking effect. He uses a wire to tie to the house, avoiding even the effort of saying "open sesame" by just stepping on it. After fixing the door, he must also sort out the fireplace so he won't have to go outside to start a fire or boil water when it's windy or rainy. The stones are piled up on the lakeshore, and moving them to the shelter requires going up a steep slope. For an ordinary person, it's a simple task, but for Billy, who has been starving for months, it's a strenuous activity. Billy uses clay instead of cement to build a semicircular fireplace with stacked stones. It doesn't take much time, and the smoke ventilation works quite well. Ross sits inside her squash shack, using a found glass bottle as a hand warmer. The low energy intake makes her always feel cold, so she relies on this simple method to warm her hands, occasionally adding rose hips to the bottle for a unique flavor and a significant boost in vitamin C. Her luck with fishing has been poor, and now she thinks about setting traps in the woods to catch rabbits, a method she hasn't tried yet. Although squirrels are protected by local laws and cannot be trapped, making the wire loop larger should prevent harming them. Still, it carries some risks, which might be why the contestants are hesitant to set traps. Ross has no choice but to take this path now, with her mind focused solely on getting food to keep going. Fortunately, while setting traps, her sharp eyes spot a bear trap among some dry leaves. Since 2017, trapping bears has been banned for non-Indigenous people, and given its rusty condition, it's definitely several years old. 2 days after setting up the traps, Ross found bear tracks on the ground while checking them. The tracks were near the lake, not far from where she was staying. As she was about to leave, Ross saw the bear that made the tracks coming towards her, which frightened her immensely. Ross hadn't recovered from the scare when she questioned whether risking her life for $500,000 was worth it. She held the emergency communicator in her hand, ready to press the button to quit. However, after calming down, she decided to continue the challenge. She caught an unlucky smoke-colored jackrabbit, the first rabbit caught this season. Ross had never had a full stomach, so she quickly cleaned the rabbit and set up a pot over a fire outside the camp. She exclaimed, "Oh my God," smelling the delicious aroma. After cooking, she ate the rabbit heart first, savoring its protein content, which was much higher than beef, chewing slowly before swallowing. Clay wanted to use the deer hide to make a lure hat to get closer to other animals for more hunting opportunities, also as a way to respect the hunted black-tailed deer by using every part of it. After removing the deer hide, he scraped off the fat, meat scraps, and cartilage to prevent rot. He then stitched the eyes and mouth, filling them with moss to create the lure hat. Clay scooped out the deer brains, mashed them into a paste in an iron pot, and spread it over the hide. The brain paste contained lecithin, a natural agent used for making leather. Colt, unable to get meat, decided to go after morels, abundant in his area. He collected 13 kilograms of morels and hung them to dry inside his cabin, hoping they would last until day 45 when he planned to catch big fish using a fish net and a tarp boat. A sudden heavy snowfall prevented Colt from collecting more morels. He then worked on improving his shelter to withstand the cold weather, covering the roof and walls with pine branches. Teresa followed a similar path, relying on edible plants for survival, because she believed the caloric content of plants was underestimated. She had tried fishing several times without success, or only catching month-old fry. She focused on collecting plants, targeting bright red bearberries and Solomon seal roots in the fields. However, engrossed in her work, Teresa realized she had lost her way, which filled her with an unstoppable fear. Teresa tearfully told the camera she was ready to quit. Her feet frantically searched for a way out. Seeing more trees blown down by the wind, she knew she was getting closer to the lake. Once she found her way back to the shelter, she stopped talking about quitting. Her outing yielded 3 cans of cranberries, a bag of rose hips, a bag of wild vegetables, and some Solomon seal roots, barely enough to sustain her for the day. To conserve her fat reserves, she depended on fish from the lake. Teresa built a small raft from logs, tying a trawling rope at the bottom, ready to pull the raft into deeper waters with a trawling system. Setting up for the first time required her to brave the cold water, wearing a life jacket and carrying an emergency communicator. After stretching her limbs, she swam into the deeper water. Unexpected inflation of the life jacket disrupted her rhythm, tangling the trawling rope around her clothing, complicating what should have been a quick task. Her legs, freezing and reddened, neared hypothermia. After returning to shore, she stayed by the fire for a long time. Although she recovered by nightfall, her legs were burned from being too close to the fire. Colt, on his 10th check of his hand-woven fish traps, had yet to catch anything. He stayed to fish, and his luck turned, catching 2 small fish, each only about half a pound. If only they were bigger, he could have had a hearty meal. Clay heard noises outside his camp in the middle of the night. Wearing a headlamp, he saw nothing. The sounds disappeared. By dawn, he realized a gray bear had approached within meters of his food storage. Worried about his dried deer meat being stolen, he planned to set up an alarm system. He tied a bear whistle to a tree, surrounding the storage with a string that would trigger the whistle if a bear stumbled upon it, scaring off even a tiger. With limited smoked deer meat, he could only eat a little over 2 ounces a day, or it would be gone in less than a half month. Relying solely on deer meat was not enough for victory. Like the others, Clay needed fish from the lake to maintain his weight, but he too had no luck catching any. On day 32, Billy woke up early to find several holes chewed in his clothes by mice. It had been over 10 days since he last ate meat, and he was in urgent need of protein and fats. The ground, covered in snow, was very slippery. Despite walking cautiously, he still slipped and twisted his ankle, which was already injured. Billy went to the lake to calm his mind and fish, but after 5 hours, he caught nothing. Even with a strong mindset, this situation could be disheartening. Teresa's knees were blistered from burns. The painful price paid was compounded by her trawling rope tangling into a mess, rendering it useless. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she crouched by the lake and cried for a few minutes. Colt, too, was having a rough day. He went to check his fish traps, only to find them stuck under debris in the water. After several attempts to free them failed, he cut the nylon rope to minimize the loss. Ross ventured into the woods to check if her traps had caught any rabbits, hoping rabbit meat would sustain her. However, she was unsettled to find cougar tracks in the snow following her own. She worried that even if the traps caught rabbits, the cougar could be a threat. Indeed, the cougar hadn't taken any rabbits, but it had tampered with the traps, making successful hunting even more challenging. Ross felt her toes throbbing with pain. Back at the shelter, she removed her shoes and socks and discovered frostbite symptoms, meaning she had to warm her toes every hour, severely limiting her time outside and work efficiency. Clay finally finished making deer leather, which he used to craft a lounge chair. He accidentally spotted a gray bear near the lake while setting it up. Not wanting it around the camp, he followed its tracks to understand its movements. Suddenly, he was frightened as the bear emerged just 7 to 8 meters behind a tree and charged at him. Clay quickly used bear spray, averting a dangerous situation. By day 36, Teresa cleaned her camera lens early in the morning, clearing the previously hazy image. She left her hut to forage, not wanting to be a vegetarian in the wilderness. Despite her lack of success in fishing and hunting, she had been surviving on plants. Unexpectedly, while walking along the lakeshore, she found a small fish on the gravel, a surprising source of protein, likely dropped by an eagle. Her luck continued as she spotted another fish in the water, weighing about 3 pounds and fresh enough to eat. If the other contestants knew, they would surely be envious of her incredible find just steps from her door. Teresa was already very weak. The 2 fish were crucial for her. Although the boiled fish tasted unpleasant, she forced herself to swallow it, hoping to sustain herself for another 10 to 15 days. Ross's situation was grim. Her frostbitten toes were constantly in pain. The rabbit she caught had only a little meat soup left, hung on a tree dozens of meters from the camp. She wanted to retrieve it for breakfast, but her weak body made walking feel as strenuous as running a marathon. Gradually, she couldn't even hold the camera steady. Her vision blurred, and her hearing seemed to decline. Ross quickly called the medical team to examine her. After describing her symptoms and being checked by the medical staff, she had to evacuate immediately to avoid severe health risks. Her endurance was well known. Surviving over 30 days with just 1 snowshoe hare was already her limit. She was carried onto the boat when she left, leaving only 4 contestants in the challenge. Facing a temperature of -12 degrees, Billy lived in a drafty wooden cabin which was very tough. He collected moss from outside to fill every crack between the logs and made a fire in the fireplace to slightly warm the interior. Gillnets could not be used before day 45, and he couldn't wait to finish weaving it, placing all his hopes on it. He also made a soup spoon, fantasizing about how great it would be to sit in the cabin, eating fish and drinking soup heartily. To pass time faster, Billy made a bear spear, cutting off his belt and sewing it into a sheath for the knife. The craftsmanship was quite good. Colt didn't see any animal tracks in the snow and decided to go fishing. Unlike Teresa's luck, he found a dead bird floating in the lake, which didn't smell bad. He plucked it on the spot, planning to take it back to the shelter to eat. Since the start of the challenge, He had lost 60 pounds. Without eating some meat soon, he risked being forced to leave the show by the production team. Eating the dead bird carried the risk of infection from parasites, but Colt only ate it after making sure it was thoroughly cooked, not stopping until he had finished everything. Teresa wore a homemade parka, specially prepared to handle the cold weather for her wilderness solitude. Wearing new clothes greatly improved her mood. Today's task was to collect rose hips. Thanks to the late drop of rose hips and bearberries, they became Teresa's life-saving food here. She filled the cloth bag she brought in half an hour. Previously, while cleaning fish guts on the lakeshore, she noticed many small fish coming to eat. She thought of making a fish basket. Since she couldn't catch big fish, catching several small ones would also do. After completing the task, she planned to place the fish basket in deeper water. Teresa had already set up anchors in the water. Now, she just needed to pull the rope to drag the fish basket into the deeper water. However, things didn't go smoothly. The fish basket got stuck halfway and wouldn't move. She had to use her long legs to walk into the lake and properly set up the fish basket. I seriously suspect she did it on purpose. By day 44, Colt also started weaving a gill net, striving to get every knot and float right. He worked from morning till nightfall to finish the gill net on time. Unexpectedly, at 2:30 a.m., a fierce wind blew, giving him a bad feeling. Worried that his tarp boat might be damaged, he went to the lakeside with a headlamp to check. Sure enough, 2 rope knots had loosened on the boat. It was fortunate that he checked. Otherwise, just when he could use the gill net, the boat might have sunk the night before. That would have been infuriating. The next day, Billy sawed down a slender pine tree, removed all its branches to use as a long pole for binding the gill net, and chose a suitable spot to lower the net. He secured the long pole with stones to prevent it from being washed away. He hoped the gill net would turn his fortunes around. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his body's fat reserves to endure, just like a bear. Colt wasn't in a hurry to get into the water, but decided to add a few more beams to the boat and replace 2 crossbeams to increase buoyancy and stability. Afterwards, he sailed out and spread the gill net in the deep water, greatly increasing his chances of catching fish. While everyone else was busy setting nets to catch fish, Clay had the leisure to stuff moss into nets as sword targets and occasionally practice archery outside the camp. Today, he also needed to set up his gill net. For this, he decided to make a trawling pulley system. By standing on shore, he could easily deploy and retrieve the gill net. He constructed a tripod from logs, fixed an iron ring at the top, connected another iron ring to a buoy attached to an anchor stone in the water, and linked the 2 rings with a nylon rope. The gill net was thus freely deployed and retrieved. During his busy work, he noticed a teal duck less than 10 meters away. Seizing this rare opportunity, Clay immediately stopped his work and shot an arrow at the duck. Unfortunately, the wave pushed the arrow just under the duck's belly, and he missed the chance for a follow-up shot. It was an exciting time for checking. Teresa's highly anticipated fish basket had been washed ashore by the large waves, which were more destructive than she expected. With no fish to eat, and only some matsutake mushrooms she had picked, she decided to cut them into pieces and boil them. Billy's gill net had not been washed ashore, but there was no need to retrieve it because from the shore, he could see it was empty. Now, all his hopes were dashed. Facing continuous attempts and failures, his mood sank to an all-time low. He wished his father was there to encourage him, but his determination to persevere remained unshaken. Clay's gill net also yielded nothing and got tangled by the waves. If he continued to catch nothing, winning seemed unlikely. However, his gill net finally caught 2 rainbow trout, giving the contestants a much-needed boost. Despite losing 60 pounds over these days, with fish from the lake as food, he confidently said he could last another 50 days. Clay ventured into the forest to search for matsutake mushrooms. The area was scarce in grouse and rabbits, but fortunately, mushrooms were plentiful. While I marveled at his cutting technique, Clay pulled out a bag full of matsutake mushrooms. He had gathered 2 kilograms just along this ridge. Before the competition, Billy weighed 270 pounds and had plenty of body fat left, despite being hungry. He figured he could last another 20 days on tough resolve. Unable to find meat, he turned to wild onions, which were abundant near the camp. As long as they weren't withered, he could dig them up daily. Billy even started planting the onions he couldn't finish eating to keep them fresh. But realistically, it seemed unlikely there would be any leftovers. The gill nets remained persistently empty. Due to the lack of food, the cold became increasingly unbearable, causing his limbs to feel abnormally cold. Billy stretched his feet towards the fire to warm up, but accidentally burned a large hole in his socks. The contestants' luck seemed worse than ever. Teresa returned to her days of collecting berries for food. She hadn't found any fish by the lake again, and even picking berries left her gasping for breath, clearly due to long-term food shortage. It seemed she might be evacuated like Ross had been. Currently, Colt faced the least stress. Having great success in fishing, he had made some dice in the melon shed today for entertainment and relaxation. However, when it was time to check the nets, he was stunned upon reaching the lake. His trusted tarp boat had sunk. Colt insisted on rescuing it. He pulled the boat ashore and, after inspecting it, discovered that only the waves had swept water into the cabin, causing it to sink. The boat's ribs and a few seat planks were dispersed, but it could still be used as before once repaired. Clay has lost 20% of his body weight so far, but he still has muscle. There's not much meat left on the black-tailed deer. He desperately needs fish from the lake to supplement his diet. This time, his gill net finally met expectations, catching a rainbow trout frozen in an arc shape, which could provide about 2,500 calories. However, the waves tangled the gill net again. He decided to relocate the net near a large boulder, cut a log from the forest, and use it as a ladder on the boulder. Clay climbed up, threw the anchor stone connected to the float into the lake, moved the tripod over, assembled the trawling system, and secured the gill net in place. On day 58, Colt got a foreign object in his eye, making it difficult to even open his eyes. Despite this, he couldn't let it affect the competition, especially as he was close to winning. He used a syringe from the provided medical kit to flush out the foreign object. Then, he rowed his tarp boat to check the gill net. At this exciting moment, the gill net caught another bull for him. With this momentum, Colt could easily last 100 days. Back at the shelter, Colt arranged the iron pot for stew, enjoying fish soup and fish meat, with the situation looking very promising. After eating well, Colt chopped a big pile of wood for firewood, enough for half a month. Since the gill net was so effective, he expected the days ahead to be comfortable. From morning till night, he constantly burned calories and finally set another net in the lake the next day. However, the old net caught nothing today. Was the good start over so soon? Teresa didn't want to be a vegetarian, but with limited skills in fishing and hunting, she had berries again this morning. She mashed the cooked berries, formed them into balls, and baked them on the fire, creatively turning them into a meal. While waiting, she sat by the fire doing handicrafts, planning to make a hook for hanging the iron pot. But seeing her handle the saw, I knew trouble was brewing. She wasn't skilled, and as expected, she cut her left hand. Although the medical kit had the necessary supplies, a severed tendon that couldn't heal on its own would force her to call and quit the competition. Fortunately, the wound wasn't that severe. Otherwise, quitting in such a way would be frustrating for anyone. Let's look at Clay again. Seeing the strong winds and high waves, he guessed the gill net would have no catch and decided to hunt grouse and rabbits in the forest. Instead, he found fresh cougar feces on the ground. Local laws allowed contestants to hunt cougars. With Clay's stored deer jerky running low, catching this cougar would not only provide about 10 pounds of meat, but also fulfill a long-standing wish. Unfortunately, despite searching all day, he never saw the cougar. That evening, Clay made a tube out of deer skin that emitted sounds somewhat like a deer's call, but also resembled the cry of a dying hare. The next morning before dawn, he left the shelter with his bow and arrows, planning to lure a cougar with the sounds and shoot it. Unexpectedly, the situation changed rapidly. Gray bears, absent for a long time, had returned. Clay spotted their tracks in the snow, only 7 or 8 meters from the shelter. He had no choice but to abort the hunting plan. If the deerskin tube attracted a bear instead of a cougar, it would be a double loss. Billy's gill net had never caught anything. Billy decided to move it, refusing to believe he couldn't catch a single fish. Now, climbing a steep slope left him breathless, showing his physical weakness. A few wild onions in the garden were his food for the day, enough to sustain him for another week. He had quit his job to join the contest, with barely any money left in his bank account and twins on the way. Winning the $500,000 prize was crucial to avert a financial crisis, On day 66, although Billy's gill net hadn't caught any fish, he found one on the shore, possibly stranded or dropped by a bird. It was his first meat in nearly 50 days. He cooked the fish until it was charred. After a long time on a vegetarian diet, the small amount of meat, albeit little, felt incredibly satisfying due to the protein. Colt had thought the journey ahead would be easier, but the gill net caught no more fish. He felt his weight and stamina decreasing. The next day was the medical checkup scheduled by the show's producers. All contestants feared being forced to leave due to health issues, but it was inevitable. Colt lifted his shirt to reveal his emaciated body, having lost over 30 kilograms. The other contestants were not faring much better, anxiously awaiting the medical report. Surprisingly, Colt was the contestant disqualified. Despite catching 3 large fish in the past 20 days, his significant weight loss beforehand was too great. The doctor said his cardiovascular system was under immense stress, and staying could cause permanent damage. Facing permanent injury meant automatic disqualification. If Lake Chilkoot in Season 7 had the same fish resources as Big Slave Lake, Colt might not have been disqualified and could have been a strong contender for the champion. Clay had finally finished his deer meat and was now also facing a food crisis. He had moved the gill net to a new location a few days earlier, but it was empty and tangled when he checked it this morning. Clay could no longer tolerate the device. Even after placing it deep in the water, he decided not to waste more time on it. Teresa was semi-giving up, lacking hunting skills and unwilling to hunt. This morning, she made a broom in the pit house. Her craftsmanship was impressive. She took the broom outside, intending to clear the snow off the roof, but being on a vegetarian diet, she quickly felt dizzy and had to lie down again. Without wood for the fire due to not collecting it the day before, she forced herself to gather wood outside. Walking on land, she felt as if moving through water. While collecting wood, she saw deer tracks in the snow, the first since the challenge began. But she was indifferent, either too weak to care or unwilling to change her situation. Teresa had settled on berries and mushrooms. On day 69, she received a text from the show saying her medical checkup was moved up and to stay at the camp. She fantasized about being the last one standing and that the crew would soon announce her victory, but reality was harsh. Teresa had become extremely thin, and the early medical checkup was due to poor last results. Her heart rate had increased by 20% over the last week, a possible sign of impending heart failure, making her the 3rd contestant to be forced to leave. Now only Billy, the endurance king, and Clay, the deer hunting expert, remained. Billy's gill net was predictably empty. Desperate, he decided to eat pine bark. After peeling off the outer bark, he collected the inner layer, containing digestible sugars, fiber, and starch. He boiled the bark in a pot. The red color looked tasty, but it was hard to swallow. Drinking more made him feel nauseous. Not wanting to lose the little food in his stomach, he decisively covered the pot and planned to look for other food. Clay had given up on fishing and decided to focus on traps and hunting. He had set several traps for squirrels in the forest. The first trap had been touched, as there were many rabbit tracks around. As expected, the second trap caught one. He thought that would be all for the day, but 3 wire snares caught 2 snowshoe hares, boosting Clay's confidence as his food supply dwindled. The savory stewed rabbit meat satisfied his hunger. Every bite was precious, and he couldn't bear to waste any, bones included, wanting to consume more calories. That night, a noise outside from a fallen net woke him. Clay thought a gray bear had knocked it over. Opening the door and shining a flashlight, he found a fisher, a fierce animal with no natural predators and protected by local laws, hence he couldn't hunt it. Otherwise, Clay would have shot it with an arrow right then. Billy was devastated by a few sips of pine bark soup. He felt extremely nauseous yesterday and still hasn't recovered, lying in bed as if waiting for death. He must go out to find food to fill his stomach. While searching nearby, he discovered a large patch of wild onions, ensuring he wouldn't worry about food for the next few days. Since the start of the challenge, Billy has been eating wild onions, frying some and boiling others. After eating them for over 2 months, he still praises their taste. I truly admire his perseverance. Clay's situation isn't promising either. Today, while checking his traps, he saw fisher tracks in the snow following his own footprints. It seems the fisher had checked the traps before him. Clay felt a sense of doom when he found blood near the traps, likely left when the fisher stole a rabbit. If the fisher keeps visiting each night, Clay figures he won't last much longer in the competition. Every time Billy returns from fetching water from the lake, he has to climb a steep slope, walking about 100 meters. Today, he felt his heartbeat accelerate for the first time, pounding intensely. He suspects he might have heart palpitations and feels dizzy as if he's falling apart. Billy continuously apologizes to his wife, admitting he might not last much longer. Clay is also reaching the end of his resources. On day 71, Thanksgiving Day, he took out the family photo he had brought, but resisted looking at until now. Overwhelmed with longing for his family, he shed tears he hadn't shed in decades and prepared himself to go home to see them. On day 73, the crew's yacht appeared on camera, indicating someone had called to quit. The question was, who could it be? The answer was, Endurance King Billy. Over the past few days, he had felt his heartbeat increasing and his breathing becoming labored. Although he could continue to endure hunger and isolation, losing 90 pounds was the limit for his body. Any further weight loss could be dangerous, so Billy had no choice but to withdraw from the challenge. On day 74, Clay became the champion of Season 8 of the Wilderness Survival Challenge, winning the prize money. This is the most realistic wilderness survival I've seen. 10 people were dropped off in Labrador, Canada, including both survival experts and novices. The last person standing wins $500,000. Let's see how this season's contestants perform. The first contestant, Carla, is a primitive skills coach who lives a self-sufficient life in a yurt. Whether it's making fire, cooking, or treating illnesses, she relies on herself. She joined the competition to win prize money to build a wilderness survival skills school, fulfilling her long-held dream. Upon landing, Carl saw dark clouds approaching and quickly set up a temporary shelter. While looking for a suitable campsite, she collected dry grass for tinder. The wind picked up, and she hurriedly set up her tarp. She regretted it the next day as the black flies were fierce, leaving bites all over her chest. Carl packed up to move. Open spaces and overly dense forests were unsuitable. She followed an animal trail in the grass, which led to a clearing where she spotted a grouse. Her first arrow missed, but she pursued and caught it with a second shot. By the second day, she had meat to eat, easing her nerves and boosting her confidence. She felt capable of winning as she savored the simple grouse meat. Another contestant, Benji, a hunting guide skilled in making traps and fire by friction, has over 30 years of experience with traditional archery. He believed he could take down a black bear in Labrador. He came to break Roland's record of surviving 100 days. His starting point was near a river suitable for fishing but not for setting up camp. As storm clouds approached, he entered the forest to find a campsite and kept an eye on available resources like berries. While picking berries, he heard a squirrel and expertly shot it down. Before he could set up his tent, heavy rain began to fall. Luckily, one of his 10 chosen items was a raincoat, preventing a cold that could force him to withdraw. After the rain, Benji made a fishing rod with a 10-meter-long cord. By the 4th day, he noticed many small fish trapped in the river at low tide. Local laws only allowed fishing with rods and nets. Otherwise, he would have made a net to catch more efficiently. Using the simplest rod, Benji effortlessly caught 12 small fish, compensating for their size with quantity. Return to camp to use a pot lid as a griddle. Fry the trout until cooked. Among the 10 items Benji chose, there is Himalayan rock salt. He believes that consuming enough salt is as important as having sufficient food. The cooked fish tastes like salty popcorn, sizzling with a golden brown color. The flavor should be decent. Contestant Jessie is also a survival coach, mastering various skills. She currently runs an outdoor survival school for women. Money is not an issue for her. She joined the competition to test herself. She too began by scouting in the woods, looking for resources and a campsite. Passing by a quiet stream, she saw fresh bear tracks on the bank. Jessie did not want to be woken by that bear in the middle of the night, so she found a distant spot to secure her tarp. She just needed to pile up some branches underneath. However, the inevitable happened. That night, she heard a bear roaring outside the camp, estimating it to be within 50 meters. Jessie was not very scared, but rather pitied the bear, which might become a victim of her arrows. The 4th contestant, Juan, grew up in the forest, chasing rabbits and trapping snakes. Recently, he underwent a solo survival challenge to prepare for this competition. He wants the $500,000 prize to buy land and build a house for his girlfriend. While searching for a campsite, he also found fresh bear droppings. Juan could hardly hide his smile, seeing it as a ticket to victory. He planned to hunt a bear and eat it for a month, by which time he might be close to winning. After finding a campsite, he did not want to spend much effort on the shelter. He just made a frame with logs, secured the tarp, and sealed the ends with branches for a permanent shelter. Before the competition, he drank milk and ate olive oil daily, gaining 60 pounds, thinking if he couldn't get a bear, he could survive on his fat reserves for a month. Juan heard squirrels chattering in the woods. When he approached, the squirrels, sensing danger, disappeared. Returning to camp, he pushed aside some saplings and found a pile of discarded tin cans. The rules allow contestants to use anything they find. Juan assembled a few cans into a bacon stove. Then he took out the fireproof material from his leggings, sewed it onto the cut-open tarp, and extended the bacon without worrying about burning the tarp. Juan also gathered a lot of clay to seal the outside of the stove. He was busy until evening before everything was done. Jacques is the youngest contestant this season, a glacier guide who often encounters bears and was even attacked by a grizzly. He became interested in jungle survival skills at age 11. Now, whether building shelters or hunting and fishing, he is very skilled. He currently lives in an RV with his girlfriend and joined the competition to win the prize money to buy a decent house. Jacques' luck is incredible. While patrolling the woods, he found an old animal trap, but wasn't sure if it still worked. On the fourth day, before he even got dressed, he spotted a squirrel outside his camp while his stomach was growling. He shot an arrow at the squirrel, killing it instantly. As he went to retrieve his prey, he turned and saw a grouse in a tree. His luck was unstoppable as he shot the grouse down too. While others might spend hours in the woods without catching anything, Jacques had prey delivered right to his doorstep. Enjoying squirrel and grouse stew made his days delightful, which would surely make other contestants envious. The sixth contestant, Igor, spent 4 days looking for a campsite but ended up right where he started. With Armenian, Egyptian, French, and Russian heritage, Igor learned archery as a child and once hunted a half-ton muskox. He joined the competition to test his skills and improve his family's life with the prize money. Affected by the tides of Labrador, the river near his area had lots of seaweed hanging on the branches. Igor gathered some to cook, and although he hadn't found protein yet, the seaweed would stave off hunger for a few days. As the first Asian contestant to live alone in the wilderness, Temujin served 6 years in the military, specializing in cold weather warfare and survival. After his service, he became a general practitioner. Confident in his willpower, he joined the competition to pay off his student loans and renovate his home. Temujin had his own ideas about building a permanent shelter. He started by constructing a frame with canvas and logs, then dug a fire pit. Knowing the design needed for a warm shelter, he made sure the pit was at least half a meter deep and divided into 3 parts for the smoke inlet, smoke outlet, and furnace. He then found some river mud, squeezed out the air by pounding it, and smoothed it over the fire pit. After lighting a fire inside to harden the mud, all that was left was to refine the shelter for the winter. Contestant Terry, a commercial fisherman, was drawn by the wilderness of Alaska. Working only 4 months a year, he spent the rest in nature. He joined the competition to see how far he could go. Terry had set up a temporary camp but had not yet started a fire. He collected tinder yesterday but unfortunately left it outside where it got wet from the rain. With over 100 rainy days a year in Labrador, finding dry tinder in the woods was challenging. Terry chopped open a tree trunk and carved out a few wood pieces. After struggling with a flint, he finally started a fire. A few sips of hot tea made him feel much better. It was time to build a long-term shelter. What he thought would be a massive project turned out to be just sawing a few small trees and creating an inverted V structure covered with a tarp. Simplicity at its finest. After finishing, he went fishing in the river with his rod and soon caught a trout, a perfect size for a meal to replenish the energy spent building the camp. Tom is a farmer owning over 300 acres of land, influenced by his father's profession. Each summer, he had the chance to encounter various wild animals in Africa, learning hunting and tracking skills. He felt his observational skills were superior to other contestants. These days, he survived on berries, which he grew tired of, and now sought protein in the forest. However, The dense vegetation made moving around not as easy as he imagined. In a new area, hearing many squirrels around, he drew his bow and shot one in the heart. Although he apologized to the squirrel, his processing speed was quick. He started by eating the squirrel's head, not liking it much but knowing it contained heart-healthy fatty acids. The meat satisfied his body's need for protein and fats. Finally, Adam, a treehouse carpenter with superior hands-on skills compared to other contestants, had also sailed across the Pacific Ocean in 90 days, showing his courage and capacity to endure solitude. Hunting and fishing had always been his passions. He joined the contest to win the prize money to improve his family's life. Adam planned to build an improved lean-to cabin at a chosen spot. He first constructed a frame with logs, then layered the roof covered with a tarp with spruce branches like tiling. The sides were secured with wood pressing against moss, enhancing waterproofing and insulation. He reserved a space for a door and a window, completing his permanent shelter. After finishing, he needed to hunt for food. Searching the woods, he only found fresh bear droppings, which he was glad to see, as killing a black bear could shift his situation from food scarcity to surplus. After some time, he reached a clearing at the mountain summit. Just as Adam was about to reflect, he saw a grouse fly into a nearby forest and chased after it with an arrow. Unfortunately, he aimed a few centimeters too low, and the arrow disappeared. While searching, he encountered the same fleeing grouse. Despite worrying about missing and losing another arrow, his hunger got the best of him. He drew his bow and aimed all in one go, but missed again. Both arrows fell into a thick layer of moss, making them likely hard to retrieve. Since Adam failed to catch the grouse, he decided to try fishing instead. He found a straight tree trunk, stripped off the bark to use as a fishing rod, and cut an eyelet from his tarp to secure the auxiliary line. After casting his line, he quickly hooked a trout. His luck and resources were outstanding. Over the next few hours, he consistently caught fish, overcoming his earlier misfortune with hunting grouse. He caught over a dozen trout, happily showing his catch to the camera. 10 smaller fish were cooked in a pot, while the largest one was smoked for preservation. That evening, Adam had a very satisfying meal. Tom wanted to make a decorative streamer for his fish hook. When he learned that the competition only allowed fly fishing rods and nets, he dyed a bright green feather, cut it in front of the camera, and tied it next to the hook with pink nylon rope. When it came time to test his creation, the fly did not disappoint. In just 50 minutes, he caught 3 trout, totaling over a kilogram. He felt hopeful about winning the $500,000 prize. Jacques was undoubtedly the luckiest contestant so far. Like the others, he also fished, but the fish he caught were significantly larger, resembling Arctic chars with robust, brightly colored bodies. Jacques quickly gutted the fish by the river, brought it back to camp, and cooked it over a fire. In just a few minutes, it was ready to eat, very fatty and rich in protein and fat. He was very satisfied with his achievements in hunting and fishing, and his shelter was well built. His only trouble was missing his girlfriend. By day 12, Jacques noticed his body fat reducing rapidly, even though he had the best diet among the contestants, with his weight dropping 10% since the start. As rain seemed imminent, Jacques began splitting wood. During a break, he saw a squirrel in a tree and shot it with precise archery, proving his skill. However, as he waited for the meat to stew, he couldn't smile. He disliked killing animals, which deeply saddened him. Over the next few days, he reflected on his interactions with wildlife, realizing they were all harmful. Combined with missing his girlfriend, he felt staying longer would mean missing out on better moments. Thus, on the morning of the 15th day, he called to withdraw from the competition. He had the best diet and luck, but was the first to leave, showing that youth might not fully appreciate the value of money. Hopefully, Jacques won't regret his decision later. Following his departure, 9 contestants remained. Benji felt the weather was getting colder and decided to build a box forward to cheer. He found a flat area near the water, used existing trees as support posts, and tied several logs horizontally to form the main frame. The roof was completed by covering it with a tarp. The rest would be done gradually. Just as Benji lay down to rest, he heard the sound of a squirrel nearby. After locating it, he unhesitatingly drew his bow and shot an arrow. His aim was unmatched. Benji fried the squirrel in a pan, noting while eating that he felt more vibrant here than in his comfortable home life, with no thoughts of quitting. His fishing luck was also excellent. catching 3 fish in a few hours by the river. While others struggled to find meat, he had an excess. Benji used stones to enclose a small area of water to store his food for the next day. He preferred hunting over fishing. Passing through a marsh, he noticed many beaver trails and decided to try an ambush. While looking for a good spot, he saw a beaver in the water ahead and immediately shot an arrow. The arrow grazed the beaver's scalp, but it did not escape far. After struggling in the water and escaping out of sight, Benji searched the area, hoping not to lose the beaver. Unable to find it, he speculated it might have swum to the main river, but saw no body there. He hoped to find the injured beaver the next morning. Though Adam had built a permanent shelter early, the smoke ventilation was poor. He needed to make a fireplace. Lacking suitable rocks, he dug up mud, added chopped weeds and water, and kneaded it to increase plasticity. Using thin tree trunks as main beams and interlacing willow branches, he plastered the mud to form walls. While Adam worked methodically, he heard a noise outside. A grouse perched on a tree branch caused the sound. Having lost arrows while hunting grouse before, Adam feared using his bow again and risked being defenseless against a bear, so he threw a stick, but missed wildly. Adam was too conservative. Without using the bow, catching prey was unlikely. Fortunately, the fireplace was progressing well. The fire dried the mud walls without cracking, and the smoke ventilation improved. After successful fishing, Adam hoped for more success, cut a small piece of his shoe insole, tied it with colored thread to make a fake fly, and cast his line by the river. Expecting bites like before, he was disappointed with no action after hours of effort. Further attempts also ended fruitlessly. Adam thought the river water might be getting colder, which is why the fish weren't biting. He suspected he had fished out the nearby areas. Shifting his focus to hunting due to his deteriorating archery skills, Adam practiced shooting arrows every morning. Today he planned to hunt a black bear, which was active and fat before hibernation. If successful, it would secure his food supply for a long time. On his way, Adam found a large, yellow porcini mushroom, perfect for a soup side dish. After searching the woods for 3 hours without spotting a bear, he encountered a grouse, his old nemesis. This time, Adam didn't miss and took down the grouse with one shot, making his efforts worthwhile. Back at the shelter, he stuffed the grouse with cranberries and sliced porcini, then cooked it in a pot with water for 20 minutes. The grouse was coated with a thick sauce, and the flavors of the cranberries and porcini permeated the meat, rewarding his palate with each bite. Sitting by the fire and enjoying his meal epitomized his ideal wilderness life. Turning to Jessie, who faced windy and rainy weather in Labrador, she felt insecure under just a tarp and began building a permanent shelter on a hillside. She fixed logs under trees to outline the walls and leveled the ground by removing part of the slope. The calories needed for such a massive project were enormous, and just foraging for berries wouldn't suffice. In the forest, Jessie saw many squirrels and set wire traps on their active trees. Setting traps saved more energy than hunting with a bow across the hills. She made 15 traps in one go. Just as she sat down to rest, she heard a squirrel and found it had been caught in one of her traps. Surprised by the quick catch, she cleaned the squirrel by the river and stewed it until tender, devouring it as her body had long craved protein. Later, she installed more logs in her shelter, creating a complex structure. Due to the sheer amount of wood needed, Jessie used readily available bark and moss for the walls. Even so, the calorie expenditure was high. Her only source of meat was the wire traps. The next day, another squirrel was caught, but as Jessie approached to retrieve it, a poignant scene unfolded. A companion squirrel came down from a tree, pushed the dead body, and made noises trying to wake it. It lingered sadly before finally leaving. Jessie stood by and witnessed the whole process. Others might have been moved to quit, but Jessie is a survival instructor. Although it made her very sad, she knew this was nature's law of survival, with killing being an inevitable part. Igor cooked another pot of seaweed. These days, he survived on seaweed alone, not catching any fish or hitting any game with his bow. He lost 17 pounds. Without the seaweed, he probably wouldn't have lasted. He planned to build a cabin as a permanent home, choosing a damp location near a water source. Igor intended to lay a log floor in the shelter, choosing logs that weighed 100 pounds each. To prevent future fires, he also planned to strip off the bark, which took about 30 minutes per log. With no solid food supply, the construction of the cabin was far from fast. He was busy until dusk, only managing to complete the base and half of the floor. Igor stared at the camera, pondering how to survive the days ahead, when he saw a grouse land nearby. He quietly approached with his saw and surprisingly killed the grouse with it. The food came so unexpectedly. That evening, Igor roasted the grouse. Its meat was lean, slightly greasy, and not fatty. His hungry stomach finally felt somewhat full, giving him strength for tomorrow's construction. Juan also saw a squirrel from his doorstep but wasn't as lucky as Igor. His arrow missed. He hadn't caught any fish from the river these days and had only eaten one grouse so far. Juan patrolled the woods, hoping to find rabbit traces to set traps, but only saw black bear footprints. Judging from the size of the prints, the bear must have weighed nearly 400 pounds. Juan had long wanted to hunt a bear for his food reserve. Instead of blindly searching, he preferred to wait for prey. He hung the grouse's innards and food scraps in a tin can in midair, waiting for a black bear to come sniffing around so he could shoot it from hiding. He thought the championship was as good as his. Carla hadn't washed her hair in half a month. It was dry and coarse. Today, she specially boiled water. After cleaning her hair, she would continue building her shelter. Carla designed a conical structure, using a digging stick to organize the living space on the ground. She installed several more wooden supports on both sides for stability and tied on the tarp to complete half of the shelter. At night, she lit a fire inside and felt very satisfied with her creation. 17 days into the competition, 9 contestants remained. Benji hit a beaver yesterday. This morning, before dawn, he went to where it was last seen and started searching along the main river. When he saw a clear trail in the bushes, Benji walked over and found the beaver, now completely cold. He estimated the beaver to be around 50 pounds, with each pound of beaver meat averaging 960 calories, a significant gain. Benji does not want to attract the black bear to the camp. After cleaning the beaver innards in the swamp, he finishes the disassembly in the nearby woods. He removes as much fat as possible from the entire beaver and cuts the lean meat into strips. Then he makes a smoking rack, encloses it on 3 sides with branches to lock in the smoke, and places the meat on it for dehydration and antibacterial purposes. Benji believes that if he allocates the portions properly, it should last him a month. Relying solely on this beaver is not enough to ensure victory. Only a black bear would make victory almost certain. Before the competition, he had expressed his desire to surpass Roland's record of surviving 100 days. Roland's black bear hunt had been a topic of long-standing joy among his fans. Benji wants to hunt a black bear to prove his own strength. That evening, Benji fries some minced meat with a pot lid. The taste, resembling the juicy fat of a ribeye steak, exceeds his expectations. The next afternoon, Benji uses the pile of beaver innards as bait and installs a camera nearby to see if it attracts a black bear so he can plan the hunt. By night, Benji is still obsessed with the black bear, thinking about hunting it, eating its meat. Excitingly, a black bear does smell the scent and approaches. What happens next will depend on Benji's actions. Temujin has been continuously improving his shelter and has finally completed it. His energy levels are at a new low, making hunting and foraging a top priority. He notices many squirrel holes in the woods and the ground littered with their gnawed pine cones. Temujin uses these pine cones as bait, setting a spring-loaded rod trap outside the holes. If a squirrel sticks its head in, breaking the inverted balance, it will be caught by the wire. While waiting for the trap to work, he boils the berries he collected into a tea, which tastes fragrantly sweet and sour. Sitting in his shelter, then prepares firewood for the night. Happiness comes unexpectedly when, after chopping enough wood, he hears the sound of a partridge flapping its wings nearby. Looking over, he sees it on a tree just a dozen meters away. Temujin immediately retrieves his bow and arrows from the camp, returns, and hits the partridge with one shot. The injured partridge hangs in the tree, reluctant to come down. Temujin uses a stick to dislodge it, physically overcoming it and showcasing it on camera. He takes it to the river, cleans it, and prepares it on a fire. After eating wild vegetables and berries for several days, he is especially grateful for this barbecue. The moment the meat enters his mouth, he feels completely comfortable. Temujin knows there's another partridge in that area and can now recognize its sounds. With his superb archery skills, he expects the coming days to be better. Let's check on Tom and see how his shelter is doing. Today, he just used some sticks to build a low wall and then went out with his bow and arrows to find food. As he passed through a thicket, he saw a gray crow ahead. Tom shot an arrow without hesitation, and the crow died instantly without knowing what happened. He didn't rush back to start cooking as the small amount of food would barely fill him up. Tom went to the river, plucked a feather from the gray crow to use as a fake fly, and tried to catch a larger trout. He didn't know how long he would have to stand as punishment. Suddenly, he felt a tug on the fishing line. Tom quickly pulled towards the shore. Judging by the splashes, the fish was no less than half a pound. Now Tom could go home for a full meal. The fresh trout was grilled for lunch. He saved the cut-off fish head to make soup with the gray crow in the evening. While waiting for the fish to cook, he laid some pine branches on the ground to serve as a plate. The ritual felt completely satisfying. The cooked fish was tender and juicy. Tom greedily ate bite by bite, and soon only the fish bones were left. Life was exceptionally pleasant compared to Igor's. Igor had spent all his energy building his shelter. Except for catching a partridge on the day he broke ground, he was now trying to fish. Local regulations only allowed fishing with fly rods and nets, neither of which Igor was skilled at. After a long time with no bites, he saw a seal pop up in the water. With seals around, any fish would either be eaten or scared away. Igor moved to another spot but still caught nothing. However, the trip wasn't entirely fruitless as he found a mussel. Igor couldn't wait to start a fire and cooked the mussel in a pile of seaweed. After a week without meat, he tasted the mussel repeatedly before reluctantly throwing away the shell. The next day, Igor ground some charcoal and used his fingers instead of the toothbrush provided by the show. After brushing thoroughly and swallowing it with mouthwash as a morning tea, he believed eating charcoal was good for the stomach. However, given his current state of working hard without proper meals, his stomach wasn't likely doing well. Moreover, building a shelter with sawn wood was exhausting. The discrepancy between his intake and expenditure seemed to be affecting his health. Igor felt his heart beating faster and worried about causing permanent damage to his body. After much internal struggle, he finally chose to call and withdraw from the competition. Terry also suffered greatly. He hadn't had a bowel movement in 12 days and was experiencing dangerous symptoms like dizziness and nausea. That afternoon, he even suffered muscle spasms, stomach cramps, and leg cramps due to malnutrition. Terry hoped to endure a bit longer to see if he could overcome this. Fortunately, after a loud relief, Terry finally managed a bowel movement, feeling completely rejuvenated. All discomfort vanished immediately. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Terry got up early to head to the riverbank, where beavers were often spotted. He had been observing this spot before dawn for the past 7 to 8 days, waiting for the right moment to use his bow and arrows for food storage. Today, he finally got his chance when an unsuspecting beaver swam within range. An arrow flew across the top left of the screen, followed by splashes in the water. Terry watched from the shore as the injured beaver floated motionless in the middle of the river. After 40 minutes, he confirmed its death. Terry stripped down to his underwear and entered the water, which was shallow enough to walk through and retrieve the beaver. The close-up shot showed the beaver was as heavy as the one Benji had caught. After getting back on shore and dressing quickly, what seemed like a near withdrawal from the competition turned around within a day or two, showcasing the charm of living alone in the wilderness. After 21 days, 8 contestants remained. Benji, after checking a camera placed next to the beaver's entrails, found a black bear had come to eat, attracted by the smell. Although he planned to use the bear as a long-term food source, the current high temperature risked spoiling the meat before he could smoke it. So, he decided to wait another half-month until the temperature dropped below freezing. Now living in a large shelter that required much effort to maintain, Benji decided to build a new one, similar to a yurt. He would use 3 logs tied at the top to form a tripod, fix each side with acorns, wrap it with canvas, and fill the gaps with branches. Benji also had an urgent task. He needed to sharpen his axe in his new shelter, adhering to the principle that a sharp axe makes chopping easier. After setting up a temporary workbench, he cleaned the beaver skin, which would otherwise go to waste. He removed the fat cleanly, which was substantial enough to render nearly half a pot of oil, providing at least 15,000 calories. At 4:30 p.m., a grouse suddenly entered the camp. Despite already having beaver meat, Benji knew there was no such thing as too much food in the wilderness. He grabbed his bow and arrow and shot at it. The bad news was he missed, but the good news was the grouse didn't fly far. He followed and shot another arrow, hitting it perfectly this time. While other contestants were starving, Benji's food supply was almost overflowing. As long as nothing unexpected happened, reaching the top 3 seemed likely. In the evening, he fried the grouse meat in beaver fat, and the taste was indescribably delicious, bursting with flavor in his mouth. Meanwhile, Jessie had been building a jungle cabin for weeks and still had much to finish. Spotting a grouse nearby, she shot an arrow, but it veered off, embedding in the cabin's frame. In contrast, Adam's archery skills were much better. After daily morning practice, he could now headshot squirrels. Preparing to head home, he spotted another nearby and shot again, significantly improving his accuracy. Today's hunting was fruitful. Juan was the most energy-efficient contestant, even drinking raw water to save time and effort. As a Mexican, his stomach handled it well, having done so for 10 years. Recently, he hadn't eaten much, finding no animal traces in the woods and considering fishing at the river, suspecting the fish had moved to warmer, deeper waters. He started building a dock by tying a beam between 2 tripods and extending wood into the water, allowing him to finish the dock from the shore. Suddenly, a seal appeared on the river, likely scaring off nearby fish. After it left, Juan stood on the dock, casting his line, and soon his luck turned. Bait wasn't in the water long before a fish bit. Though not large, he consistently caught more, totaling 6 trout in 2 hours. A great haul. Juan quickly made a fire, cooked a full pot with berries, planning to eat 3 trout today and 3 tomorrow, replenishing his protein and fat. Switching to Tom, his shelter was nearly complete. With some free time, he made several traps. Like Jessie, he chose a location against a mountain 6 days ago. Using a digging stick, he leveled a large area, drove several stakes into the ground, and secured the main framework with beams and footlocks. He constructed low walls with thin branches and planned to fill the upper part with leaves later. Collecting stones and clay from a creek, he built a fireplace in a corner by alternating layers of stone and clay and finally covered the entire cabin with a tarp. After completing such a large project, it's definitely time to eat. Tom was checking the traps he had set up in the forest. The first 2 were untouched, and he thought there was no hope left. A snowshoe hare providing over 800 calories and 18 grams of fat, the first rabbit caught this season. He processed it inside his shelter and couldn't wait to cook the rabbit meat, adding berries and roots for flavor before serving. The tender, aromatic meat was delicious. Carl's shelter was still rudimentary, and she wanted to improve it for the coming cold weather. However, food was scarce. She had to find something substantial to fill her stomach. With her bow and arrow, she ventured into the densely branched woods, making hunting difficult. Fortunately, she spotted a squirrel on the ground. Carly shot an arrow, humorously unsure if she had hit her target. After pushing through the branches, she ended up disappointed. Since hunting was unsuccessful, she tried fishing. Concerned about returning empty-handed again, Carla chose the calmest part of the water. A fish bit within minutes, but due to her haste, it slipped off the hook. She continued waiting by the river and soon caught a trout, which was substantial enough to rival Juan's 6 fish, providing about 800 calories and 100 grams of protein. Carly cleaned the fish and cooked it right away. The white, tender meat was especially tempting, rich in oil and flavor, which she believed would help her complete part of her shelter. Turning to Adam, his stomach started hurting last night. He didn't know if it was a parasite infection or just discomfort due to his diet. Adam hoped to feel better by morning, but by 10 p.m. his condition had worsened. He said if it was parasites, he would just have to endure as long as he could. Benji experienced similar symptoms, waking up with stomach pain this morning. He found some herbs on the riverbank known to treat stomach issues, hoping they would help. He decided to do nothing today but lie in the sun by the river. Adam also attempted self-treatment using birch bark, which is said to soothe the stomach when boiled in water. Unsure of the dosage, he randomly prepared some to drink and felt much better after resting. He then boiled water to wash his face, finally feeling relief from the discomfort. Benji's situation was not optimistic. By evening, he developed a fever. He suspected he had contracted a parasite from handling raw meat without proper hand hygiene. That night, Benji suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, quickly depleting his energy. By dawn, his mental resolve completely collapsed. Despite having plenty of food reserves, he was too sick to continue. Reluctantly, Benji chose to withdraw from the competition. On the 28th day of the competition, 7 contestants are still persevering. A few days ago, Terry killed a beaver. He built a miniature storage shed from logs and stored the beaver meat. For breakfast today, he had a clear stew made from the beaver's head, gnawing it thoroughly to extract every bit of meat from the bone crevices, aiming to consume every calorie. After eating, he had work to do. His most pressing task was to smoke and dehydrate the meat before it spoiled. Terry calmly sliced the beaver meat into strips, prepared hanging trays from wire and branches, and transformed his previously constructed storage shed into a smokehouse by lighting a fire at the base. After 20 hours of waiting, he lifted the top log with great expectation and was greeted by a delightful aroma. The beaver meat was smoked perfectly. To ensure dryness, he chopped the leftover meat to prepare for further smoking. The bone meat, rich in fat and connective tissues, was unsuitable for smoking, so he fried it until well done. The taste of the fried meat, humming with satisfaction, along with the boiled leftover fat and water, was excellent, leaving Terry immensely satisfied. Tom, undoubtedly a good man, didn't forget to make a small gift for his wife, even while participating in the Wilderness Survival Challenge. He crafted a pair of earrings from steel wire. With limited time in the morning, he had to leave to check his traps. Tom hoped for a snowshoe hare like last time, but after inspecting all traps without any catch, he found beaver tracks leading to a water dam. Knowing beavers are typically nocturnal and hardly appear during the day, he ventured out at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, just before dawn, with his bow and arrows to stake out near the beaver dam. Nearly 2 hours passed as daylight broke, and finally a beaver appeared. Tom took his shot, and the beaver, hit by the arrow, dove underwater and quickly vanished. He waited a few minutes to see if the body would surface, but saw nothing on the water. The retrieved arrow lacked even a single beaver hair, making Tom doubt whether he hit it or if the injured beaver had escaped back to its den. If that was the case, finding the body would be impossible, and his efforts would have been in vain, possibly alerting the prey. He planned to let the area settle for a few days before returning to hunt. In Temujin's shelter, a few mice had moved in, likely attracted by his cooking every time he lit a fire. Temujin decided to make several Paiute traps, specialized for small animals. He set them up at his doorstep with berries tied to the trigger stick, so any entering mouse would be crushed by a falling stone. Temujin had just finished setting his traps when he heard a grouse flapping nearby. Following the sound, he spotted the grouse on the ground and shot an arrow at it. Unfortunately, he missed by a few centimeters. The grouse flew to a tree about 10 meters away. Temujin followed and shot another arrow, but missed again. The arrow shot into the sky and disappeared. Following its trajectory, he found the arrow in a tree not far from his shelter. He tried to knock it down with a stick, but ended up having to climb the nearly 6-meter-high tree, a somewhat risky task. Falling could mean injury or worse. That evening, Temujin comforted himself in his shelter and built a mental defense. Only 2 days had passed, and his luck had completely turned around. At 2:30 p.m., he shot a grouse, thankfully capturing the beautiful bird. Not far from there, he heard another grouse and took another successful shot. 2 grouse in 1 day, more than he expected. On his way to the river, he spotted another grouse and hit it with 1 shot. With several pounds of meat, it was necessary to build a smokehouse to preserve it. To avoid attracting black bears to the camp, he processed the grouse by the river. He cut down a tree as thick as a thigh, removed excess branches, and used it as a crossbeam on a slope. He dug a fire pit underneath and piled branches on either side for cover. Temujin was ready to face any black bears attracted by the smell. The smoking temperature was just right, and the grouse meat on top did not drip grease, minimizing calorie loss. The remaining grouse skin and innards were his dinner for the day. Turning to the female contestant Jessie, after a month, her shelter was still unfinished. Fortunately, the outline and frame were ready, and now she only needed to finish the walls and roof. This morning, Jessie saw snow on the opposite mountain ridge, signaling the approaching winter. It was time to finish the shelter and focus on gathering food. She stuffed collected rotten wood between 2 rows of stakes, stacking them to form a wall. After expending countless calories, Jessie's shelter was barely complete. She wanted to celebrate with a few fish, but the fish had moved to deeper waters. Jessie caught nothing. The wire traps she had set in the forest hadn't caught anything for 5 days. Tonight, she would go to sleep hungry, unavoidably feeling a bit sad. Juan caught 6 trout a few days ago. Today, only a few heads and half a bowl of aspic remain, valuable sources of fat. Tasting the success of fishing, he wanted to continue. However, his fishing rod had cracked. Not wanting to carve a new one, simply tied the crack with a rope and eagerly cast his line again. It seemed he had used up all his fishing luck last time, as he waited on the pier for a long time without a bite. Realizing it was pointless to wait, he planned to go hunting instead. After an unfruitful search in the woods, he returned to camp and surprisingly found a grouse in a tree. The grouse was high up, making it difficult to hit. Juan did not rush his shot and moved closer to shoot a blunt arrow. The grouse struggled vigorously after being hit, managing to shake off the arrow and escape unnoticed. Juan knew it would be nearly impossible to find it again as he looked around the similar terrain. He returned to the lakeside, somewhat disheartened. Yet, sometimes things work out unexpectedly. 3 days later, while hunting in the bushes, Juan encountered the injured grouse again, now cold and partially eaten by other animals. Back at camp, he carelessly dropped the grouse on the ground, attracting a white weasel by its scent. He shooed it away, but the weasel did not go far, lingering in the nearby bushes. Juan shot an arrow at it casually and surprisingly hit it. The weasel's meat was barely enough for a snack, but its fur was valuable. He planned to skin it carefully to gift to his girlfriend. After 34 days, 7 contestants were still enduring. Terry had been eating beaver meat for several days and, oddly, was still losing weight. Today, desperate, he scraped the last bits of fat from a preserved beaver skin, hoping to use the rendered oil to regain some weight, even considering drinking it if necessary. The oil residue became his snack. Jessie was still struggling with her shelter. After last night's heavy rain, Jessie's tarp had collected much water. She started using moss to fill the gaps in her walls. The entire wall, over 3 meters long, was gradually filled with moss. Today, her trap finally caught a squirrel. Although a fox had bitten off a part of it, she wouldn't have to go to sleep on an empty stomach drinking just water. Meanwhile, Adam was splitting wood in his front yard when a grouse flew by. Presented with such an opportunity, he took his bow and arrow and shot it. After plucking and gutting the grouses by the river, Adam headed back to camp, but was suddenly captivated by something in the bushes, exclaiming in surprise. He initially thought it might be food, but discovered it was actually a floating dock. Coming from a carpentry background, Adam had many ideas about how to utilize the pile of wood. He took the planks and nails back, first making a bench for resting, then a door. He positioned the remaining planks, sawed off the excess, and nailed them in place. Adam felt that a sturdy door was crucial to prevent black bears from entering his shelter, and also made it feel more like home. Tom disliked the dim light in his shelter, and saw the need for a more efficient lamp. He fixed a white reflector at the top of a branch and shone his headlamp on it, which significantly improved the light. Despite these improvements, parts of his shelter still needed work. Since the start of the challenge, Tom had caught 15 squirrels, 19 trout, 5 grouses, 1 snowshoe hare, and 1 gray noise duck. Although it seemed a lot, it was just enough to scrape by. He had already lost 88 pounds. Hunting daily, Tom was alert at the slightest sound of a squirrel, and with his skilled archery, few animals escaped him. Today was no exception. With 1 squirrel already in hand, Tom decided to pick some berries to take back. But then another grouse flew by and landed on the ground to feed. He shot it with an arrow. To preserve the fat on the skin, Tom roasted the squirrel directly over the fire, scraping off the dirt before it was perfectly cooked. To the average person, this might be hard to swallow, but hunger is the best spice, and Tom thoroughly enjoyed his meal, confident he could last a while longer. Unexpectedly, trouble came quickly. Due to the many gray noise crows in the trees near his camp, Tom made a bird trap. The concept was simple. When a gray noise crow landed on a branch, it would lose balance and get caught by a wire loop above. After setting the trap, Tom went hunting as usual but returned with only a bunch of lichens. He caught no animals. When he got back to camp, the bird trap had been triggered, but the wire snare wasn't flexible enough to tighten in time to trap the gray noise crow. 3 days passed, and Tom survived on just lichens and berries, constantly hungry but not delaying the construction of his shelter. Long-term lack of adequate food and clothing can lead to mental distraction and inability to focus. Indeed, while chopping a tree, Tom had an accident, falling onto a sharp tree stump and injuring his back, specifically at the kidney area. He planned to rest for a few days to recover, but without food, even rest was futile. Tom pinned his hopes on catching a beaver. That night, he was in so much pain that he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Before dawn, he took his bow and arrows and went to the river to keep watch. Unfortunately, the water remained unusually calm from beginning to end. He had to try to stay optimistic, as he could not sit idle. Tom decided to fill his time with small tasks, like finding some clay to seal the gaps in his chimney. However, another mishap occurred. The scarcity of food severely impacted Tom's thinking and judgment abilities and made his body very fragile. This time, he injured his knee, which swelled up considerably. Now, without external supplies and suffering from injuries, Tom felt he no longer had the strength even to chop wood. He had given his all and could go no further, so he made the call to withdraw from the competition. Meanwhile, the female contestant Carl was making jam to save for the winter when food would be scarce. Although she hadn't caught many animals, her shelter was built simply, which inadvertently saved a lot of energy. If she could keep making jam continuously, she might last another few weeks. On the 41st day, which was her mother's birthday, Carla made a cake out of lichens and moss. Despite these, she still hoped to have some real meat to celebrate her mother's birthday in the evening. Perhaps luck was on her side, as her previously unused snare caught a squirrel today. After so many days of eating wild vegetables and berries, she finally got to consume some protein that evening, savoring each bite before reluctantly swallowing. Let's check on Temujin, who goes hunting daily. This morning he was lucky. Just as he stepped out the door, a squirrel appeared as if offering itself up. The first arrow missed, but the oblivious squirrel stayed nearby, successfully shooting the squirrel with his third arrow. Notably, this was the first squirrel he had shot since starting the challenge, as he usually hunted grouse and had even shot 3 in one go a few days earlier. With the jerky he had just finished and now new food, Temujin couldn't help but feel hopeful about winning the $500,000 prize. Since catching a beaver, Terry hadn't gone out to hunt. Now that the meat was gone, he picked up his fishing rod and returned to the river. However, his body was not what it used to be. He often felt thirsty, and standing too long caused him to feel dizzy and faint. He needed to find a place to sit and rest. Additionally, he suffered from stomach pain and nausea. Naturally, his fishing efforts were unsuccessful. On the 42nd day, Terry built a large fire in his shelter, as it was the day for contestants' physical examinations. He wanted to see the state of his health. Despite eating a lot of beaver meat, his body was drastically thin. According to his symptoms, it was clear Terry had contracted parasites from the beaver, and the medical results confirmed this. Given his significantly declined bodily functions, the rules required Terry to withdraw from the competition for medical treatment. Carl, who had been eating the jam she made daily, saw her teeth discolor. She gathered some horsetail grass, which is rich in silica and can help repair tooth enamel. After grinding it into powder and brushing her teeth, they seemed much whiter. Previously unsuccessful in fishing, Carly noticed muskrat activity by the river and decided to hunt them instead. Considering they often swim, she tied her fishing line to her arrow to avoid losing it. Prepared, she waited by the river, dreaming of how she would spend the $500,000 prize if she won. Suddenly, a muskrat's head popped up. Carl took a few seconds to react, and just as she was about to shoot, the muskrat sensed danger and dived underwater. The next day, fully focused, she saw a muskrat swimming towards the shore and quickly shot it in the chest with an arrow. Surprised by her success, Carl immediately cooked the muskrat, which has 95 grams of protein and 730 calories per pound. Having not eaten meat for weeks, this meal renewed her determination. As heavy snow began to fall, signaling the coming winter and scarcer food, the real challenge for the contestants began. Adam, still with a few planks left, prioritized food and warmth for the winter. He planned to use the last planks for his windows, needing to saw and level the uneven wood, secure the frame, and then install the boards. As temperatures dropped, grouse hid deeper in the forest, requiring him to venture into new areas. His efforts paid off when he found a snowshoe hare, a rare catch only previously trapped by Tom. With his skilled archery, Adam killed the hare, which was quite large. That evening, he indulged in rabbit stew, savoring a change from the constant diet of squirrel and grouse, chewing thoroughly to waste nothing. Jessie was certainly unique, finishing her shelter on day 43 of the challenge. Although she had moved in 10 days earlier, the walls were still bare, needing more wood and moss, which kept her busy until now. Jessie's body was nearly at its limit. She had been hiccuping frequently in the past few days and felt waves of nausea. Clearly, eating too little had damaged her stomach. If she couldn't find food soon, her condition would worsen. Jessie crawled into the bush to check the traps she had set, but caught nothing, falling into despair. Temujin, the Asian contestant, lived up to his name. He managed to kill a squirrel with a throwing stick, a feat others couldn't achieve with a bow and arrow. Thanks to the active squirrels and grouse around, Temujin had sustained himself on them for over 40 days. Not far from his camp, he spotted a grouse pecking at the ground, which quickly became his next catch. Juan noticed the fish had moved to deeper waters farther from the shore. He decided to extend the dock by connecting 2 tripods with a beam, pushing them out with a log, and then laying more logs to form a platform. His fishing attempts were successful. He caught 3 trout. Even looking at the cooked fish, Juan couldn't muster the appetite to eat, fearing it would be counterproductive if he vomited. By day 45, Jessie's situation was bleak. Unable to find any food, she was forced to drink water, which she vomited shortly after. That night, she vomited repeatedly, like a fountain. The next day was the crew's medical checkup. When they found Jessie, she was barely alive in bed, vomiting from just moving around and unable to even think about eating or drinking. Seeing her condition, it was clear she needed urgent medical evacuation. After living on muskrat meat and bone soup for 3 days, Carl had to hunt again. Despite many active squirrels in her area, her poor archery skills were evident. One arrow bounced off a blunt head, and another shot up into the sky. The missing arrow took a long time to retrieve. Realizing she wasn't cut out for archery, and with the river frozen, fishing seemed even less likely. Carla decided to rely solely on traps, setting up 5 more wire snares in an area frequented by squirrels. If these failed, she didn't know how she'd survive. Fortunately, as winter began, the usually unproductive traps caught the first squirrel of the season, which Carly planned to stretch into 3 meals. The taste was so delightful she longed for more. Looking back, hunger kept Adam awake all night. A single snowshoe hare barely sufficed for a day's meal. This morning, he dragged his tired body out to hunt again amidst strong winds. The loud wind impaired his ability to hear animals and posed a risk of toppling trees. After walking along the river for over 3 hours, Adam not only failed to find anything but also lost an arrow from his quiver to a tree branch, with no clue where it fell. This hunting trip was a loss in more ways than one. For the first time, Adam found himself missing his family and friends. Despite usually preferring solitude, now he just hoped to survive each day. Juan also had a sleepless night due to the wind. He set 2 tasks for himself today. First, he tied a hanging rope to air out his sleeping bag, preventing the down from clumping and reducing its insulation. Second, he chopped some branches to make his bed thicker and more comfortable. Focusing on sleep, Juan adopted a new plan to fast, planning to drink only a few cups of raw water each day and spend the rest of his time sleeping in the melon shed to minimize energy use. He hoped this would sustain him for about 20 days, by which time he might nearly be the champion. Temujin urgently needed new food to boost his spirits. After wandering a large circle in the woods, he finally saw 2 squirrels chasing each other. Perhaps his poor condition affected his performance. This time, he missed his prey. The long trek drained much energy, and Temujin felt increasingly unable to cope. He began considering trapping as an alternative. Near the river, he hid grouse innards in a pile of rocks, originally intended to attract a bear, but only crows had visited. Temujin used the grouse innards as bait in a bird trap. The principle was simple. When a bird landed on the precarious perch, it would fall, pulling a stone to tighten a noose around the bird's legs. Additionally, Temujin set up several wire snares in the forest targeting squirrels, hoping to maintain food supplies without daily long treks. After his previous failure, Adam ventured further in search of grouse. After an unknown duration, he finally spotted one and easily shot it down with his steady archery skills. Unlike the joy of past successes, this time Adam felt a sadness from within. Throughout the challenge, he had killed many squirrels and grouse. Adam was growing weary of this life. Even with occasional meat, he still lost a pound a day. Relying on small animals couldn't reverse the situation. Only hunting a bear would suffice. Adam's body could no longer support long hunting trips. Climbing slopes was extremely difficult, and he had to stop to rest every few minutes, even on flat ground. Adam knew he needed to survive over 70 days to likely win. He could last 50 days on squirrels and grouse, but with his current weight and physical condition, he didn't know how he would make it through the next 20 days. Not wanting to risk his health to the point where he couldn't work after returning home, Adam quickly chose to withdraw. Temujin, an Asian contestant, had success with his wire traps, catching a squirrel this morning. He subdued it with a homemade throwing stick. Estimating the size of the squirrel, he calculated it provided about 540 calories and 15 grams of fat. This was clearly not enough to maintain his weight, but any food at this point could influence the outcome of the competition. With dropping temperatures, Temujin hurried to repair his shelter to block the wind. He needed to gather many spruce branches. Having lost 44 pounds, Temujin felt his body fat depleting. Tasks that were easy for most people were exhausting for him. He saved a grouse and a lot of reindeer moss for Thanksgiving, hoping it would boost his morale to continue. Carl's shelter was the simplest. Facing harsh winter weather, she planned to make a stove. She found clay nearby and cleared a space with her hands and feet, then gathered dry branches and hay. She bundled them, applied the clay, and assembled the stove and chimney. After lighting the wood inside, the fire would leave a hardened stove. Initially, everything went smoothly, but the thin layer of clay cracked, leaving a large hole. Carla wasted a lot of effort and eventually dismantled the stove. She had previously made a lot of jam, which now came in handy. Unable to get meat, she could at least fill her stomach with jam. Carl set several wire traps in the woods. As heavy snow fell, the traps were buried under thick snow. If not for the colorful ribbons tied to the trees, it would have been difficult to locate them, let alone catch any game. Nevertheless, Carly remained optimistic and refused to give up. Juan was extremely frugal, even dressing inside his sleeping bag to conserve every bit of heat. When he went out to fetch water in the sleet, he didn't want to stay outside any longer than necessary, fearing hypothermia. After collecting water, he quickly returned to his shelter. To prevent the tent fabric from being overwhelmed by snow, he added extra tree sticks for support on top of his shelter. The competition reached day 59. Since deciding to fast and survive on water, Juan was either sleeping or drinking. Today, he finally found something to do and prepared to make an ice pick. After peeling and shaping the selected wood and attaching an axe head, his ice pick was ready. He planned to try ice fishing once the ice thickened a few more centimeters. Carly faced a small turning point. She initially went out to collect pine resin for fire starting, but stumbled upon a squirrel moving under a large log. Seizing the rare hunting opportunity, she quickly drew her bow and shot. To her own surprise, she hit the squirrel, her first catch in the challenge. Carly returned and roasted it, chewing by the fire and wishing she could eat squirrel every day. Temujin, armed with a bow and arrows, went hunting again. However, times had changed. Grouse blended into the deeper woods, and squirrels hibernated in their burrows, not venturing out. After wandering for several minutes and seeing nothing, Temujin reluctantly resorted to the last grouse he had saved for Thanksgiving. His body condition didn't allow him to wait any longer. He hoped the meal would provide enough strength and spirit to continue. The grouse, paired with reindeer moss, filled another pot. He greedily enjoyed this last feast, finally feeling full. By day 62, Temujin felt his physical condition worsening. Even walking a few steps exhausted him. Nearby branches suitable for fire were nearly depleted. Chopping wood and returning home had become his physical limit. After pondering all night in his shelter, he decided to use his last resort, packing up and calling the show's producers to withdraw. Temujin felt he had given his all. Walking out on his own was more dignified than being carried out. Now only Carl and Juan remained. This morning, Juan unusually wanted a cup of hot tea. Normally, he drank directly from the icy river, showcasing his remarkably strong stomach. After fetching water from the river, Juan started a fire in the fireplace of his shelter. To his surprise, the can he used as a firebox was an old paint can with leftover paint inside. When heated by the fire, it released a foul, toxic fume. Juan quickly felt headache and nausea. Previously, he had always cooked and boiled water outside the camp, so this problem had remained unnoticed until now. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a serious issue. He carefully knocked the paint can out and replaced it with a clean one, then filled the gaps with some clay. The new fireplace worked just as well. Turning to Carl, she still had some dried fruit pulp in her shelter, which, along with hot spruce tea, could barely replenish some energy. The freshly snowed ground finally showed tracks of white rabbits, which excited Carla but also worried her. She doubted her ability to draw her bow. Sadly, she was so weak that she couldn't pull it, making her helpless even in front of a white hare. Carl struggled not to cry. Normally, one would quit the competition by now, but Carla had a cancer-stricken friend who loved the wilderness. She stayed in the competition not only to win the prize money to fulfill a dream, but also to leave some footage for her friend. Now, she had to rely on her traps. Carla made snow boots out of branches, hoping they would save her energy while checking traps. Juan continued to survive on water each day. Despite previously talking about ice fishing, he hadn't made any moves. On day 75, Carl expressed to the camera that she could no longer find food, and her traps were empty. Her body fat reserves were depleted, and every joint ached. After much thought, she reluctantly made the call to quit the competition. She would regard this experience as a spiritual treasure of her life, as she might never have such a unique opportunity again. Juan became the last man standing. The crew informed him of his victory under the guise of a medical check. Unaware of the real situation, Juan worried about failing the health check and quickly made a fire to boil water, drinking half a pot to temporarily boost his condition. However, the medical check was just a formality. The staff distracted him with conversation while his girlfriend quietly approached from behind to announce his victory. Congratulations to Juan for winning this season's competition. This is the most exciting season in the history of wilderness survival shows. Not only is the survival duration longer, but the process is also more brutal. 10 survival experts were dropped into the Arctic wilderness, with the last one standing to win $500,000. Contestants must build shelters, find food, and constantly guard against attacks from black bears, gray wolves, and moose. They are only allowed to carry 10 specific tools. Contestant Luke is from beautiful Hawaii. Apart from studying the art of glass carving, he ponders how to survive in the wilderness. Growing up in his father's outdoor school, he learned many survival skills like archery, fishing, and shelter building, and is adept at using natural resources to create various wilderness tools. He joined the competition to win the $500,000 and set an example for his son. After watching the crew leave, Luke began to explore the surroundings. Bear tracks everywhere on the beach proclaimed their dominance. Over 40,000 black bears live here. An ordinary person might be terrified, but Luke was prepared for bear hunting. He continued forward and entered an obvious tunnel without hesitation. Soon, he found a grouse, calmly adjusted his angle, aimed, and shot in one smooth sequence, killing it instantly. Seeing the grouse struggle painfully, kind-hearted Luke quickly put it out of its misery. Starting off with such a delicious meal was a great beginning. The next contestant, Lee, has half Azerbaijani blood and is the only contestant who did not gain weight for the season. His slight build seemed out of place in the harsh environment. Living in the primitive forests of Alaska, while other children were studying, he was learning hunting and setting traps. His family lives off fishing, with plenty of fish and meat daily, and hunts moose and black bears in winter, making them true wilderness natives. For others, this is a brutal survival challenge, but for Lee, it's just living in a different place. He owns a small private plane, the only link between his village and the outside world. His goal in the competition is to win the $500,000 to buy a larger plane to serve his tribe. An experienced survivor, he set up a temporary shelter framework in half a day, prepared a moss and lichen bed, and began making a lure pen to continue his family's fishing legacy. Suddenly, a noise from a distant water body made him grab a hoe and cautiously approach the river, only to find an otter playing. The distance was too great for a shot, so Lee had to return empty-handed. The morning of the second day arrived, and a sudden change in wind direction woke Luke up. It also burned several large holes in his sleeping bag. It seemed time to find a better place to camp. But first, he needed to gather some food. Reindeer Lake, with its beautiful scenery and abundant resources, was covered with wild blueberries that were free for the picking. They were sweet and rich in vitamins. As he was collecting them enthusiastically, he suddenly spotted a dark shadow in the distance. Luke determined it was a black bear foraging. He immediately followed it. Faced with this rare opportunity, Luke calmly shot an arrow, which missed the bear entirely. He quickly prepared another arrow and shot again. Watching the fleeing source of protein, Luke was frustrated to the point of swearing. He was so close to becoming the first person in wilderness survival history to hunt a bear. Regrettably, he still had to retrieve his few remaining arrows, as each contestant only had 9, and once they were gone, that was it. On the third day, Taz was woken up by a squirrel in the forest. Angrily grabbing his bow, he rushed out, and soon the sound of a bow firing echoed through the woods. The squirrel became his meal for the day. Taz grew up in rural Brazil and came to work on a farm in the United States to make a living. His tiny treehouse was his home. Growing up in a particularly hard situation, he had to rely on hunting and fishing for food, which forced him to learn many wilderness survival skills, especially tracking large game. His primary goal this time was to hunt a bear and endure until the end to win the $500,000, then bring his wife and children to live a better life. However, food storage was crucial for long-term survival. To increase his fishing success, Taz decided to make a canoe to deploy fishing nets into deeper waters. He used spruce branches for the frame and charred sticks for ribs, paying attention to every detail to perfect the canoe. He worked until late at night, and by the next day, the canoe's frame took shape. After sawing off excess material and reinforcing it with ropes, he covered sharp edges with moss and wrapped it entirely in waterproof fabric, finishing a beautiful canoe. Eager to test it, Taz found the canoe very stable. In contrast, Lee's raft was a bit rough around the edges. He used wire to join logs together, creating a basic and primitive raft. He immediately stepped on it to test it out, finding it had good buoyancy and was very stable. Without any hesitation, he paddled to the place where he last saw the otter, believing that setting a net there would catch big fish. While waiting, he didn't sit idle, but found a spot to start fishing. After battling for half an hour, he hooked a big fish, a 5 or 6 pound lake trout. While cleaning it, he unexpectedly found roe, which he promptly ate. As the day began to darken, Lee hurried to check his fishing net. From a distance, he could see the white belly of a fish on it. Pulling it out of the water, he discovered it was a barracuda. He caught 2 big fish in one day and was quite pleased with himself. He immediately cut a large piece of fish meat and started eating it. The next challenger is Judy, a 45-year-old from Wyoming, USA. While searching for a shelter site, she discovered a large patch of reindeer moss, perfect for bedding. Judy owns her own farm and has lived in the wilderness her whole life. Growing up on horseback, she has always pursued a wild and free lifestyle. She is also an adept hunter and fisher. After considering multiple factors, she found an excellent camping spot near a water source, sheltered from the wind and sun and convenient for gathering firewood and berries, yet not on the path of predatory animals, a truly strategic location. She quickly set up a temporary shelter. Although it looked simple, it was enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Alan, the 5th contestant this season, teaches outdoor education at a high school. Although he doesn't have special skills, his passion for archery, which started in his childhood, has won him several championships. Living in northern Canada, he has the advantage of fighting on home ground. He was making a fishing lure that resembled a small fish, crafted from high water content spruce to allow it to sink deeper. Alan's survival strategy is straightforward. Prioritize food. After making the lure, Alan started fishing and unexpectedly caught a huge fish, weighing about 30 to 40 pounds. Without a fishing rod to help with the line tension, manually fishing such a big catch was not easy. That evening, Alan enjoyed a delicious fish soup. To get enough fat, he ate the fish skin and roe clean, although the taste was somewhat unsatisfactory. After a successful first voyage, Taz kept busy weaving fishing nets. Today, the gill net set up on the shore finally caught a big one. He immediately set up a tripod on the shore to smoke and preserve the fish meat. He hung the sliced fish meat on the rack and wrapped it with a thick layer of moss. Next, he waited for the fish meat to slowly dry. With so much food, he could finally sleep well. In the morning, Taz checked the oven and found some remnants still smoldering, thinking to stoke the fire to speed up the drying process. This action ended up burning the fish meat. By the time he fetched water from the lake to extinguish the fire, the fish had turned to charcoal, and the newly acquired food was lost. The 6th contestant, Anne, is 56 years old. Upon landing, she experienced seasickness and felt disoriented. After calming down, she began searching for a campsite to build her shelter. Anne is a survival expert and an organic farmer, and she is also a quick archer. Despite her age, her extensive survival experience is evident. She knows how to waterproof her outer layer with birch oil, sun-dry meats, and identify various plants. Her farming has not been profitable over the years, so she hopes to win the prize money to expand her farm. After setting up her bed, Anne took her bow and arrows and started scouting the area. She found some cranberries and hedgehog mushrooms nearby and also spotted bear droppings. As the weather grew colder and bears needed to eat before hibernating, Anne knew she needed to hunt a bear to win the competition. That evening, Anne cooked a large pot of mushrooms to fuel up for the next day's bear hunt. The next female contestant, Melanie, lives in the mountains with her fiancé, surrounded by chickens, ducks, and dogs. Her life is stable, and she has developed an interest in wilderness survival, honing various skills such as fishing, hunting, and shelter building. She is now a partner at a survival school. Her goal is clear: to focus and quickly build a permanent shelter. Given her height of 1.8 meters, her shelter needs to be larger. By the end of the day, her shelter was mostly complete. Next, she filled the gaps with moss, layering moss and logs for better insulation and stability. By the 6th day, flocks of geese flying south signaled the approaching winter, making building a warm shelter a priority. With plenty of rocks available, Anne decided to build a semi-subterranean shelter for better insulation. She tirelessly dug down, burning a lot of calories. As light rain began to fall, Anne simply put on a raincoat and continued working. She used logs for the structure and moss to fill the gaps. Along the way, she found fresh deer droppings, which excited her as securing a deer could clinch her victory. Meanwhile, Judy was also busy building her shelter, surviving on blueberries and reindeer moss. Thinking of the better heat retention of logs, she decided to build a cabin. However, the intense labor caused blisters on her hands. She applied spruce resin for its anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, which also promoted wound healing. After quick treatment, she resumed her work to finish the cabin before winter. On the 7th day of the survival challenge, Cade, having completed his shelter, started his deer hunting plan. He took his bow and arrows and searched along the way, quickly finding moose tracks. Ahead, he spotted gnawed leaves and marks on tree trunks from antlers rubbing against them. With a professional hunter's keen sense, Cade sensed the moose was nearby. He quickly set up his bow and arrows, tore off a piece of bark, rolled it into a horn, and mimicked a moose mating call. The sound was very convincing. Soon, rustling sounds came from the woods. Cade immediately grabbed his bow and rushed forward. He saw antlers. It was a North American caribou, a rare protected species locally. Killing it by mistake could mean a severe punishment. Cade could only watch as the $500,000 prize slipped away. With no deer meat to stave off hunger, Cade had to settle for collecting blueberries. As a professional hunting guide, Cade spends much of the year in the deep mountains, away from his family. As he grows older, he tires of this nomadic life and wants to establish a mounted archery camp to settle down. However, this requires winning the $500,000 prize. He is the only contestant who didn't gain weight before the season, believing hunting and fishing skills are key to long-term survival here. To prove his point, Cade shot down a grouse with a headshot. Sitting by the campfire at night, eating delicious berry-stewed grouse, his confidence in winning increased. Next up is White, a true native Canadian who lives year-round in the cold northern forests, relying solely on hunted meat. He is versatile, adept at hunting on land and fishing at sea, and skilled in butchering and storing. Having hunted with his father since childhood, he has killed countless bears and deer. Competing on home ground, he is more confident in winning the race. White's survival strategy is clear. Fish and berries sustain life, but hunting large animals is key to winning. He set up a woven spike net by the lake, creating an all-day automatic fishing device, freeing him up to hunt. The last contestant, Mickey, has been busy building a shelter, eating only 6 handfuls of berries. Now hungry, he begins to hunt in this unfamiliar area. A carpenter, he excels at creating useful tools from nature, proud of his jungle toilet. From a young age, Mickey learned tracking, hunting, and fishing, mastering wilderness survival skills. He and his beautiful wife work hard, raising 5 sons. He entered the contest for his son with autism, hoping to win the prize for the best medical care. Lost and wandering in the forest without a compass, Mickey soon showed signs of dehydration. Just when I thought he was doomed, he was thrilled to find his campsite ahead. White, returning empty-handed from his hunting trip, pinned his hopes on his automatic fishing device. From a distance, he spotted a large fish hanging from it and let out an ecstatic, almost inhuman cry. The fish, over a meter long, would feed him for a good while. White began by gutting it and then roasting it over the fire, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Over the past week, Alan only caught fish on the first day and recently had been surviving on berries and mushrooms. Building a shelter consumed a lot of energy, and he felt his body's resources dwindling. Searching for food could delay the shelter's progress, so he set traps in the forest, hoping for some unwitting protein to walk in. He focused on finishing the shelter, and once the last piece of reindeer moss was in place, his cozy cabin was complete. Without much time to celebrate, Alan hurried to check his traps but heard growling from afar. Approaching, he discovered a fox caught in one, furiously digging and glaring at him. It was a rare protected animal, clearly furious at being trapped. Alan quickly moved to release it, but the fox's aggressive reactions forced him to cover it with his jacket and cut the trap to free it. Feeling compassion, Alan destroyed all his traps, deciding to rely on fishing for food in the future. The scene shifts to Mickey, whose feet were emitting white smoke. Initially thought to be from the cold, he revealed it was actually his athlete's foot, embarrassingly potent enough to be sensed through the screen. Perhaps driven by the pungent smell, he grabbed his bow and arrows and headed out, following the sound of flapping wings. He soon found a grouse. To avoid startling it, he held his breath and crept closer, then easily shot it down with his bow. Returning to camp with his prize, Mickey began plucking and cooking the bird, enjoying his first wild meal since arriving. Meanwhile, Cade, who was hunting in the wild, spotted a group of wild ducks in a lake. Unfortunately, they were out of shooting range. Cade had to look for other prey and followed an animal trail. However, he realized he had lost his quiver and hurried back to look for it, but found nothing. To date, he has caught 11 fish, smoked some for jerky to ensure daily energy intake, but Luke knows that this amount of food won't win him the $500,000 prize. Therefore, he collects blueberries daily, cooks them, and dries them into fruit leather for storage. Now, with enough food, he prioritizes building a permanent shelter on a wind-shielded sunny slope. He digs with a trenching shovel, uses the excavated soil for walls, and builds a frame with logs, covered with moss and a waterproof sheet for insulation. Cade, who lost his quiver, was so upset he almost quit the competition. After a few days, he recovered and set some traps in the woods, but caught nothing. As a professional hunter, Cade refused to give up hunting and began making his own arrows. He smoothed branches with a knife, stabilized the center of gravity with wire at the top, and tied grouse feathers at the tail with fishing line for stability. He decorated the arrows with charcoal. The homemade arrows were complete, and he tested one by shooting it at a wooden target tied to a tree. The arrow hit its mark, helping him overcome the embarrassment of losing his arrows. By the 15th day, Lee had been busy building a shelter, mostly eating berries and concocting a purple health soup from birch bark and berries. Despite its bitter taste, it had anti-inflammatory properties. He hadn't caught any fish recently, though he expected to today. He continued working, using large trees to build a sturdy hunting cabin for bear hunting, a skill taught by his father. After days of hard work, his hunting cabin took shape. Despite unsuccessful fishing trips, he worked on an empty stomach, his efficiency decreasing. To withstand temperatures below 50 degrees, he persevered, covering the roof with thick moss and a waterproof sheet, and installing a small door. That night, Lee stayed in the cabin, but hunger and the wind outside kept him awake. On the third day, he got up early to go fishing but failed to catch anything even after trying for a long time. Even the highly anticipated fishing net came up empty. Faced with his distorted, hungry reflection, Lee could no longer bear it. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number, announcing, "This is Lee, I am officially clocking out." With that, Lee ended his participation on day 18, becoming the first to withdraw. Suddenly announcing his withdrawal, Wyatt found several otters swimming at the lake, indicating a rich fish presence nearby. Hungry, he swiftly set up a gill net, then took out his secret weapon, ready for a big catch. He used spruce logs and bright yellow trap lines as bait, the vivid colors contrasting with the surroundings to attract fish from afar. Despite various attempts today, his luck seemed off. Reluctantly, he changed fishing spots, and unexpectedly, the new spot was fruitful. With a cast, Wyatt felt a tug and hauled in a big fish. This catch would feed him for 3 days. He placed the fish in a nearby live pool and continued fishing while the iron was hot, catching another fish, sustaining him for a week. Wyatt was thrilled. But as dusk fell, he was too lazy to process the fish and decided to keep them in the pool, spending a restless night. The next morning, Wyatt rushed to the fish pool, only to be stunned as all the fish had disappeared. For Anne, obtaining food was much harder than for the younger contestants. Just building a shelter had exhausted a lot of her energy. Today, she finally set aside her work to go hunting and quickly spotted grouse tracks. With a sly smile, she raised her bow and hit her target. Just as she was about to fire, she heard a noise by the lake. Anne quickly grabbed her bow and arrow and followed the sound, only to find a moose, unfortunately out of shooting range. The scene shifts to Cade. After successfully testing an arrow, he began mass-producing them. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a grouse flapping its wings. Startled, he quickly grabbed his bow and arrow and chased after it. This game came just in time to test his new arrow. Before he knew it, the grouse was in hand. Cade then started building a stove. He scraped moss off stones and built a pit. Once the fire was lit, he could eat. The chicken soup aroma filled the air, satisfying his long, hungry stomach. After eating, Cade went to the river to drink some water. During that short time, his stove caught fire. He hurriedly used a bucket to fetch water and extinguish the fire. In contrast, Alan has been the most stable contestant so far. Let's visit his house. The outer layer is covered with moss and spruce, and the floor is lined with pine branches. He even made a stone fire pit and installed a skylight in the roof. After securing his shelter, he focused on food. He has been fishing with a line, reaping a rich harvest almost daily. Today was no exception. He quickly dragged a big fish ashore, securing a week's worth of meals. On day 19 of the competition, Anne tried to mimic the call of a moose. Since eating the grouse, she had not cooked again. Unfortunately, no moose responded. Sitting on a stump, she felt her heart racing and her body weakening. At 56, and with the strain of the past days, she was overwhelmed. Back at the shelter, she drank some hot water but felt ill. After a few minutes, she resolved to call it quits. Thus, Anne withdrew from the competition. Despite her strong will, physical reasons forced her to give up. On day 18, after consuming several fish jerky, Luke completed his wilderness mansion. To compensate for the food lost over the days, he immediately went to the lake to fish. Soon, he felt movement on the hook and rhythmically reeled in the line, easily pulling up a large lake fish. With this line, he had already caught 16 fish, hanging most outside his shelter, with 3 still unprocessed by the shore. To speed up the smoking process, he carved a hole in the wall, supported by rocks on both sides and the top, not only for cooking fish, but also for heating. As night fell and he sat in his mansion eating the small dried fish, he soon felt unwell, starting to vomit and experience diarrhea. The next day, Cade continued his routine patrol and hunting. Despite eating many grouse, he was still losing weight, highlighting the difficulties of surviving in the wild. Upon seeing blueberries, he couldn't move and began frantically devouring them on the spot. Moving forward, he was attracted by a fresh, warm pile of bear droppings, indicating a black bear was nearby. Excited, Cade vowed to hunt it to advance to the final round. Knowing his wooden arrows would be insufficient, he returned to camp to start crafting new ones, focusing on the arrowheads which he wrapped with scavenged metal. After repeatedly heating and sharpening them to penetrate bear fur and heat-treating the shaft to remove moisture and increase hardness, he added tail feathers to stabilize the arrow. The powerful arrow was now ready, and Cade declared the start of his bear hunting mode. Meanwhile, White spotted a mink fishing in a pool, suspecting it had stolen his fish. Despite his frustration, he couldn't harm the protected animal. White then caught a large fish and, not taking any chances, quickly cleaned it and placed it on the grill. By the 20th day, Luke had endured a terrible night. He tried to sleep on a grassy area but suffered severe stomach issues, suspecting the water was contaminated. Considering continuing might worsen his health, he reached for his phone to call for evacuation. Just as he was about to make the call, he saw a black bear. Grabbing his bow and arrows, he chased and shot at it, but missed due to the distance. Calming down, he realized it was a mother bear with her cub foraging. This sighting allowed him to peacefully withdraw from the competition. Soon, a speedboat approached, creating a wake on the water. Facing the camera, Luke was visibly relieved, but choked up momentarily. Despite having a warm shelter and ample food, he had to leave due to health reasons, which was hard to accept. Silently packing his bags, Luke left, filled with regret. On the 19th day of the survival challenge, Taz got up and tidied his hair before cooking himself a big fish meal. After eating, he happily checked his gill net and saw a large fish from afar. Excited, he quickly stripped off his clothes to retrieve it. Carrying the big fish, he joyfully returned to camp to slice and smoke it for preservation. While he was busy, an uninvited guest silently crept in. By day 21, Judy, who had been busy building a shelter, finally finished just before it started to snow. The cabin, built with quality materials and fine craftsmanship, had all its gaps filled with moss. She fetched some fresh water from the lake and slowly boiled it on the stove, enjoying the smoky ambiance. As the temperature rose and the snow began to melt, Judy went out to bring back some logs to make a wooden door for the cabin, completing the final step in the building process. Once installed, the indoor temperature increased significantly. With winter and heavy snow approaching, everything would become wet. Melanie felt it necessary to build a shelter for storing food and firewood. She used 4 trees at the shelter's entrance, reinforcing the base with some wooden sticks, then built up 3 walls with logs and moss. The roof was neatly covered with short logs and moss to prevent rain and snow. From the start, Melanie had been surviving on berries and bark. Though she attempted fishing, all efforts had failed until today, when she unexpectedly caught a fish, which then escaped, taking her hook with it. Fortunately, she had plenty of spare hooks, creatively stored in a unique container she hadn't thought of earlier. Ingeniously, she tore off her pink underwear to use as bait, which surprisingly worked well. She caught a fish steadily this time and cooked it over a large fire at camp, providing protein many times that of beef. Earlier, Taz had set many traps in the forest. Now was the time to check them. Seeing many animal tracks along the way, he expected a good haul. Indeed, he found a squirrel in one of the traps, a welcome change from fish. He quickly cleaned it by the water, but when he returned to the shelter, he found the smoked fish had been stolen. Grabbing his bow and arrows, he followed the tracks but couldn't find the culprit. He had to think of another way to protect his food. Removing tree bark effectively prevented animals from climbing. He then crafted a wooden box using wire and sticks, and with the help of a ladder, placed it 4 meters high in a tree. The height made it difficult even for him to access, ensuring the food was safe from theft. By day 22, as the weather grew colder, obtaining food became increasingly difficult. Judy, already having lost 25 kilograms, was now boiling bark out of desperation. Her body was craving protein. She had relied on berries while building the shelter, thinking she would start hunting once it was finished. However, her high standards for the shelter led her to keep filling gaps with moss. Missing her family too much, Judy decided to quit the competition. On day 20 of the survival challenge, Cade found his belt had loosened again. He cut off the excess and threw it into the pot with some mushrooms, hoping to extract some oils to replenish his body. He tried eating a piece but found it hard to swallow, so he got up to look for other food. Due to prolonged malnutrition, he was dizzy and almost fell, which frightened him into squatting down and stuffing blueberries into his mouth to regain energy before continuing on his way. Soon, he found bear feces and a nearby animal trail. To wait for the bear, he started collecting branches to conceal himself. Having relied on berries, his body was desperately craving protein. After waiting a while without seeing any bears, he impatiently searched for other prey. He soon heard a squirrel and slowly approached the target. He shot an arrow, but it hit a tree. He needed to retrieve it. So after eating some blueberries for energy, Cade climbed the tree to catch the squirrel. Unfortunately, he was left with a scratch from the squirrel, posing a risk of infection. As the weather grew colder, finding food became even more difficult. Alan's gill net caught nothing again, so he went back to fishing. He immediately got a bite, and, though it was just a small fish, he soon caught many more. On day 21, as snowflakes fell from the sky, Mickey was glad he had prepared in advance. He had been hunting partridges to obtain fat and now targeted nearby mice, annoyed by them nibbling his ears at night. He sharpened a few sticks, interlocked them to form a stable structure, and used a lever principle to support a stone slab, placing a mushroom as bait to hopefully catch a mouse to taste. Surprisingly, the trap worked. Mickey savored the hard-earned food and even turned the mouse skin into an art piece. Meanwhile, White had already successfully caught 6 big fish. Today, he joyously kissed another fish he caught, but his happiness lasted only seconds before the hook was lost forever, leaving White heartbroken. Each contestant has only 4 anchors. Losing one is a disaster. They can now only make new ones from other materials. After some effort, the new hook, named Golden Fury, is completed. To prevent another loss, it's reinforced with a metal leader to stop big fish from taking it. However, things don't always go as planned. When he's ready to conquer the waters again, the new Golden Fury is lost. Wyatt is devastated. Meanwhile, Cade's bear hunting is going slowly. He's been surviving on mushrooms, getting weaker each day. Still, he continues hunting, believing he will find a bear. He finds some feces with fresh blueberries and eats them, adhering to his principle of not wasting food. He faints from low blood sugar and wakes up an hour later, crying from the overwhelming desire to win. Even after losing an arrow, he doesn't give up due to his strong will. Unfortunately, he must leave the competition for health reasons, leaving with deep regret after 24 days. 5 contestants remain. Taz checks his food store and finds his chicken meat infested with maggots, suspecting his smoking technique was insufficient. Seeing the wriggling proteins, he's actually thrilled. He covers his storage and heads to the lake, finding his gill net empty again as fish move to deeper waters due to the cold. Hunting seems more reliable. Taz picks up his bow and arrows and mimics the sound of a mating stag using birch bark to attract a buck. Instead, he startles a partridge in a tree, quickly shoots, and misses. He loses 2 arrows. Contestants can carry up to 9 arrows, and each lost arrow decreases his chance of winning by 10%. Desperately searching, he finally finds them and even the fleeing partridge. Calmly pulling his bow, he successfully hunts the partridge, moved to tears by his catch. Luck continues as he finds another on his way back, capturing it as well. On the other hand, White, despite losing 2 baits, maintains his quality of life. He catches a large fish weighing around 5 or 6 pounds, securing a week's meals. Sadly, the fish breaks through the net, and at this critical time for stocking food, White cannot afford any accidents. He immediately starts making a new net back at camp. Day 26 quickly arrived. Melanie, who didn't appear much on camera, has been surviving on grass. To cook moss better, she built a simple kitchen. Moss is a scarce dietary fiber, but eating too much can cause diarrhea and stomach cramps. The best solution is to repeatedly boil it to reduce its acidity. After finishing, she started walking nearby, hoping to find mushrooms and berries. After walking 2 kilometers, she found blueberries and began to pick and eat them. For now, she might survive on wild fruits and moss, but once the heavy snow falls and plants wither, where will Melanie go? Mickey faces the same dilemma. Lacking protein, his tryptophan levels dropped, causing severe insomnia. He spends nights sharpening knives to pass the time, making them so sharp they easily shave off hair. Not wanting to suffer from insomnia any longer, he heads to the mountains to hunt at dawn. After finding nothing, he picks berries to survive, quickly collecting a full bag. On the way back, he discovers a wooden box, perfect for making a door at home. He uses 2 pine logs for the frame, nails the planks, and saws off the excess. His triangular door is completed. As plants yellow and winter approaches, White stays busy stacking firewood on days he doesn't fish. He believes staying warm is as crucial as food. After working, he checks his gill net, which is 1 meter long and weighs over 30 kilograms. Smoking is undoubtedly the best option for longer preservation of fish meat. Day 27 quickly arrived. Alan was fishing by the lake again. With his fishing line, he has already caught over 20 fish. After eating and drinking, he starts building a smoking room. Only by storing excess meat can he last till the end. After laying the last piece of moss, he returns to fish by the lake. He immediately catches a big fish and hurriedly drags it ashore. In his haste, the reel falls into the water. Decisively, he strips to retrieve it. Fortunately, the reel hadn't completely sunk, allowing him to recover it. After returning to camp, he quickly began smoking the fish. Once he arranged the sliced fish, he sought the right kind of firewood. Only low-fat birch and willow can produce healthy, delicious smoked fish. Watching the rich fish meat slowly change color, Taz, boosted by 2 partridges, put the finishing touches on his shelter. Just as he finished, the weather suddenly changed, forcing him to abandon his hunting plans and stay indoors for self-entertainment. Faced with the sudden weather change, everyone clearly lacked good coping strategies. Those with stored food ate meat at home, while those without relied on passive skills to endure. Mickey, who had been drinking water for several days, couldn't bear the hunger anymore and took his bow and arrows back into the mountains. Surprisingly, he soon encountered a partridge. Silently drawing his bow, he shot an arrow, and a second later, a dark shadow fell from the sky. Mickey quickly moved forward to pick up his trophy. On day 30, a loud noise woke Melanie. After quickly checking outside, she discovered her storage room had collapsed, containing her winter firewood. After a quick cleanup, she returned to the shelter to continue enjoying a berry feast. But as she ate, she suddenly lost control and burst into tears, overwhelmed by her longing for her boyfriend. Unable to fish or hunt, how much longer could Melanie endure? Once the weather slightly improved, Alan eagerly checked on the smoked fish, relieved to find everything normal. He then took out paracord and spruce wood, and after some simple processing, had a new lure. Casting it several times by the lake, he soon had a big fish on the hook. Alan quickly reeled it in, but just as it was about to reach the shore, it got off the hook. However, as the season's fishing king, Alan didn't give up. He continued to try and kept losing the hook. After repeated disappointments, he finally gave up. White had already stored a lot of fish meat, but knew that to win the $500,000, his current supplies weren't enough. So, he planned to hunt a large animal before the harsh winter arrived. However, the previous day's violent storms had severely damaged his gill net. Not wanting his fishing efforts to be in vain, he quickly repaired the net. Taking the mended net to the lake, he placed it where he had caught a big fish last time, hoping to catch a 30-pound lake trout. An accident had occurred 7 days earlier. A piece of firewood had pierced his arm, leaving a deep, still bleeding wound likely infected. But he refused to give up, boiling spruce water daily for disinfection, praying it wouldn't force him to withdraw from the competition. A few days later, his arm had fully healed. Without hesitation, he grabbed his new bait and went back to his usual spot to fish. Within minutes, he had a bite and quickly reeled in a large fish weighing about 5 or 6 kilograms, securing a week's worth of food. Riding his success, he cast his line again, but his joy turned to sorrow as he watched his last bait fly away. Without bait, he could no longer fish. However, he quickly recovered, took his bow and arrows, and headed into the forest to try his luck. Soon, he encountered game. Without any hesitation, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. A grouse fell in the distance. As White marveled at his fortune, he heard a noise nearby and quickly released another arrow, adding a small squirrel to his catch. His luck didn't end there. When he checked his gill net at the lake, he found another big fish. This turn of events maximized the show's impact. Unless something unexpected happened, White was likely to be this season's champion. Day 31 arrived, and Alan woke up to find his face had sunken in further. Since the start of the contest, he had lost 33 kilograms, just a step away from being forced to withdraw. His only hope was his gill net. Approaching it, he indeed found something. A greedy duck entangled in the net. But since this method of hunting didn't comply with the show's rules, Alan reluctantly chose to release the duck. Before he could repair the net, he tried fishing, but the rough conditions were not ideal. As the weather grew colder, the fish had moved to deeper waters. Despite trying a few casts, he ended up seeing not even a glimpse of a fish. Taz, not wanting to be awakened by the cold night wind again, decided to install a large door on his shelter. He chopped several logs with an axe, measured the door frame, and used wire to tie the frame together. He chose several even branches, stripped the bark, arranged them neatly, and secured everything with nails to create a refined door. Not wanting to waste the remaining materials, he finished crafting a chair and tested it, uttering a comfortable grunt. After all this work, he felt hungry. With high hopes, he opened his storage box, but the sight that greeted him nearly made him vomit. The grouse he had been reluctant to eat was crawling with disgusting maggots. Taz didn't want to waste the food, but he couldn't bring himself to eat it as it was. Resolved, he simply cleaned off the surface maggots and boiled the grouse vigorously. On day 32 of the survival challenge, Melanie had lost 30 kg. Since the start, she'd been unable to catch fish or hunt game, surviving only on berries and tree bark. Now she had consumed all the food around her camp and had to search farther away. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and she nearly collapsed upon reaching her destination. However, she collected a full bag of berries, which somewhat consoled her injured heart. Meanwhile, across the lake, Alan was repairing his damaged gill net, but his mood worsened as a storm approached. Thinking it might get damaged again, he decided to try his luck in the forest, following moose tracks to the lake, where he planned to ambush the moose and fish. Soon, there was movement on his fishing line, but his excitement caused the fish to unhook. After casting again, the fish fell off as he pulled it ashore, watching big fish escape repeatedly. Even strong Alan eventually broke down. As the sun set without any sign of the moose, he packed up and headed back. Unlike the other contestants, Mickey, besides capturing protein sources, never wasted a single calorie. He spent his free time crafting, like carving a top for his son, which made him miss home even more. To ease his homesickness, Mickey decided to go out again, hoping to find some protein. After a fruitless search, he was about to return home when he heard chirping in the forest. Quickly grabbing his bow and arrow, he targeted and shot, dropping a dark shadow. He efficiently cleaned his catch by the lake and roasted it without any seasonings. Mickey enjoyed his meal thoroughly, not sparing even the brains. Yesterday, Taz had risked eating a maggot-infested grouse, but fortunately felt no ill effects today. However, his stored food hung by the door had been stolen. With no choice, he pinned his hopes on the gill net, but the strong wind had tangled it up, leaving him with no catch and a big repair job. For now, he had to rely on hunting. He made traps from wire and set many in the forest, hoping to catch some squirrels to improve his diet. As day 34 arrived, he took his fishing hook and started fishing again. Learning from his previous experience with escaping fish, he deliberately enlarged the hook's gap, hoping for a successful catch this time. After countless attempts, as darkness approached, the long-awaited movement finally came from the fishing line. He quickly reeled in and swiftly retrieved his catch, successfully securing a small lake trout without it escaping. Without resting, Alan pursued further success, and soon another fish bit. Upon dragging it to shore, he discovered it was an enormous barracuda. Excited, Alan exerted a strong pull, but tragically, the line snapped, and the lure disappeared with it. Alan reflected that it was the biggest barracuda he had ever seen. On day 36 of the survival challenge, Taz, equipped with homemade gear, began his fishing early by the lake. He cast his line dozens of times until the sun began to rise, and finally, there was movement on his hook. He quickly set the hook and reeled in the line, landing a modest-sized lakefish. Seeing the feeding window for the fish, Taz decided to capitalize on his success and catch a few more. Perhaps due to good luck or hard work, he soon caught a barracuda weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Satisfied, Taz returned to camp with his prizes, skillfully gutted and cleaned them, putting the guts and fish heads in a pot to boil for soup while smoking the meat on a rack. Minutes later, the delicious fish soup was ready. Just as Taz was about to enjoy his meal, a strange noise came from the woods. He grabbed his bow and arrow and rushed out. Following a flurry of bow drawing and shooting, he returned with a mink in hand, the very creature that had stolen his fish twice. He quickly skinned it and cleaned the insides, then cooked it over a high fire until the skin split and the meat was tender. With winter's arrival, obtaining food became increasingly difficult. Forced by circumstances, Mickey began to economize meticulously. He ground leftover bones into powder, mixed them with berries, and mashed the mixture into a paste to make a nutritious Mexican meatloaf. Although the taste might not be perfect, it could at least sustain him for 2 more days. After finishing, he took his bow and arrow and went out for his daily hunt. Seeing berries, he couldn't resist collecting them fervently, planning to process them into fruit leather to prevent spoilage. He first crushed them in an iron pot, then wrapped and squeezed out the moisture with a sock. He placed the fruit pulp on the stove to roast. 10 minutes later, the wilderness fruit leather was ready. Meanwhile, Wyatt faced a new problem. His injured arm oozed white fluid again, undoubtedly infected. However, he ignored it, considering a bandage sufficient treatment. For him, fishing was the priority, needing to stock up on food before the snowfall. but the cold weather soon froze his hands. After half a day's effort without any catch, day 37 arrived, a windy day. To solve the difficulty of starting a fire, Melanie planned to fix up the outdoor kitchen. She increased the height of the walls and filled the gaps with decaying birch bark. After these tasks, she boiled herself a pot of water, drinking it voraciously. Surviving on water daily, she worried about her body's ability to endure. On day 37 of the survival challenge, Mickey, constantly disturbed by rats, couldn't sleep. He set traps indoors and caught several rats. After skinning and plucking, the aroma of grilled meat instantly spread far and wide. Alan's house also had rats. His wife's handmade sweater had a big hole chewed in it. Alan quickly found 2 stones, propped them up with branches to make a 4-shaped trap, determined to catch the entire Jerry family. As he finished and was about to continue sleeping, he suddenly felt something crawl over him. In a moment of panic, he swung his hand in a swift motion. Turning on the light, he saw a Jerry dead on the spot. Now wide awake, Alan took out his newly improved lure, confident it could catch even the biggest fish. However, actual attempts were less successful, as repeated casts attracted no bites. Just as Alan was about to give up and leave, a sudden noise came from the bushes behind him. He quietly took up his bow and arrow and soon spotted his target. Holding his breath, he drew a full bow. It was his first time hitting a grouse. After such a long struggle, he was finally able to change his diet, smiling so wide his face could trap mosquitoes. Since Taz had a food reserve, he now walked with a swagger. Today, he planned to check the traps he had set earlier and take a hike, hoping for a chance encounter with a moose. Unfortunately, the squirrel trap was empty. As he continued deeper into the swamp, the wind picked up, making it impossible to hear any prey. Reluctantly, he had to return. To address his loneliness, Taz showcased his impressive craft skills by carving a beautiful ukulele. Melanie, always seen collecting, never seemed to eat properly. Today she gathered a lot of moss and mushrooms, stir-frying them to evaporate the moisture, then grinding them into powder and boiling it to make a delicious wilderness meal. For 38 days, this has been her diet, and her resilience is truly admirable. On day 39, Taz played and sang at the campsite early in the morning, confidently displaying his talents. He then launched his long-unused canoe into the deep waters, a boat he built early in the competition, believing it to be his key to victory. Once at the lake's center, he started fishing, expecting a good catch as the cold had driven the fish to deeper waters. Unfortunately, reality was harsh, and after a fruitless morning, he returned to shore as the cold worsened. With the snow covering the ground, food became even harder to find. While others collected the last of the berries, Taz embarked on a hunting trip, hoping to catch a large animal. This unrestrained physical exertion eventually took a toll on him. By the time he returned to camp, his movements were noticeably slower. Although Taz never lacked food, he had lost 52 kilograms. Understanding his body's limits, he chose to withdraw from the competition. Taz had a smooth journey, but his frail body could no longer bear the burden. Hopefully, he can recover and return to the competition. On day 42, a blizzard hit Reindeer Lake, arriving just as the anticipated hunting season began. Before setting out, and concerned about possible toxins, he tasted a piece of the recently collected mushrooms. After wandering the forest, he found grouse tracks and followed them to a moving shadow in the trees. Without hesitation, White shot an arrow, bringing the grouse down. Approaching to retrieve it, he noticed more tracks on a nearby stump and discovered another grouse perched there. With no courtesy, he shot a full arrow. Seeing the struggling grouse, White felt a pang of remorse and quickly ended its suffering. Now, he had ingredients for chicken and mushroom stew. Without further ado, he sped back to camp to start plucking the feathers. White is not greedy. He plans to eat one grouse and save the other. He smokes the prepared one over the fire while cleaning the other, which he will toss into a pot for a hearty stew. The camera shifts to Alan, who, seeing the snowy expanse outside, is thrilled. He rushes back to camp to make more arrows. He has lost 3 arrows so far and is determined to protect the remaining 6 by replacing their tips with wood. This weakens their penetration but is still effective for small game. Equipped and stepping outside, he views the calm lake but quickly decides to check his fishing net, which has yet to catch a fish. Disappointed again, he casts a line and soon catches fish after fish, frustratingly losing each one. Annoyed, Alan heads into the forest, hoping to catch a grouse, just like Mickey, who thought hunting would be easier after the heavy snowfall, but found nothing. Mickey intended to conserve energy by resting, but restless thoughts plagued him. To clear his mind, he builds a campfire by the lake, throws in some nails, and hammers them into shape after heating. After quenching the reshaped nails in cold water, he crafts a beautiful gift for his son, using only hemp rope for decoration. Meanwhile, Melanie, who has been surviving on grass, also has her moment of triumph. She catches a mouse in her trap, her second source of protein in over 40 days. She quickly cleans it, takes Flint to her outdoor kitchen, and cooks it with moss over a fierce fire. After eating the almost fully cooked meal, she feels instantly energized and loudly declares her command over the competition. As for White, since hunting the grouse, he has been hibernating at home, only moving when the firewood for heating runs low. Maintaining a 24-hour fire requires at least 30 logs a day, which is physically taxing, especially on an empty stomach. Busy with work, his previously injured right arm starts hurting again. He stops, returns to camp holding the firewood, rolls up his sleeve, and sees the swollen area around the wound. Considering the risk of infection, White decides to handle it immediately. Gritting his teeth, he uses pliers to pull out a splinter. The pain nearly knocks him out, but the removal of the splinter miraculously heals the abscess. Day 43 has arrived. Today is Alan's 52nd birthday. Despite being alone in the wilderness, he maintains a sense of ceremony. He generously takes out 3 pieces of smoked fish and makes a sandwich cake to celebrate. Usually, he only eats half a slice each day, but today, he indulgently cooks a whole piece. Half an hour later, a delicious birthday feast is ready. Next, it's time to enjoy the tasty meal. After eating, Alan checks his fishing net. Although it has been over 40 days without any catch, he still hopes for a surprise today. As the net is slowly pulled out of the water, seeing the large fish hanging on it, Alan excitedly babbles incoherently. This is the biggest fish he has caught in the competition, and also a birthday gift from heaven. After cleaning the big fish, night has fallen. Looking at the beautiful aurora in the sky, he suddenly has a bold idea and sets off a bear flare. Meanwhile, since Melanie ate mouse meat, her inner desires have been fully ignited. Today, she even considers fishing in the lake, perhaps due to a lack of real experience from her vegetarian diet, or maybe there just aren't any fish in the stream. She tries hard for half a day, but brings back no catch, dejectedly returning to her shelter. Feeling defeated, she cries and makes a satellite phone call. Facing the camera of the crew, this woman who has survived 43 days on grass finally shows a brilliant smile again. By day 45, although he eats fish every day, half a fish is not enough to sustain him. Visibly, he has developed 8 abs. Seeing that the day is sunny, neither cold nor hot, he quickly heads to the lake to stock up. Since winter began, he hasn't caught any fish, and his reserves are nearly depleted. If he doesn't catch anything, he'll have to eat less. Just when he thinks today might be another fruitless day, he hurriedly drags it ashore, catching a 9.5-pound big fish, securing 3 days' worth of meals. But when he cuts open the fish's belly, he sees these white noodles. No doubt, the fish has a tapeworm infection. To eat or not to eat, Alan faces a dilemma. After much hesitation, he decides to risk it. He quickly cuts the trout in half, saving some in the smoker and cooking the rest over high heat in an iron pot. Half an hour later, a delicious meal is ready, and Alan apprehensively begins to eat. Enjoying such perfect weather for the outdoors, White takes his gear and enters the forest. Tired of eating fish every day, he needs some protein for a change of taste. Soon he crosses the forest to the lake, seeing a fish on the net from a distance. Eagerly, he sets down his gear and starts to retrieve it. After an indescribable struggle, he pulls up a 9-pound big white fish. Carrying the big fish back to shore, he scrapes off the scales, cleans out the innards, and uses a small knife to cut it into pieces. Survival Challenge. Day 46. Reindeer Island is completely covered in snow. Mickey heads out with a bow and arrows to hunt. He thought hunting would be easier after the snow, but he only found a trail of mouse tracks. The biting cold at his feet warned him of potential frostbite, forcing him to abandon the hunt and return to the shelter. So far, Mickey has lost over 60 pounds. The rapid burning of fat leaves him physically and mentally exhausted, but he pushes himself to continue for the prize money to treat his son's illness. He makes a simple trap with sticks and stones, hoping to catch a few mice to regain some strength. Elsewhere, Alan complains about an unscrupulous merchant. His sleeping bag, supposed to withstand -40 degrees, almost froze him last night. However, the good news is after eating fish with viruses, he feels no discomfort. Seeing the calm lake, he immediately rushes to the shore with his fishing gear. In the freezing cold, it's easy to lose feeling in one's hands, which could lead to accidents. Luckily, he reacts quickly and grabs the fishing line to avoid loss. After this ordeal, Alan loses the desire to continue fishing. By day 47, several mice have been trapped. Though small and not very meaty, they are a lifesaver for Mickey. He carefully skins the mice, fills them with moss and weeds, and meticulously sews them up with wire. A genuine leather mouse toy is created, the 4th birthday gift for his son since arriving. After finishing, the roasted mouse meat is ready, and Mickey eagerly begins to eat. Though the meat is indeed scant, the partridge killed 2 days ago and the 9-pound fish caught today are still not enough for White to feel confident in winning. He decides he needs a bigger catch. After searching the jungle for 3 hours without seeing any animals, he pins his hopes on his gill net, anticipating a big fish today. His hopeful mood pays off as he catches a 30-pound barracuda. To conserve energy, Mickey has been staying indoors doing crafts for 2 days, only venturing out when extremely hungry. He decides to try eating reindeer moss, pretending it's sauerkraut. Though edible, improper handling can cause stomach cramps, which has led many contestants to withdraw in the past. Yesterday's toilet paper, today's brunch. Mickey reluctantly tries a bite and finds it not as bad as expected. He cooks another pot to keep for dinner. While waiting, he starts another craft project, a garlic day present for his wife to improve her cooking skills. While busy, he suddenly sees a mink passing by. Local regulations prohibit trapping, but allow shooting with arrows. Mickey does not hesitate to pursue this protein gift. As he prepares to shoot, the mink disappears. Back at the shelter, he finds the mouse toy made for his son and the stockpiled minced meat cakes all gone, likely the work of the mink he just saw. Day 50 arrived quickly. Heavy snow once again swept over Reindeer Island. Looking at the dreamlike snowscape, White shouted excitedly. Happy as he was, he did not want to freeze like a dog at night again, so he decided to collect some firewood. He had already stored plenty of food, and as long as he kept warm and avoided accidents, he could stay indoors without foraging and outlast the other contestants. In contrast, Alan became restless. Seeing that the lake was not frozen, he ran to the lakeside and started fishing. However, as the temperature continued to drop, the fish moved further from the shore. After casting his line dozens of times without a bite, he didn't want to give up, but prolonged exposure to the cold wind made his limbs extremely stiff. Not wanting a repeat of yesterday's tragedy, he returned to camp empty-handed, warmed up, and cooked himself a fish soup. At this stage of the challenge, plants had already withered and berries were buried deep. Proteins had also hidden away for the winter, making it very hard to find food. As night fell, White returned to the shelter, which was on fire. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, scrambled up, and extinguished the flames with a pot of water. Back inside, he dared not be careless, carefully checking if any embers remained on his clothes. After the commotion, White couldn't sleep, so he sat by the fire until daylight. He went outside to check the cause of the fire, which turned out to be the moss used to fill gaps. He removed all the dry moss, brought in a lot of stones, and rebuilt the structure to prevent another tragedy. Meanwhile, Mickey sang a birthday song early in the morning to send blessings to his 5-year-old son far away. Although he had made many gifts during this time, not being with his son on his birthday still pained his heart deeply. He immediately picked up his equipment, went outside to look for protein, and focused solely on hunting for food. White's days were quite comfortable. Although the shelter's fire startled him into a cold sweat, he inadvertently developed new cooking skills. However, located within the Arctic Circle, if there wasn't enough firewood for heating, seeing the heavy snow and biting cold outside, Alan chose to stay indoors to minimize energy consumption. Even though his food supplies were dwindling, his determination to win never wavered, as long as the producers didn't force him out, vowing to outlast others for over 100 days. By day 54, the snow had finally stopped. White stepped out of the camp looking towards Reindeer Lake, and seeing that the lake wasn't entirely frozen, he geared up to explore, hoping to find grouse or moose for a change in diet, dreaming of a moose steak. But the area was truly barren, and he didn't encounter even a trace of protein. Seeing the ice-encased fishing nets cooled his heart further. Yet, he didn't give up, cautiously stepping onto the icy rocks, nearly falling into the lake. After a fierce struggle and hopeful fishing, he caught nothing. By day 55, Alan was collecting firewood by the lake while checking the ice's thickness, estimating a few more days before he could ice fish. He started making ice-breaking shoes early due to prolonged malnutrition, feeling exhausted inside and out. The branches alone tired him, forcing him to stop often. It took him a whole day to finish, nearly freezing outdoors. Meanwhile, Mickey hadn't left the camp in days. Suddenly, the sound of beeping indicated a message from the producers for a medical checkup. Due to a long period without sufficient calories, his body was on the brink of collapse. Even dressing was difficult. When the crew arrived en masse at the camp, Mickey was already waiting outside, shivering. They had to return indoors for a checkup. To the medical team's surprise, his toes had already lost sensation, risking permanent damage. While the staff discussed options, Mickey, already in tears indoors, decided to leave on his own terms, which looked better than being forced to quit. By day 57, Alan, who had been rationing his food, felt dizzy and blurred vision due to hunger. He knew he couldn't last much longer without an energy boost. Ice fishing was his only hope. Putting on the snowshoes he had made earlier, he shakily made his way to the center of the lake, chopped a hole in the ice with an axe, and gathered a large amount of moss. He was ready to start fishing immediately. On day 58, after a failed ice fishing attempt, White took out an abandoned gill net. He planned to repair it and use it again in the lake so he wouldn't have to stand on the ice in the cold wind. With the ice ladder and gill net, he returned to the usual spot, chopped a rectangular hole in the ice, used logs as anchors, and lowered the gill net under the ice. In the blink of an eye, the automatic fishing device was set up. Then he went back to camp, sat by the fire, and comfortably slurped fish soup. While roasting, his toenails fell off unexpectedly, but he felt no other discomfort. This minor injury was nothing to White, but what happened next almost ended in tragedy. The fierce fire spread quickly, frightening White. He threw all his fresh water on it to extinguish the flames. During this time, White killed a mouse for an extra meal, and a black bear nearly scared Alan to death outside his camp. In this cold, lonely, and hungry state, they endured until day 62. White wanted to fetch some water on day 62, but when he reached the lake, he saw that the ice layer had been destroyed by the overnight gale, damaging his gill net as well. Disheartened, he returned to camp and chewed on boiled fish slices, venting his frustration. By day 64, as the first rays of the new day's sun appeared, White had an epiphany. With a loving wife, sensible children, and a job that could support his family, he wondered why he was enduring hardship in this forsaken place. He immediately made a phone call. As the crew arrived at the camp, White officially ended his challenge. After White's departure, only Alan remained. If he passed the medical check, he would be the winner. The crew discreetly issued a notice, and Alan conducted a self-check. Regardless of the outcome, he was ready. As the helicopter landed, the medical checks began. Although he had lost a significant amount of weight, his bodily functions were normal. At that moment, someone walked up from behind. It was then that Alan realized he had won. Not only would he take home the $500,000 prize, but he also added a remarkable achievement to his experiences. Later, he brought his wife to visit the camp and shared his experiences.